Good morning, everyone. Uh, Welcome to our national seminar on library and knowledge system today and tomorrow. So we are going to start now officially. So to begin with the seminar, I like to invite uh, our beloved Swami Veda Onuragananda Ji Maharaj to deliver his welcome speech.
Revered Principal Maharaj on the dais, respected resource persons, dignitaries, and respected participants who have come all over for attending this national seminar on knowledge library and knowledge system today and tomorrow, organized in collaboration with Raja Rammohan Roy Library Foundation in our college, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Centenary College. So at the very onset, I welcome you all on behalf of the college, the Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Centenary College, especially from the library of the college, who has been functional in arranging this seminar. So we have speakers from different parts of the country. We are also very grateful to them. And today we have lectures by Dr. Narayan Chandra Ghosh, librarian, IIM Calcutta, lectured by Dr. Shiv Shankar Jana, Associate Professor, University of Kalyani. Then we also have Dr. Bulu Maharana, Professor, Sambalpur University, who is present now in this inaugural session. So there will be a paper presentations also in the first day. And tomorrow again we have the second session, where we have lectures by Dr. Arup Rai Chaudhary, former Deputy Librarian and Library in Charge, ISI Kolkata, by speech by Dr. Udayan Bhattacharya, Professor, Jadavpur University, lectured by Dr. R.K. Mahapatra, Professor, Tripura University. So we are all very grateful to them for agreeing to participate in this national level seminar organized by the college in collaboration with Raja Rammohan Roy Library Foundation. We hope that this seminar will definitely be enriching and will open new avenues to investigate various ways how to gather knowledge, how to assimilate it, and how to propagate knowledge in various ways through online, offline, various modes. So we'll be learning from all these speakers regarding those avenues which are possible and which are also upcoming in future. So with these few words, I again welcome all of you to this 2-day national level seminar on library and knowledge system today and tomorrow. I hope you will definitely be enriched and you will enjoy this seminar. With these few words, I pray to Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna Dev, Holy Mother Sri Sarada Devi, and Swami Vivekananda for guiding us towards gathering more knowledge and for becoming enlightened in future. Thank you very much. Namaskars.
Thank you, sir. Now I like to invite our beloved Principal Maharaj to deliver his inaugural talk.
Actually, we are very happy to organize this program on behalf of this college. And today, this program, the inaugural talk it was decided that Professor Ajoy Pratap Singh, Director General of the Raja Rammohan Roy Library Foundation, he actually agreed to deliver this talk. But yesterday he has got the emergency call from Delhi, and yesterday he ran to the Delhi for meeting. And for this purpose he could not attend. And for this reason, again I have to take yesterday night to prepare the inaugural talk of this program. And I told my this beloved colleagues, especially this Dr. Robi Kumar De and Dr. Sudipta Biswas, they are more than 1 month they are working for this seminar, invitation and other purpose. And that don't worry that I try my level best to give this inaugural talk. So for this purpose, that I very on the outset, I once again welcome all the participants, those have come here in this beautiful morning, and some are also coming. They are informed that there are some train dislocation or something. They will shortly they will come, and it is a very great thing because our library, especially Dr. Robi Kumar De and Dr. Sudipta Biswas, they have single-handedly they have organized this type of 2 days national program. And this type of topic, especially the knowledge system and library today and tomorrow, it actually especially the occasion where national education policy 2020 all over India it going to implement, because already it was signaled okay in the cabinet, and already it will be rolled all over India. So in this context, this type of seminar where the knowledge system is very important, and how it is changing from time to time and years together, and it will in future how it will go to taking some shape. Our learned speaker, those have come especially in front of me, Professor Bulu Maharana, who has come all the way from Sambalpur University, is here, and other persons also. They are, I could not tell their name because who are there? So another 2 person I just your name I heard previously, but in front I could not recognize, so don't pardon me. So Dr. Narayan Chandra Ghosh, actually the librarian IIM Kolkata, and Dr. Shiv Shankar Jana, the associate professor, University of Kolkata. I think previously you gave the talk this last year or 2021, I think you give a webinar, na? Shiv Shankar Jana, sir. I think 2021 you gave a webinar. If I right, I just I recognize your face. So it is very nice you have again come in this offline program. So thanks to our actually this convener and joint convener. They have invited speaker, and also 2 days and tomorrow's other speaker will come. So all the participant, I think you will enjoy this type of special thing, because all you have come maybe some science background, come social background, some library science, but this seminar gives you a lot of experience, so that you can get the topic in such a way that in higher education, teaching, learning, how it will be helpful in future. This seminar I think gives a direction. So with these few words, I start my this actually this inaugural talk. So this today's topic I have selected that e-resource and knowledge system. So first of all, just all you know this thing, but due to this, without introduction, nothing we can start. So just begin with very small introduction regarding the e-resource. So please come. So e-resource are defined as online information resources including bibliographic database, electronic reference book, search engine for full text collection, digital collection of data and databases. Contents is delivered via internet, intranet, extranet, audio, video tape, satellite TV, USB, CD-ROM, DVD. It can also be paced or instructor-led and includes media in the form of text, image, animation, streaming, video, audio. So all these type of things what we actually do in short form, we like to define these are called e-resources. So now actually the traditional professionalism has the challenge to invite the IT revolution, especially the web of science. This actually web service now develops in such a way within 5 or we can say 4 years, it revolutionized the whole system. So it is that is this last year what we have learned, this have maybe this year completely obsolete because so newer technique, newer things has developed. So again we have to learn to cope up all these things. So this is a great challenge to us. So now I place before you a small statistics that how the top 20 country and other countries are contributed in the field of the internet use. So first actually the first internet user country, that is US, we see that total internet penetration is 68.7% of the total population, and its contribution to the user world is 20.9, about 21% of the total internet user of the whole world. Second, China, though its internet population 7.9% of the total its own population, but its user of the world is second, that is 10.6%. Third, actually Japan, its actually internet penetration about 61% in the total population, but its contribution third position, that is 8% of the total world user. Fourth, actually Germany, its internet penetration 57% of the total population, and its contribution to the world user actually 4.8%. And fifth, India, its penetration is only 3.6% because its population is very huge, but its contribution to the world user is 4%. So here we see that top 20 countries contribute 79% of the total world user regarding the internet user. Only 21% remaining for other countries. So you understand that how the internet differentiate, classified, or make a groups in the whole world population. So here I especially because I understand that from the our convener and joint convener that most of them are from social science. So I put data mostly from social science. Few data are science there, but most data actually I use here for social science. So e-resource for social science, especially this all the web actually 1,90,000, Alta Vista is 1,92,000, WiseNut 4 lakhs, Hotbot 39.9, and MSN Search 25,000 something, and Tioma this 39 around 40, Google 3 lakhs for 66, and Yahoo 1.94. So these are the whole social science. This actually they contribute regarding the e-resource. So e-resource we can classify now these two forms. That is, one is called online e-resource, and second called offline e-resource. So online e-resource, it is irrespective to science and social science and whatever maybe humanities, whatever background. These are common. The online platform we generally use, that is e-books, e-journals, emails, SMS, MMS, e-library, e-forum, e-learning, e-shop, e-dictionaries, search engine, meta search engine, and websites. Generally, these we actually use. And this offline e-resource, especially this CD-ROM based, previously CD-ROM, so I mentioned here, now actually CD-ROM completely going to be obsolete. Then offline e-books, offline e-dictionaries, MS Office applications, training software, e-prompter, PDF converter, e-resources on mobile devices. These are called offline e-resource. Now the characterization of e-resource, all we know is how this is beneficial to us. E-resources are potentially huge in number. The resources are mostly unorganized because huge number. Every day, crores and crores data, informations are mingling into the different this type of platforms. E-resources do not require physical space or storage. Content that are in physical libraries are barred because only small this type of end is sufficient. This small is sufficient to cover whole all data. Time, space, cost, constant are not a problem in search strategies of e-resources. Hyperlinks let user quickly to the required information sources. Accessing the back issues is possible in case of e-resources. Very easy because we can immediately search, the back issues immediately come. The advantage of e-resource, the e-resource can be used efficiently and it saves a lot of time. Sorry, it saves a lot of time. Reduces a lot of paper works. The information provides is up to date and of good quality. Provides facility to search across a wide range of journal articles and other links. E-resources can be easily transferred from one place to another. You can understand all these are very good reason, all everybody can know this. Now I told previously that because I heard from this participant that most of them coming from social science background, so for them I actually put my effort. I take only 12 hours, less than 12 hours. Within 12 hours I manage this. So the social science actually, this includes anthropology, economics, geography, history, political science, public administration, psychology, sociology, library science, education, population studies, women studies, social work. These are mainly generally actually all over India. These are studied every universities, colleges and other higher education institute. So e-resources anthropology, these are the sources. The anthropology subject, this actually portal developed by the Cleveland State University. National Library of Australia is a good database. Then the Anthropological Index Online, Royal Anthropological Institute, they have developed this. Anthropology Review Database, ARD University at Buffalo, they have developed this. Anthropology, this virtual library, and this anthropology, it is developed by also the Wikipedia. So these are mainly actually this database or e-resource what we generally get regarding the anthropology study. Now economics, that is the American Economic Association, a very great database. Now the National Library of Australia, it is previously also, here also this economics is a great database. The APECLET, this APEC literature database, it is also very good database. China Academic Journals web, it is a very good database for economics. CSI, Consumer Science Index, it is a good database. Encyclopedia of Law and Economics, Griblin Working Paper Database, Resource for Economists on the Internet, it is a very good database. And Source OECD, then Virtual International Business and Economic Sources, it is a good database for especially those doing research and has purpose. Then WW Resources in Economics, Worldwide Web Resource, this is economics, another is Virtual Library in Economics. These are so many other there. but these are mainly good database for those actually pursuing economics, their higher studies and research or other purpose. Now geography, this is actually again the National Library of Australia. It is a great database for not only so many, also science also. This Directorate of Oceanography and Meteorology, Geoscience Portal, Historical Atlas of the 20th Century, National Geographic Maps and Geography, such publication, the Science and Geography Education, very good. Last it was mentioned, but it is a very good database for geography, especially master degree and also this dissertation purpose. This history, this World Wide Web Virtual Library, it is a very good database. Then RNFRO library, it is a very good database for all the type of modern history and other type. ACLS Humanities e-books collection and Oxford Reference Online, especially history. It has also political science and other sociology. E-resource for Pol Science, IPSA portal, RNFRO library, previously it was mentioned. Political science resource on the web, it is very good database. Social science resource in political science, it is also history and also political science, the same social science resource. Another, this public administration, it has very new subject around, it was popular mainly 15 or 12 years. So it database not too much, but those are present, it is also very good database. These two actually database mentioned here, these are used in public administration e-resource purpose. Another is psychology, this virtual psychology library, and another is SciWeb, it is also good for psychology. Sociology, this virtual library, and this social science information gateway, it is a very good database for those actually pursuing the sociology in their master degree and dissertation. E-resource in library science, Directory of Open Access Journal, Emerald database, it is a very good database for this information and library science. Library and Information Science Abstract, and Documents in Information Science, DOIS, it is a very good database, Document in Information Science. Encyclopedia of Library and Information Science. So many are there, but these are very popular. People used to get immediate information, those actually want to study in library science. E-resource in education, first actually bibliographic database, that is UNESCO. And another is ERIC, Education Resource Information Center, it is a US database, very good database. So not only this education, but many things come from this. E-resource in population studies, subject research guide. Then Asian population studies. So these are actually mainly this web resource for this population studies. Women studies, these are the mainly very good database. It's Women Studies database, new actually database, but it's very good database. And Gender Watch, it is also newer one. So these are very good for those actually pursuing women studies. Now e-resource in social works. Social works was also a newer subject, but it also developed this database, two database it has developed, and mostly UK database, these are. And other website in social science, these are actually social science, e-social science, then social science information gateway. Social science information gateway, it has various type of data we can get through this database, social science information gateway. So this primary information, primary source of the information actually electronic conference, coursework, tutorial, guide, manual, electronic journal, especially magazine, e-zine, webzine and newsletter, patents. And if we want to go for patent, this is actually the popular site where the international web actually patent we can file or we can get from this information, especially this Canadian Patent Web Database, IBM Intellectual Property Network, US Patent and Trademark Office, World Intellectual Property Organization. These are especially for different type of international patent. Now this electronic preprint and e-print. Here this actually GeneSpark Reprint Archive, Open Archive Initiative, UK ePrint Archive Mirror, and CERN preprint server. These are actually other also there, but these are very great repository for the electronic preprint or e-print. And project, those are actually present in different database, especially Boston University is a great, it has a project directory, and also knowledge discovery in database project, signal processing information database, social science research resource. These are the database where the project actually submitted, ongoing or completed project. If you get, you can get the idea, those completed the project, those are actually pursuing project, how the templates are, they are frame for different purpose. So all this you can immediately search, within few days you can master for writing the this project. Then the science actually research, for this purpose some software is there. This free software, that is GNU download, gnudownload.com. You can get this many database software which are free and which is very useful in different tools for science. Those are actually especially this drawing, circuit drawing to this chemistry, organic structure drawing. All this actually free software here present. Then especially the freeware home and shareware.com. These are actually all the database where you can get the software which are useful for different science tool, from physics, chemistry up to all the biotechnology and the other field. The standards, now the standard. Some of the important websites providing the information of standard are as follows. Mainly the British Standard Institution. This actually gives many important standard. Bureau of Indian Standard, this website, this gives the different standard, idea of different standard. And IEEE standard, it is also a standard website, and World Standard Service Network. This website, standard, different all standard. If you want to know that what is the standard going on in other countries and US, UK, Australia, whatever may be, you can get the idea from. This technical report, if you can get this DOE scientific and technical literature, National Technical Information Service, NASA Technical Report Server, and NTRS Networked Computer Science Technical. It actually gives different type of technical report. If you want to, those are interested or doing research under technical report, they can get this database from here. Electronic thesis and dissertation. Some of the important site for this electronic thesis, especially this networked digital library of thesis and dissertation. It has a great repository where so many electronic theses are every time mingled here. Academic dissertation publishers, thesis and dissertation, UAMI digital dissertation. So these are the sites you can easily get through all the electronic thesis and dissertation. Abstracting and indexing the database. This is bibliographic database, especially this AGRICOLA. This very important database. Actually, many places it is, many people they refer this. ERIC database also, and PubMed. PubMed is a very important database. This from science to social science, everybody they refer this. And Sybase, it is a very good database. Also, all people refer this database. Citation database, the important citation index produced by the Institute of Scientific Information. These are mainly the Science Citation Index expanded. Previously it was Science Citation Index, now it is expanded. Social Science Citation Index, Arts and Humanities Citation Index, and Biosciences Citation Index. So these are mainly, so other index are there, but these are mainly citation database people used all over world. Then digital collection, especially this image, audio and video. The few examples, especially the NASA's multimedia gallery, the great buildings collection, and especially this 9 planet, a very important, very interesting this website, which gives these different types of these 9 planets. Equipment product catalog. It is a very newer thing. Those actually may interest very few people interested regarding this, but other parts of the world also people are doing research, especially this catalog of the different products. Suppose same company or different company, or the change of the name of the company, or they gives a different catalog, but they're doing research doing this. For this type of purpose, this important example of the product catalogs are this Cami Campbell product catalog, Sony electronic products, and Minolta Europe. Minolta, so many products. Minolta gives a age-old company. It gives from photocopier to this washing machine, so many things produced, and time to time it has changed also nomenclature. So for this, but its website preserves all this database, especially the catalogs. And designinfo.com, it gives different types of catalogs. This library catalogs, especially the sites provides the libraries web opaque. British Library, its website is this. Library of Congress, its website this. Library of Congress catalog, its website also this. And this Melville homepage. These are mainly, other also there, but these are very important things I mentioned. Museum and archives. Some of the virtual museum and auction sites are virtual library museum pages. And Smithsonian Institution, it has website this. And worldwide art resource, and especially art museum network. It is very important for this museum and archives purpose. And virtual libraries are there. No, it is not one, so many. If you go through the different website, whatever you can you can get from this different virtual libraries. Now, electronic books, online books selling and print on demand. This electronics books, personal digital assistant and pocket PCs, e-books on web. These are actually on demand. Everybody is from more than 5 or 6 or 10 years. These are going on different form. Now it is so much popular. This version, different books actually coming in this version. Online book selling. There are several sites that are now doing business in online books. This abbybooks.com, amazon.com bookstore, bookfinder, and varsitybook.com. These are many other now coming, but these are mainly popular in different parts. Different parts these are popular. Then the print on demand I discussed, then reference source, especially this dictionary. Dictionary, this academic press dictionary of science and technology. That dict search in online dictionaries. Cambridge Dictionary Online, and Merriam-Webster, this online dictionary. Previously it was hard copy, now it is very good online dictionary. We can immediately, so many synonym, acronym and other things we can get. Electronic encyclopedia, the Encyclopedia Britannica, it has online form. Columbia Encyclopedia, Encarta Encyclopedia, and Important Encyclopedia, this is the website. These are main encyclopedia people used to, it is popular and is accepted also. Then another is acronyms and abbreviations. These are famous in this site, especially acronyms and abbreviation site. Another is acronym finder. And Babel, it is also very important for the synonyms and other abbreviation and acronyms of the US government. This for US purpose, US pronunciation on this purpose, this is very important. Thesaurus and subject heading. This Roget's Thesaurus, very important, it's online source. MW Thesaurus, medical subject headings, and Roget's Thesaurus online. These are very, very important thesaurus. Actually, previously it was when you were student at that time used the hard copy. Now these are coming in the online form, and people in this mobile and everywhere you can access all these. Handbooks and manual, it is another type of resource. There is country studies area handbook, earthquake preparedness handbook, handbook for digital project, handbook of forensic service, and mark manual of diagnosis and therapy. These are very, very popular site for used by different, from the social science worker to medicinal person to researcher to population worker to government servant. Everybody use this site for different purpose and subject. Now the maps. Maps also very important. Maps and GIS based information service include this map.com, this website. And all time, it is also famous website. MapNet visual search engine. Quick map of the world, it is also another site. And HRW World Atlas, it is a very age-old one, now it is a form, this online form. Geographic Names Information System, GNIS, it is a very important and old actually this organization, and now it is online form it is coming. Organizations, research institute, companies and societies. We can get this association on the net. It is a good website where you can get all this type of information. The nation directory, here we can get all this information. International organization, from this website we can get. And NGO website, this is the website. iCollege, where we can get all the information regarding this. Researching companies online, we can get from this here. Association online search, we can get here. And the directory ASAE, online this type of association directory, we can get this from this site also. Now the issue actually regarding this online resource for teaching research, what we face day to day here mentioned, mainly the stability and storage, it is a great issue. You can understand that initially it is good, but after 3 or 4 years it is a great challenge for everybody and also organization. IPR issue, it is a great issue. Our previous learned speaker, they will discuss this. Reviewing, it is a very important issue. Selection and acquisition, how we can select and how we can acquire, it is also a question. Cataloging, how this offline catalog is everybody accepted, but online how we can cataloging this. User access, so many, I purchase suppose more than 1 crore e-resource, how user can I give access, I mean what judicial way I can give this, it is also issue. Training and support of the staff and users, because day to day every year the revolution of the IT sector, and IT sectors incorporate this online. So last year what we learned regarding this year completely obsolete. Again we have to learn from this. So every day, every year we have to update. Then the literature control, bibliographical resources, full text online resource, it is also an issue. Full text we can give, and how can we give, and what extent. Then portals, aggregator product, library network, how we can increase this web OPAC system or on this in this way. Financial constant, it is not matter of discussion, everybody can understand. And social constant, lastly. So different social constant, because this 1 year great revolution in IT sector, and IT sector engulf all sector of the human habitats. So but the human nature not so quickly adapt all these things. So for this purpose it is a great issue of social issue also, how far and what way we can accept this and also be a social being still. Now the growth of technology is inhibited. Growth of technology is inhibited. Nobody in this earth can resist. Nobody. Just I can give a small just history, because that 1890s, when Pittman invented this shorthand, then people could not, before that people could not any knowledge how we can, I am talking and people can write and preserve all this data, no idea. When Pittman shorthand started, then correspondent course immediately crop up from 1890s due to this invention of this Pittman's this type of shorthand machine. Now you see 1960 this 1960 this course was offered in this Delhi University, Andhra University, Arunachal, Maharashtra University, everywhere. This correspondent course. Same thing which was invented and started 1890s, here also started, but this within 70 years, technological revolution has a great extent. Same correspondent course, but 70 years, the revolution of technology is different way. It engulfs all these things. What way? First radio broadcasting was started in 1920 in New York's University. They have own station. But now, 1970, agricultural and health, this satellite TV they have started 1970s. 200 IGNU started EduSat for teaching learning purpose. And VStat, this IIM Kolkata, 70 cities, they have conduct this type of through this VStat actually, and also is data also 2000. This data is old because I could not update this data. This data more than 10 years before I collected this data. But in the meantime, I have no time to update this. So I'm apology to all of you. This data is not at the present data. It is more than 10 years back, maybe 2011 to 12 or 13. I got this data from IIM. And 2010, this NPTEL web video course started. So actually, its root actually 1890. But now 2023, the same thing happening. But what extent technology developed and changed this pattern of this course, pattern of the deliver, pattern of the acquisition of the data, all things changed. Concept completely changed. So nomenclature also changed. Nowadays, we do not tell correspondent. So many things we are telling. Online teaching, online course, online everything. So many things are coming up. So this is actually, we have to understand that we cannot resist the technological advancement. What we can do, we can somehow manage to cope up with the advancement so that we can develop ourselves, we can manage ourselves, we can accommodate ourselves in this situation. Otherwise, there is we cannot match with the progress. Now the online course worldwide, what actually more popular, that is Coursera, everybody knows. During lockdown, it has great footage everywhere. EDX, it is also great footage. Udacity, it is also age-old one. And Khan Academy. Khan Academy is very, very famous for this engineering and other purpose. It is very good, this type of worldwide course it has preached. Then Code Academy comes, and Academic Earth.org. These are the database, but nowadays India, so many after COVID, so many has come, and I could not written here. All you have known that within COVID period, many good actually this organization come up for this online course. Now this India's role, because nowadays the now era is for e-market. So how far India is ready to manage this market of this regarding this education field? Just little bit, I just enumerate here. So 2009, this NMEICT, that is launch of this National Mission of Education using Information and Communication Technology by MHRD launched. Its goal mainly this improve this teaching learning and go to the underprivileged area, what are have-nots people, they can spread the message. And also budget allocation 40% for the content generation and providing bandwidth 60%. And this content, which means book digitization project, building of ERP system, creating of e-book and e-journals, creation of a database of teacher, adapting and deploying open source package like Scilab, a talk to teacher program to replace the expensive private coaching classes, conversion of the critical textbook to Indian languages, standardization of e-content and making it available free. All these actually they have taken this NMEICT project. And bandwidth actually they have provided 1 GB to each 500 university they have provided. And 20,000 colleges they also provided the bandwidth also for accessing this NKN project. And after its outcome, the SWAM platform coming, study wave of active learning for young aspiring mind. This SWAM is very important now, this lockdown period and previous also, and now it is very popular. This a portal for online learning, that's MOOC course, collaboration between MHRD and US University has done, top US University to create and share postgraduate online course, and this platform server will be based in India, to offer course in engineering, social science, energy, health, management, everywhere actually gives. And to create content, especially IITs, IIM there. Another actually university network initiative to enhance education. 600 university fully Wi-Fi enabled, and 20 classroom in each 20,000 colleges actually this Wi-Fi enabled. It is actually the project and of the MHRD. And this Brihaspati, it is also the web-based content of Kanpur University, but it's IIT, Kanpur IIT. And it is actually all these chat tools and whiteboard tools, all Hadoop to everything, open source, everything is there, this Brihaspati. Then spoken tutorial project, it is Bombay, IIT Bombay, it has implemented mainly IIT colleges and general degree colleges all India, all over India. It is also a great database mainly this online platform for the maybe it is third position in all over Asia, because more than lakhs of people, 15 lakhs or 20 lakhs actually enrolled this IIT Bombay spoken tutorial. NPTEL National Program for Technology Enhanced Learning by IITs, ISC Bangalore and some IIMs. Now actually many good central university and also good this institute they are coming for content development and other purpose. So here actually this data what I mentioned, it is 6 years before, and lack of time I could not update this. I again apologize to you, because this data mentioned 11,050 hundreds video, now this data more than three times actually increased. Now the e-resource, that is Sodh Ganga, e-reservoir of the Indian thesis, it is a very good thing. Then Sodh Gangotri, repository of Indian research in progress details, it is mentioned here. And this InfluBNet enlist, I think almost all colleges and this they have the member of this InfluBNet enlist. From this they can get the free e-book and e-journals, and some also abstract they can easily access from this. Then Vidya Nidhi, digital library and e-scholarship portal, it is MHRD this project. E-Gyan course of Indira Gandhi National Open University, IGNOU, E-Gyan course they have developed this. And Sakshat, a one-step education portal, they have developed this. And e-PG Pathshala, now it is very popular because MHRD and everybody is UGC, they told that now 40% the syllabus actually comes through this online platform. So this NPTEL and e-Pathshala, they are coming up with a very good type of courses, so that every student from every college or university and other education, they can actually access this. OAE sources, that is UGC Infonet Digital Library Consortium. It is a very good this consortium, where so many actually these online courses we can get. Now the future of the e-resources, especially I actually discuss this in India, not other country, because I started India, so I closing here through India. Use multiple number of e-resources in teaching and learning purpose. Higher educational institute increase subscribing rate of e-resource. E-publishing rate will also increase, because it is more popular than people invest here because it is more popular. In future, mobile library and digital library will be the main source of up-to-date information. In future, Indian government will probably take initiative to digitize all documents related to different Indian policies. Higher education institute will be starting smart learning by upgrading video conferencing, MOOC, etc. So these are now the very, I can say, the dawn stage of the what I am telling, but within maybe 5 or 10 years, everybody can understand these things will come shortly all over India. So we should be ready for this, because this will coming. We have to accept, otherwise we will be rejected. So in this thing, with this short actually this small talk, I once again expressed my heartiest thanks for all of you, those for your very patient hearing. So thanks all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your talk. I cannot thank you enough for this information-rich uh, the talk you have delivered. Now, officially, we will declare the end of this inaugural session. Now, we'll go for a short break for tea outside, and we'll come back and start our technical session. So, although in schedule it is for half an hour, because we are going behind the schedule, so we'll try to finish it up by 15 minutes, and we'll start within 12 maybe. We'll start our next session. Okay. And authors for today. So please, if you are here, and you can provide your PPTs and we can upload here. Okay. So we have 5 authors today to deliver their abstract. So please give your PPTs in this break. Yeah. To start our technical session, uh, sir, Narachandra sir, please come and take your seat on the dais. Yeah. Sir, please have a seat. Yeah, just let me start.
এটা কি নেট আছে? একটু ওয়াইফাই কানেক্ট করা যাবে? দু তিনটে জিনিস আছে যেটা
Now I like to ask our seminar convener, Dr. Ravi Chandrate, to felicitate our first speaker, Dr. Naran Chandra Ghosh, with small gift of appreciation. Now I like to ask again to Dr. Ravi Kumar De to introduce our first speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now our speaker is Dr. Narayan Chandra Ghosh. Dr. Narayan Chandra Ghosh, librarian, Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. He has 26 years long professional experience in various organizations like British Council Library, American Library, Eastern Institute of Integrated Learning in Management, Army Institute of Management, Kolkata, CSIR Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. He has successfully organized many national level seminar workshops and imparted training programs. He has served as member of the Library Advisory Committee in many reputed organizations. He edited 2 books and published a good number of research articles in reputed national and international LIS journals. He delivered invited lectures in various seminars, symposium, and conferences. He is also associated with the University of Calcutta, University of Kalyani, Netaji Subhash Open University, and Indira Gandhi National Open University as guest teacher of Library and Information Science Department. So I request Dr. Narayan Chandra Ghosh to deliver his lecture. Sir, please.
Very good afternoon to you all. As you know, this is the place I love to visit not once, many a time. Just few years back, I have got invitation from Narendra Ramakrishna Mission Residential College for the same kind of occasion. And I enjoyed like anything because due to the place. বাংলাতে বলে আমি দীক্ষিত নই কিন্তু অনুপ্রাণিত ঠাকুর শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণের প্রতি, মা শারদা এবং স্বামীজি, স্বামী বিবেকানন্দ। তাই আজকে এখানে রবি এবং সুদীপ্ত দুজনকে আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি আমাকে আসতে বলার জন্য, বা আমি আসতে পেরে সত্যি খুব আনন্দিত। এখানে উপস্থিত আছেন আমার দুজন কলিগ, প্রফেসর বুলু মহারানা ফ্রম সম্বলপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি এবং প্রফেসর শিবশঙ্কর জানা ফ্রম কল্যাণী ইউনিভার্সিটি। ওনারা এরপরে বলবেন। একটু আগেই আমাদের আজকের যে আলোচ্য বিষয়, লাইব্রেরি নলেজ সিস্টেম টুডে, আই থিঙ্ক অ্যান্ড টুমরো, অধ্যক্ষ মহারাজ স্বামী কমলাস্থানন্দ মহারাজজি, তিনি খুব ডিটেলে আজকের লাইব্রেরি রিসোর্স অর্থাৎ মোস্টলি ই রিসোর্স নিয়ে উনি কথা বলেছেন। স্পেশালি উনি সোশ্যাল সায়েন্স এরিয়াতে ই রিসোর্সেস অ্যাভেলেবিলিটি অ্যাটলিস্ট একটা ওভারভিউ দিয়ে গেছেন। আমি বাংলাতে বেশিক্ষণ কন্টিনিউ করতে পারবো না বিকজ অফ বুলু। সো উই হ্যাভ গট ample knowledge about the available resources on different disciplines. And at the same time, he mentioned some of the points at the end. What are the challenges? So I think we will start our discussion from there itself, being the librarian. So now the e-resources are the key source of information in any modern library of higher educational institutes. Those days are gone. যখন একটা প্রবাদ ছিল লাইব্রেরিয়ান আচ্ছা বই লিবেক আর দিবেক. So this is not the activity, this is not the function of the modern library managers. The role of the library has changed in many folds with the advent of IT, the application of www and internet entirely changed the whole knowledge environment, the system, the services. So we the professionals are always fighting to cope up with all this modern technology, to implement it, to learn it, and to serve our user in a better way. So as a result, what is happening? We the professionals, in front of me, two of our LIS professors sitting here, they know the LIS education, how fast it is evolving day by day. And the traditional concept of library information science is now mostly depending on the application of IT. Now we have been discussing AI/ML application in library information science, how it works for us. Just sometimes back, Professor Maharana was talking about ChatGPT and what will happen about the copyright, anything created using ChatGPT by any person, who will be the owner of the copyright. Those issues are going on right now. So if, in a nutshell, if I start just, in the beginning, we should do some introductory notes to understand where we are now and where we want to be. If you just go back to the history of library, not the library, basically it was the storehouse, the archives of different written materials, that may be stone, that may be the clay model, that may be, in different way of preserving the knowledge in ancient time. That may be leaves, parchment, vellum, and many other things. With the advent of printing, technology has changed the entire world in a different way altogether. Then, the number of scholarly documents replicated and distributed among, across the world, among all the researchers, academicians, to every learned persons. Finally, what happened? The library evolved day by day. Just think, it was a mere storehouse and confined within the four walls to the elite societies. No one else. It was not open for the common people. And the temples, the pandits, royal families, there only can get access to those. Then finally, over the time, in 1930s and onward, in India even, our father of library science, Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, he started the mobile libraries. In Tamil Nadu, it was the first, instance where a bullock cart was used to travel with the books to the poor people in the remote villages, where they never even seen any modern school. So you see the development of library and the services was started, serve the people of our country before the formal education system established in that remote areas. Then what happened? In the post-wave era, with the advent of internet and web technology, we got the medium of the knowledge creation has transformed from print to digital. So as the digital devices are used heavily to get access to those content. And the post-wave era, basically, I mean 2000 and onward, 21st century, from the very beginning of 21st century, the change took place drastically. And now, almost 90% of the resources we have been subscribing in our library, which are electronic in born. So this is making our life comfortable. Libraries are now from mobile libraries to libraries in mobile. Your handheld device is good enough to access your entire library, entire resources. And you need not to visit to the library. We sometimes talk about the footfalls in library. আরে আপনার লাইব্রেরিতে তো কোনো লোকই আসে না, কি হবে লাইব্রেরি খোলা রেখে? What's the need of the library? Sometimes we used to get such kind of questions from some of our faculty. I don't know what kind of faculty they are, but they talk about it. We don't bother about the footfalls in library. We concern about the usage of the subscribed resources. At the end of the day, we talk about the return on investment, ROI, and we are satisfied. We started our journey using CDS ISS, at least in my career. I learned the first software for computerization of the catalog. Then we changed many different softwares for the catalog itself. Now we have been talking of content management software, Drupal, WordPress. We are talking the archive software, Omeka, and many more, okay? We have been talking about the open access, everything. So life, when we are moving towards the technology, life is becoming complicated, becoming faster. সব কিছু তো ভালো হতে নেই, সব ভালোর কিছু না কিছু একটা খারাপ দিক থাকে. So we are facing those issues. So one of the pertinent issues today we have been discussing worldwide, even in our country, that is academic ethics and misconduct, and finally plagiarism. So let us today discuss about this topic, and as you know, we are running behind the schedule, so I don't have much time. So what is scholarly communication? Let us understand scholarly communication. So scholarly communication refers to activity defined by the Association of College and Research Libraries, the system through which research and other scholarly writings are created, evaluated for quality, disseminated to the scholarly community, and preserved for future use. Okay? So these are the 4 steps from creation to preservation and dissemination. What are the channels? The age-old channels, even the academic journal, conference proceedings, research monographs, research reports, working papers, thesis and dissertation, and patents and standards. And nowadays you will find the blogs like social media platforms are also, we can consider as communication channels for scholarly publication. So it has a long history. You might be aware that the first journal published in the year 1665, so almost 350 years, more than 350 years back, So you can understand the journey the academic journal has passed through. In 1323, in the France, the first learned society, academic society was established. And the Royal Society Transactions in UK, it was established in the year 1660. But interestingly, both they started publishing the journal, scholarly journal. One is journal the Scavens, and Philosophical Transaction of the Royal Society of London. Those two are the first journal published in the year 1665. These are peer-reviewed journals, and over time, the number and kind of journals grew in manifold. If you just have a look, you will find that within this more than 350 years of journey, the number of journal has published exponentially. Growth is exponential. And in different disciplines, even in micro area also, you will find number of good journals are publishing. So then finally, technological changes in the printing world open up the avenues for commercial firms for journal publishing. So as I said that earlier, it was started by the scholarly societies, by the academic institutes. But after that, the commercial firms, they found that it's a good place to have a good revenue, and they jumped into that publishing business. So as Taylor and Francis, so as Wiley, Springer, Elsevier, many more, So this is the kind of story. Now, we the librarian have been facing a lot of issues, even in IM kind of structure, where we are spending almost 10 crore per year for our library resources, even though we have been facing some crisis. So you can think of the other academic institutes of higher learning, about the funding in the library. What is that? The high cost of academic journals, the new journals pricing structure. So I'm sure some of you are the practicing librarian. You might have seen some of the journals, even the society publication. I can name one renowned society, American Chemical Society. If you go for subscription to a few journals, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 journals, you will find that how much money you are paying in dollars. It's huge. And if you talk about the commercial publishing houses, then I can tell you one package of 3 journals, that is tetrahedron asymmetry, and tetrahedron lattice. Both 3 are the chemistry journals and very renowned journals. And it costs almost 40,000 USD for these 3 titles only. So you can understand how much money we have been paying for subscribing those journals. Then gradually what is happening? The learned societies, the academic institutions, they are unable to continue the publishing process and maintaining the journals. They are transferring to the commercial houses. And they are happy to grab those quality journals because they know how much revenue they will earn out of that. Then it's a like monopolistic or oligopolistic market approach. If you go for any other products, any FMCG or any consumer goods, you will find that there are a number of players, and you can have that choice which brand you want to have for the same sort of activity. Maybe one TV, maybe one laptop, you will have number of products in hand with same kind of specification. But if you talk about a journal called, say, biochemistry, Lancet, okay? If you talk about nature, if you talk about science, then you have no choice. You have to subscribe Nature only from the Nature Publishing Group. Okay? So this kind of attitude is there in this scholarly journal market. Then control of the international publishing house, as I said, often they charge authors for the cover page. Do you have any idea about APC charges, article processing charges? I'm sure you have. Okay? But interestingly, sometimes from your paper itself, the image got selected to be printed on the cover page of the journal, the color cover page, a very renowned journal. So as an author, you are happy, your work, your image, what you have designed, that will be printed on the cover page of that renowned journal, that particular issue. But interestingly, the publisher will charge you for printing that image on the cover page. Okay, this is the way of business they are doing, and they are getting revenue, they are earning revenue. Okay. Then finally, the emergence of the internet and network technology have given the scholarly community the tools to bring to reality large-scale barrier-free access to research. So these are the crises forced, all the stakeholders to publish in open access, barrier-free access of literature for the further research. So the open access publishing came into existence, okay? And the academic world was in serious search of alternative to overcome this situation, as I said, and you are all aware, different approaches of open access, gold, grain, hybrid, delayed, came into existence. So now, as I said, this is simply, the green open access, the repository status worldwide, and we are no way lagging behind, though our participation not much, only 110, but most of the occasion you won't find the full text, either embargoed or the full text is missing, okay? So this kind of activity we have. একটু আগে যেটা বলছিলাম সব ভালো তো ভালো হয় না রে বাবা, কিছু তো খারাপ জিনিস আসবে. What is that? So open access publishing invited the predatory journals. So another type of business model to generate more revenues, some sort of unethical practices being introduced as predatory journals. So they open charges for article publishing. According to UGC, you have to publish at least 2 papers in journals before submission of your thesis for getting the degree in hand. So what will you do? You are forced. You even never consulted with your supervisor like Professor Jana or Professor Maharana, and you are ready to publish it. Sir, I've got a chance, I will publish it. Within 15 days it will be available, so I'm happy. Then I will finalize my thesis and submit it to get the degree. So you are forced, you are paying them, you are publishing. Then, ultimately what will happen, you know that very well. So, of course, avoid publishing and save your career. These are the different approaches. We are running sort of time, so I'm not going in detail. Okay, always you should be very careful when you are selecting the journals for publishing, whether this is predatory in nature, or it's a good journal, or the really indexed journal in any databases, that you should be very careful. Who are the editorial team, who are working for that, whether peer review process are being followed or not, so you should be very careful. Or finally, the Bill's list. Jeffrey Bill, one of the very renowned librarian, who prepared a predatory list of predatory journals list, which is available on net. But in between, he got life threat, and then he stopped working on that. So no update, I think, is available after that. 2016 or 17, the list last updated. Then finally, I didn't check it. So this is the kind of situation, okay? So everything is money. Now the question of academic integrity and research misconduct. So what we expect that at least we, the academic people, the researchers, the students, they will act with honesty, trust, fairness, respect, and responsibilities. All these are English vocabularies, Sometimes we feel they are very synonymous. But at the same time, all the words have certain context, and we have to be very careful in academic activities. Little fast I will move. So academic misconducts, you can talk about. One is fabrication, and another one is falsification, other than plagiarism. So what is all about fabrication and falsification? So let us consider some of the examples, so it will be clear to you too. And source, not me, source is given there. So just go through the example. In social science research, sometime interviewer completing a questionnaire for a fictitious subject that was never interviewed, okay? You have got some data according to your choice, and you claim that you interviewed the target audience, and then you have got that result, which is not correct. In the biological sciences also, creation of data set for an experiment that was never actually conducted. Okay, So that kind of activity, don't you think that, it's not possible. People are not that kind, They will give some sort of data which they have never collected. But that happened, and I will show you. Next, the practice of adding fictitious data to a real data set. Sometimes you have collected a few hundred, but your finding is not good enough from that data. Your inferences are not right what you are looking for. Then, according to your choice, you are adding some data with the collected data and getting a result which is incorrect, but you are publishing it. Okay? The clinical research also the same thing, They are giving the false data. But nowadays, I'm sure you are aware that when you are communicating any paper to any commercial publishing house, along with your manuscript, you are supposed to submit the data set too to justify your results. Okay? Then falsification. It's another kind of manipulating of research materials, equipment, or process. Okay? Changing, omitting, suppressing data or results without scientific or statistical justification. So this is nothing but a wrong practices knowingly, okay, to get some kind of results which was incorrect again. So alteration of data, that also happens. Falsification of data and experimental procedures in the study itself. Misrepresenting of results and methods of the study. Sometimes, in biological research, there's a lab protocol, and you have to follow that protocol, standard protocol. So in many occasions, they don't even bother the protocol, they do of their own, and they claim the protocol is followed. Okay? But nowadays, things are not that easy. So additions of false or misleading statement in the manuscript, in the published paper, already published paper, Falsification of research, accomplished publishing the same research results in multiple papers. And I know, personally I met that kind of researcher, they want number, so the same kind of findings with cosmetic changes, they are publishing in different journals. And earlier it was very easy because there was no such tools of plagiarism detection for plagiarism detection, but nowadays it's not that easy. Okay? Then providing false statement again, falsification of telephone calls attempted to collect data for a survey study, which was never happened. So these are very small thing, but it's unethical practices which results the wrongdoing, plagiarism, this kind of activity. Now, academic misconduct sometimes which are unintentional, okay, because of lack of our knowledge, like failing to cite source correctly. As a first-hand researcher, that may happen. As a novice, you may fail. Not citing paraphrased information. When you are paraphrasing, you felt that I am not copying anything, but the concept is there even after paraphrasing. You have to cite the original creator or writer. Incorrectly paraphrasing, paraphrase must be sufficiently distinct from the original one. Otherwise, it's misconduct, unethical. Using a source from the web without proper justification. So sometimes we talk about credible sources of information. If you just put any keyword on Google search engine, you will find, even you don't have to type, you just ask. Okay, AI will fetch whole lot of results, thousands of results, and give it to you, and you don't bother even to think the citation of the source. You will copy from there, you will put it in your project or assignment, finish it up, and submit it, or publish it somewhere. Okay? Then, it's a contract cheating. I'm sure you are aware of this term. It's a contract cheating, There are a number of organizations, number of peoples are waiting for you to write on your behalf. And name will be yours. So just pay them, that's all. Pay the fees. And paper mill, it's not the producing paper. The paper mill is the really a place who will write paper on your behalf and you will submit it to publish as author, as creator. Now the plagiarism is coming after, after that, when after doing all those unethical practices and following misconducts, you have finalized your work, now you are communicating to that and publishing it. Then you will be caught for any, this kind of practice has already been done, that is the plagiarism. What is all about? The stealing of others' work, okay? And claiming it's of your own. Sometimes not the work itself, it's the idea even. Someone else's work, the idea you have stolen and you are publishing a new one of your own. Even you can see not only the paper, anything which is under the IPR Act, anything. These are all coming under the plagiarism issues. Now, why plagiarism? Sometimes back I was mentioning, I mentioned that you are under tremendous pressure because your cash is due and you don't have PhD degree in hand, so the committee will never pass you for the next level. You are, under tremendous pressure. There's a one research work not organized properly. As I said, that it may happen as a novice. Sometimes we are not that organized. Your supervisor is not getting that much of time. 8 students are enrolled under them, number of classes, number of lectures they are giving, they are engaged in different projects and administrative affairs. So they don't have much time. And you are doing of your own work. And you are not that organized. It may happen sometimes. Then poor study habits. Sometimes, 3-4 papers we have read on that as a literature review and good enough we believe. And copyright culture, cut and paste. It's a very old practice and it's very interestingly, from our school days, you might have seen that the students, বাচ্চা গুড়ি গুড়ি তখন থেকে বাবা মা ওদেরকে কি করে কাট অ্যান্ড পেস্ট করে একটা প্রজেক্ট করে জমা দিতে হবে সেটা শেখায়। আমি ভুল বলছি না, কিন্তু খেয়াল করে দেখুন, আপনারাও কেউ যদি বাবা মা হয়ে থাকেন, স্কুলের একটা প্রজেক্ট মা করে দিচ্ছে, এখান থেকে ছবি কেটে পেস্ট করে দিল, ওখান থেকে কিছু লেখা নিয়ে এসে পেস্ট করে দিল, একটা ঘর তৈরি করে দিল, একটা রাস্তা বানিয়ে দিল, দিয়ে এরমভাবে ছেলে নিয়ে স্কুলে জমা দিচ্ছে, হ্যাঁ, ছেলে বা মেয়ে। সো we are developing that kind of cut and paste culture from the very beginning, from the school days itself, and by the parents. Okay? We never ask them, you do yourself. Whatever you are doing according to your level of, your learning, that is final. And develop yourself. We never do so. Anyway, lack of knowledge about plagiarism. Sometimes it may happen that we are not aware যে কেউ একটা ধরে ফেলতে পারে, there is a system, there is a trap, I may put into that and I will be caught red-handed. Okay? And improper citation. Professor Jana will talk about that, referencing and citation. So I'm not going in detail. Lack of referencing, of course, the same thing. Better performer compared to others. So আমরা সবসময় র্যাট রেসে থাকি। দেখবে সব বাবা মাইকেই একটা প্রশ্ন করতে, তোর মার্কস এত কম হলো কেন বল, আমি তোর পিছনে এত সময় ব্যয় করবার পরেও why you have got so much, so poor marks. So marks is the only thing to judge your child, The same way in our country, our culture is, Professor Jana is very renowned in LIS, because he published more than 300 papers. Do you really believe that only number is sufficient enough to judge the quality? I don't think so. So this kind of attitude we have, and we always try to publish at least 10 papers in a year, so that coming 10 years, I will have another 100 publications in my biodata. So biodata will be big, at least for 20 pages. Okay? That's great. Then, but sorry, I have only 5. So plagiarism detection as a cross-ref similarity check. I'm sure you, all of you are aware about cross-ref, you know how it works. Cross-ref, it was as a consortium approach, you know, and a repository where almost 200 big publishers, including Elsevier, STM and other publications also, book chapters, you know, everything are preserved. And in the front end, authenticate as PDS system, plagiarism detection system, it check. So it has a huge database in back end of published document. So as an editor, when someone is, you know, checking the paper, how much similarity they are getting out of that. So it's a really, it works very nice, and it gives, you know, almost 90% correct results if there is any copying from the published papers. What is referencing? It's a citing something. How to cite, our researchers should know, and Professor Jana will talk about that. I'm not going in detail. What is bibliography, and what is the difference of reference and bibliography? Sometimes we don't have the clear idea about the reference and bibliography. Why we will say reference and why bibliography? In-text reference, end-text reference. So these kind of clear understanding our researchers should have. And as librarian, we are responsible for, you know, teaching, for, you know, knowing others. What about this kind of activity to handle, and what are the differences? So researchers in any field, don't think that our students, our researchers in physics, he knows better than you. He may know his subject better than you, but not this area. So as a librarian, you know, there are number of disciplines in this college itself who are offering, you know, PhD courses, and they are getting degree, PhD degree. So they should learn, they should know, you know, all those things. So these are the referencing tool. I believe you know. Style of citations also, I am not going in detail. Now, self-plagiarism, you know. Sometimes we say this is my paper only and I have copied some area to justify my next work. It's not accepted. This is called self-plagiarism. Why? The first thing, when you are publishing anything and you are communicating your paper after getting accepted, not even accepted, when you are communicating, you have to sign one form which is called copyright transformation, transfer form, okay? And you have to sign as an author because you are transferring your copyright to the publisher. So after getting published, the copyright lies with the publisher, not with you. So it's maybe your contribution, your creation, but the copyright lies with the publisher. Preventive measure, how to avoid it. So from the school level itself, not even college or university, all of us, including the librarians, our duty to talk about the plagiarism, to practice it in our own life and propagate among the budding researchers, the students, maybe even the school level or college level. Let them make aware what is the plagiarism all about and how to avoid it. Awareness of the UGC guidelines, constant counseling, organizing training and workshop on plagiarism, then strengthening library and integrate with the research activity and processes, use standard plagiarism detection tool, and development of values, ethics among the budding researchers through practices. So this is a continuous effort and we have to carry on. UGC regulation, should I talk about it, you know, or UGC published one regulation in 2018 in this direction, and some cases I interacted with research scholars at my place, I am Calcutta, they are not very aware about it. So you, the librarian, should, you know, propagate, should make them aware so that they should be aware from the very beginning about the UGC regulations about plagiarism. Next is the responsibilities of higher educational institute itself. It's not only the UGC, the institute where the research is going on or research is being conducted, they have certain responsibilities. What is that? They must implement technological measure to check the plagiarism percentage. Some of the occasions you will find that the institute, library, or the institute itself doesn't subscribe any such standard tool to check it. So they don't get opportunity to check the plagiarism. Accessible to all the people engaged in research. Any work submitted must be accompanied with a declaration that such work is free of plagiarism. There must be one committee, publication committee, who will check all those things. Adopt a plagiarism policy. What should be the policy at the institute level? Okay? Submit the soft copy under the Sodhganga e-repository. So it's a huge repository, you are all aware, and Odhyokya Maharajo bollen. So we must submit one copy there so that we can check if there is any plagiarism there or not. And an institutional repository, if you have a look, that a good number of institutes, they are having the institutional repository, so one copy must be submitted there to avoid this kind of malpractices in future. And there, of course, would be one internal publication committee, and your manuscript will be passed through, screened through that committee itself before publishing. UGC has given some areas clarity. All quoted work produced and reproduced, with necessary permission or attribution. All references, bibliography, table of content, preface, and acknowledgement, and minor similarities are exempted. And they have prescribed certain penalty also. No, not penalty here, the level of acceptance. Up to 10%, it's called level 0. Level 1, 10% to 40%, level 2, 40% to 60%, and level 3, 60% and above. There is a dilemma, when we are talking about level 0 is up to 10%, so what does it mean? So if you interpret it that my thesis is 300 pages in total, so 10% I mean 30 pages, very simply I can copy, because it's matching the percentage, but it's not that. Okay? So don't interpret this thing in a negative way. Now, some consequences, they have given that. What will happen if you are under level 1? In that case, your thesis, you have to resubmit it within 6 months. Okay? And if it's the case of the faculty, then withdrawal of the manuscript by the committee. And next, level 2, can you see the consequences? Then I am not going to talk about it, just have a look. So these are the consequences already prescribed by UGC in its guideline. Now the consequences in general, which is more important, loss of reputation. So as a faculty, as a researchers, you have certain reputation, and it will be vanished. Retraction of manuscript. Are you aware that there is one database, international database called retractiondatabase.org? The paper, after got published, if this kind of malpractices detected in any time, immediately the paper will be retracted, and that will be preserved in the retractiondatabase.org with the details of the malpractices happened in that paper, with the country name and everything. So let us have a look. Some of you might have not seen, but very interesting, and you will check it at your level. So if you just put here the name of the country, like say India, and search it. একটা বাংলায় কথা আছে না, ডুবে ডুবে জল খাই, মনে হয় শিবের বাবাও টের পাচ্ছে না, কিন্তু সবাই টের পেয়ে যাবে। কি বলছে খুলছে না কেন? নেট তো আছে, একটু দেখবেন, আমার এটা দেখানো খুব জরুরি, মানে হাউ ইট প্রিজার্ভ। এটা কি ভার্সনের জন্য? এটা কাজ করুন, এটাকে কপি করে নিন, ইউআরএলটাকে কপি করে নিন। Just type India. Search. Anyway, it's not working. Please. হ্যাঁ, ভার্সনের জন্য এটা কাজ করছে না। retractiondatabase.org, please check it. The way I checked, put the name of the country, India, and all the papers got retracted with the name of the institutes, name of the researchers, and the reason for retraction. All are given. After 10 years even, the paper got retracted and put in the retractiondatabase.org. So, say for example, you know some researchers, some scientists, some academicians, some professors, whose paper got retracted. So what kind of attitude will you, bear with you regarding that faculty or researcher? So you can understand. So let us go back to the presentation and finish it within time. And legal consequences, it's again, legal consequences, it has certain, let me check if it's opening or not. Yes. Law related to plagiarism. Plagiarism in India is more like a moral issue and not a legal one. So there is no direct implications of the legal implication. Okay. Still, the Indian Copyright Act, if there is any violation, okay. So when you are copying, if something happened, the plagiarism, like you are copying some text from anyone else's work, then of course you may be, called to the court on Copyright Violation Act. So this kind of consequences you may face. What are the plagiarism detection tools? Out of the list, there are a number of tools are there. Some of them are free, but not that authentic, and doesn't have that kind of strong database behind that, and doesn't fetch the good similarity report. Good one, of course, we have been using it, Authenticate, that is the Turnitin product, and Original, in Flipnet, they subscribed for all the universities, and sometimes they distributed that free of cost. I don't know, Ravi, do you have Original Urkund software? Do you have access to that? No, you don't have. And the researcher can use that as a plagiarism detection tool. But of course, Authenticate is the best one because they are using the cross-ref in the backend, and they give you the better results compared to any other such tool. These are the tools again. There's certain limitations are there. Some kind of it's online only text could be checked, and similarity index may be generated. What about the print, which was published long back and available in print only, no digitized form, available? Then how can it check? So that kind of limitation is there. Limitation in regard to the mathematical formulas, some pictures, images, tables, and some vernacular languages also, it cannot check. So this kind of problems also there, but still at least 80 to 90% of the similarity can be fetched just by using these plagiarism detection tools. There are a number of case studies and very renowned persons, renowned, shocking instances of plagiarism in the publication of right-wing think tank India Foundation, an organization is there. And if you just have a look, there you will get number of cases like US-China trade war and its impact on India, the article published, and from which area is copied, from which article, how it has been copied. So that kind of report also there. So you can understand that uh, it's like a CC camera. You are walking on the street, but someone is looking you. No? So this kind of surveillance is there, and we have to be very careful. So number of this kind of case studies are there. I'm not going to all. So what are the ways and means, to upholding ultimate values? Because policing system is not enough to control the wrong practices, unethical practices. যদি এরকমই হতো তাহলে আমাদের পুলিশ থানাগুলোই যত চোর ডাকু চিটারদেরকে পিটিয়ে ঠান্ডা করে দিত আর এগুলো হতো না। That had never happened. So we have to inculcate, we have to develop the value system. We criticize others. So how we are different if we practice the same thing in academics and research? Then we are in the same boat. So the value systems would be developed. Educate the student, from the school level itself. Don't force them in the rat race to get only the marks as parents. So you didn't get good marks, so you are not performing well. And doing their projects of your own so that he or she can get good marks. That should not be the practice. Credible sources of information. Sometimes back, I mentioned if you search anything in internet, you will get millions of results. And the sources are unknown to you. So always believe the credible sources of information for your work to justify. Then avoid, citing and referencing, as I sometimes mentioned, organize author workshop and start advocating from the school level itself, not in college or university. And rest is, thank you. Any question if you have, please.
Question? Any doubt?
So
No?
thank you once again.
Hello.
We come out there to felicitate our second speaker, Dr. Shiv Shankar Chana sir. Please introduce Jana sir.
Good afternoon to you all. Now our speaker is Dr. Shiv Shankar Jana. Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, University of Kolkata. He is the gold medalist in Master of Library and Information Science in the year 2000-2001 in Jadavpur University. He also stood first in digital library management postgraduate diploma in the Jadavpur University. He has written 5 books and near about 125 research articles published in reputed journals, conference proceedings, book chapters, etc. He has also delivered and presented invited lectures and papers in different forums. His domains of interest mainly knowledge organization, ontology, scientometrics, digital resource management, e-learning, etc. PhD awarded to 6 scholars, and most interestingly, I am one of them. I am the first scholar of it. And 4 students are pursuing PhD at present. Now I request Jana sir to deliver his precious lecture. So please.
Okay. কিছুটা সেফ হবে ঠিক আছে চলো না ওকে respected respected principal sir, actually who is the ultimate person behind the screen, and the in front end Ravi Kumar De and Sudipta Vishas. They have beautifully organized all the things, and other dignitaries, research scholar, speakers, and my dear student. So, good afternoon, everybody. And thanks to mainly Robi for giving me the opportunity to share my knowledge. So, actually, I will discussing about very common, very basic things, and I give you assurance that most of the people, they do not know how to, conduct the literature review scientifically, and how to, give the references in a smart way. So my topic of discussion is literature review and referencing, a smart solution for researcher. So you all know that basically what is literature review? Actually, I just identified 7 steps, that is brainstorming ideas, then to gather the general background information about your, the topic and focus on your topic, then you represent maximum 3, facet or keyword to represent your topic. Then you do search the literature and then identify the overlapping area and gap area in your research, and then give the bibliographic reference in the literature review. Okay, so first one is brainstorming the ideas. You all know that basically we do research mainly for getting any degree from your institution or organization, or to solve any problem of your organization, of your locality, of your country, and so on. So first you have to identify the overall area where you are interested to do the research. Okay, then you need to gather some background information on this topic, and you can consult any general encyclopedia for that, or any textbook, just to gather the basic knowledge about your research area. Then focus on your topic. You know that the highly locally confined or highly broad subject may not be considered for the research. So you have to limit your topic by limiting the geographical areas, by limiting the culture, frame, discipline, time frame, or population. Okay, so you need to limit your research for a micro research area. Then step 4, that is make the list of useful keywords. Then you have to identify some basic keywords to represent your research topic, so that you can search the published literature for your research area. Then you do search the different catalogs or database, or any internet search for gathering your publication already published according to your research, and then you find the overlapping area. This is the most vital the steps in literature review, to find the overlapping area and ultimately to find the gap area where you want to do the research. Okay, so first you have to know what is the gap area and how many types of gap area in any research. So I identified basic 4 types of literature gap area, that is classic literature gap, disagreement gap, contextual gap, and methodological gap. You see, first one is classic literature gap. So suppose one technology has come, say ChatGPT, a new technology, or suppose Web 2.0, a new technology has come, and you want to accommodate this new technology in your library, in your industry, or in your organization. So you need to identify the gap in your organization or institution. So this is called the classic literature gap. So one technology or one concept has emerged, but it is not applied in your interest area, in your organization. Just you need to apply these techniques or tools in your research area, in your interest of domain. So it is very hard to apply or conduct this type of research. Basically, first time researchers, they do not want to find the classic literature gap. Then another gap is disagreement gap. So disagreement gap, you see, suppose say in one topic, say smoking is the only cause for cancer, suppose. This is a topic. So if you go to the publication, you will find that 1,000 or 1 lakh article have already published on that particular topic. But if you see in detail that 95% or more than 95% published, they actually conclude in a one result, and only 5% or 2% people differs the conclusion. So you can identify that this is also a gap. Though the 1 lakhs or 1,000 already published article on that area, but this is a gap. This is called the disagreement gap. You can do research on that gap area. Okay, and another one is contextual gap. So most of the novice or first-time researcher, they find the contextual gap. Suppose a research has been done on, say, public library automation status in West Bengal. Just you can do research, say, public library status on Bihar. So you just change the context by changing the geographical area, by changing the time period, or by changing the population culture and so on. Okay, so contextual gap. And another one is methodological gap. So some people do research mainly on quantitative basis. You can conduct same research on qualitative methodology. So these are called the methodological gap. Then you see how to actually smart way, how to conduct the literature review to find the gap area. You see, first you have to collect all the related published article on your research. Okay, so suppose you see the picture, 3 Venn diagrams are there. So suppose you have collected 25 or 22 articles already published or related to your research. So first you assign the serial numbers to all the literatures as a prefix, 1, 2, 3. So you just prepare a list of 25 articles and just assign 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 25. That is serial number. Okay. So then divide your research topic into relevant facet, maximum 3 facet, broad relevant facet. Suppose I want to do a research on sentiment analysis of the book reviews in Goodreads. Suppose one research scholar. So the 3 facets are the sentiment analysis, book reviews, and Goodreads. Okay, so I draw basically a Venn diagram for sentiment analysis, a Venn diagram for book review, and one Venn diagram for Goodreads. And they overlap to each other, intersect to each other. You see, suppose a facet is sentiment analysis, and I just go to the literature, mainly the abstract area and some objective or some the result or analysis area, and then identify that this particular article mainly it cover the sentiment analysis. Other 2 facets are absent. Suppose. So one, you see, is it visible? Oh, so 1, 10, 4, 7, 11, 13. These 6 papers mainly concerned about the sentiment analysis. And again, on book reviews, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 papers. That is 2 for serial number. 2, 12, 4, 7, 11, 5, 8, 9. And on the Goodreads, 3, 6, 5, 8, 9, 11. Okay, 13. So then you see the intersection area between A and C, that is A plus C, I identified A plus C mark. So 4, 7, 11s are common to C and common to A. So you strike through this 4, 7, 11 from facet A and 4, 7, 11 from facet C. So only 1 and 10, that is two articles. Oh. So you see mainly two articles, that is 1 and 10, mainly it describes the sentiment analysis, and you see 2 and 12 book reviews, and in the similar way you identified the overlap area, that is B plus C, that is 5, 8, 9 articles, B plus C, that is B and C, and only 13 number, 13 means 13 serial number articles, they comprises of A and B facet. Okay. So your gap area is this one. So no article is found which actually encompasses sentiment analysis, of book reviews, of Goodreads database. So this is your gap area. Okay, so you identify the gap area and these are the overlapping area. Okay, but another situation may happen. So you see, in this gap area, you can also get one article or two article or three article, which these 3 or 4 articles or one article cover sentiment analysis, book reviews and Goodreads. So you then go to the next step. That is, I identified that is 4 publication on your topic. Suppose 13 number article, 15 number, 18 number and 21 number. These 4 articles basically in the gap area, that is overlapping area of these 3, the facets. So again I study the detail of 13 article, that is I identified place, time, contextual gap, place, time, method, data source. You see 13 number article, suppose it only covers India, book reviews from India, and only cover time period, that is 2000 to 2010. They use the method X method, suppose, and data source is Goodreads. And 15 number publication USA, time, X method and Goodreads, and similarly 18 and 21. So here you see the gap area is basically the time period, that is no one cover up to 22. This is a gap area. Okay. And all these 4 articles, they cover only the data set fetched from the Goodreads. So we can identify, if you want to study mainly on India, then you see 2 articles are there on India. Their time period is 2010 to 2020, and they use basically X and Y the method, and Goodreads is the data source. So my topic will be like that. The data source may be Amazon data source, the method may be the Z, and the time period may be 2010 to 2022 or like that. And the place is India, because I am interested to do research on India. Okay. So in this way we can identify the gap. Okay. So then after identification of the gap of say 25 articles or 50 articles, then you write down or save all the bibliographic detail of the literature already published on our or your topic. Okay. Then then already previous speaker already he mentioned that the referencing is my part, so I do not go in detail of referencing, because you know how to give the reference, but the main intention is how to give references and how to, search the relevant literature on your topic in a smart way using the tool, then I am interested on that area. Okay, so this is the publication discovery tool. So before you go to the your topic of discussion, then first you have to search some relevant documents, that is pilot study, to understand your research area. Then you need to search. You need to identify huge number of articles on your research area so that you can identify the gap. Okay, so these are the just 6 tools I mentioned here: and insightful open knowledge map, connected papers, lit maps, co-sites, and researcher rabbit. So here I want to only discuss the insightful. Okay, so insightful is very beautiful tool for discovering the published literature on your topic. So another, this is very common. What is citation? You all know that citation is basically alphanumeric expression embedded in a body of intellectual work, that is in-text citation, and the corresponding tagging to the references. So in-text citation and corresponding reference entry, simultaneously we call it the citation. Okay, so you see, what are the algorithm used in insightful.xyz? So if you go, if you consider a citation, then basically citation is represented by a graph. You see, suppose 0, one article identified a sign 0, then 1, then 2. So we call it 0, 1, 2 are the 0, 1, 2 are the nodes. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, that is 3 articles are the nodes and connected by a edge. So you see the nodes are 0, 1, 2 and edges are 0 to 1 and 1 to 2. So, but if you consider the academic paper or citation, so the graph is not like that, because this is called actually directed graphs. But when we are considering about the the published literature or citation, citing literature, cited literature, this is then we consider the directed graph. You see, the first one is, so 1 is node, 2 is node and 0 is node. So 0 to 1, these two nodes are connected by a edge, that is 0, 1. But arrow is there. So 0 article, 0 number of article, they cite 1 article. So 0 article cite 1 article. Okay. So, and 1 article they cite 2 articles, and 2 article they cite 0 article. It is not possible, because if 0 article cite 1 article, you see there, then the 0 article, so 1 article is, 0 article is earlier than 1. 0 article cite, so 1 article is, again 2 article is earlier than 1 and 1 article is earlier than 0, but not, it is not possible that 2 article cite the 0. So this is called directed cyclic graph. But in Insightful XYZ, they use a directed or directed acyclic graph, where you see 0 article cites 1, 1 article cites 2, but 2 articles not cite 0, 0 article cite 2. That may be possible. Okay. So these are the algorithm behind the Insightful.xyz. And another two algorithm is when we consider to search the similar literature or important literature on our topic, they use importance and similarity to concept. See that the importance is basically, we all know that basically importance is measured by the number of citation of the article. But insightful.xyz, they consider importance based on the page rank algorithm, that is Google page rank algorithm, where they consider the number of citation, but one citation from which source. Suppose one of my article, published article, got say 5 citation, okay, 4 citation from local authors which are not so recognized author, but one citation got from say Tim Berners-Lee, who is the father of Web 3.0, that is semantic web. So as one citation got from Tim Berners-Lee, so the weightage of one citation is more than another citation from where we received the 4 citation. So one citation got the huge amount of weightage. Therefore, only number of citation is not the important one for searching the similar or reputed articles on your topic. Okay, and another one is similarity check. So how do I compare the similar articles to my research area? They use basically two algorithms, that is bibliographic coupling and co-citation index. And for bibliographic coupling, they use the algorithm Adamic adder algorithm, that is summation of mathematical formula, summation of, you see, the W epsilon sigma u and the intersection sigma r. So this is the mathematical, this is not required here. You see the two concepts, that is bibliographic coupling and the co-citation index. So in bibliographic coupling, you see A and B are the citing paper, okay, and A and C, D, E, F, A cites C, D, E, F. In the reference of A article, there are 4 articles in A articles and 4 articles in B article. So we can conclude that article A and article B, as these 2 articles cites 4 articles both, then we can conclude that A and B somehow related, somehow similar. So if my topic is in this area, so we can consult this one, we can consult this one. And another concept is co-citation index. So just opposite. You see here A and B, okay, are cited, and citing document, 4 articles already published, they citing document, in their reference they use A and B. So somehow A and B are related to each other. So these two concepts they use for similarity check. And insightful XYZ, they use the data source Microsoft Academic Graph, Semantic Scholar, Unpaywall, Crossref, and Open Citation. So huge, they cover huge number of database. And they also, it is a open source type, because they open the SQL query panel so that you can search in your own by using the SQL query. So now I want to দেখি এখানে কি চলছে। এর মাঝখানে কিছু কোশ্চেন থাকলে বলতে পারো, ক্ল্যারিফিকেশন রাদার, কোশ্চেন নয়, অর সাজেশন। নেটটার কি কিছু প্রবলেম হচ্ছে? ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে, চলছে। So this is www.insightful.xyz. So tools to help you accelerate your research. Suppose my research topic, I have identified research topic that is sentiment analysis of book reviews in Goodreads. Suppose you can type here just a minute. So it will give you list of the related articles here, and you can also copy and paste the DOI, digital object identifier, here, or you can upload the RIS of BibTeX format, bibliographic data to here. Just suppose I select this one relevant to my research area, so immediately it will create the the citation graph. You see 75 cited by citing total 20 published in 2015, no open access, graph depth, and so on. So you see this is the citation graph, how the papers is related to each other, and they will also present all the similar papers of that particular papers I have selected earlier. So all the similar papers, you see. So similarity is based on the back end, they use the bibliographic coupling and co-citation index. Okay, so suppose then you see this one, this article is required for your study literature review. So click here and then add to the paper. So you see the 2 papers is added. So again you go to here, suppose you see they according to the similarity, published year, and name underscore cited underscore by. So these are all basically SQL query. You see, if you click here, that is SQL, so SQL command will appear. Suppose I want to say I just see from paper P where published year greater than 2021, suppose, then run the query. So all you see, so all the article will come which have published after 2011. Okay, so you can also configure your query. Then so ultimate you need to select all the relevant articles on your topic. So just a minute. So again you see these are the similar papers and these are the important papers. So importance paper based on the page rank algorithm. So suppose this one suppose is related to your research, then you add to this paper. So you see 3 papers have already added to your account. Suppose you see review papers, click here, add to this paper. Okay. And just hypothetically, just I am adding all these things. So you see the 5 papers are added here. Then you go to the shape, then BIP text, RIS, Mendeley, Jotero. Suppose I am using RIS, Research Information System, file format. So literature review reference, I save it. Okay. So just I have collected 5 articles, that is all, maybe 25 articles or 30 articles on your topic, on your research area. So these are the literatures. Okay. So okay. Then we need to conduct the literature review. Okay. Then we conduct the literature review and identify the gap and so on, and write down all the your report, maybe research article, maybe thesis or dissertation. So then you have to use the different type of citation style. I will not go in detail. Then you see, then you need to manage the reference in a smart way. So I have identified 3 tools. Already Microsoft Word is also a tool. There is just scope for give the references. But Mendeley and Zotero, these are very important tools. So I will discuss thus Mendeley. So recently Mendeley, recently not, in 2000 and onwards, they basically published one Mendeley reference manager, but earlier they actually developed 2 Mendeley. One is Mendeley desktop and one is web compatible Mendeley. So I am using the earlier version because it has some advantages. You see the actually, suppose your topic is the sentiment analysis. So first you create a folder, that is sentiment analysis. Okay. I have created sentiment analysis. I am select this folder. Then you see you can add the file, you can add folder, you can add manually. Just I am adding file. So you can add files. You see, suppose I have already downloaded a full text article. Just open. You see the articles, full text articles is embedded here under the sentiment analysis. If you click on that, all the bibliographic data will appear in the right hand column. Okay. You see, this is a survey of this one, IEEE transaction, abstract is there. You can input tag for social tagging. You can, if you find that some data are wrong, then you can also edit this one. So, or you can also drag and drop the full text article here. You can manually, you see, you can manually add your bibliography information. First you have to select the type of document, say book section, journal, etc. You can also do this. Okay. And you see, you can also, you go to file and you can also import, because I have already, downloaded the RIS format from XYZ, Insightful XYZ. So you see RIS, Research Information System. This is the bibliography information. Click on here. So you see the magic. So all the articles I have, downloaded from XYZ automatically integrated to Mendeley desktop. Okay. So then you see, just I minimize it, then I go to the web, then you can https://www.mendeley.com. If I go to the web, then you see, just a minute. So I have already signed in. If you signed out, so two versions are there, two modes are there. One is for desktop, another is for web. So first you need to sign in. If you are a new one, then create a free account here. So sign in, then just a minute. So if you click on library, you see, this is my library. So cultural heritage and one publication. So you see here, just you side by side see. Here is two, the collection, that is cultural heritage and sentiment analysis. But in web only one. So you need to synchronize it to the web. Click here. It will take some time to synchronize to the web database of Mendeley, so that your all the article you have, uploaded here, all the bibliographic information upload to your desktop version, it will be synchronized to the web version. Okay. So then come to here and you see the sentiment analysis has come. Okay. So, and all the articles also available here. So you can use the web version and also you can use this version. Okay. So another thing is, you see, in desktop version there are some, you see, if you click on view, library as a citation view, click here, all the information will be citation like entry. If you click here, citation style, say IEEE style, so citation will be changed according to the IEEE format. Okay. So suppose I want to as a library as a table, just you see table, journal, author, article, published here, added in, etc. Okay. So now if you click on the tool, so here three tools are there. Install web importer. So click here. Then get web importer for Chrome. Click here. You see, so I have already imported earlier. So it is here. Then you see, another tools is there, that is MS Word plugin and Get Mendeley site. 3 tools are there. I have already, integrated all these things. Now I want to show you how to manage the reference in your, literature. So just suppose I have opened simple an article. Okay, this article, suppose you take it as a thesis or journal article. Suppose this is my article. Okay, so if you want to insert a citation here, click here, cursor is here, then go to the references. Then you can use this one for desktop version, you can manually cite for web version. Suppose you see, suppose I am using the manually cite. Click here. So it will ask get started. Then you need to put your password here. The password username for desktop version and the web version, both are same rather. So suppose if you want to insert a citation here, you go to here, you see the sentiment analysis, click here sentiment analysis. Already they identified 5 articles here. Suppose you want to insert these articles as a citation, click on and insert citation. So you see the citation is inserted here. If you click here to change the citation style, say IEEE, update the citation style totally, it will be in a changing format. So, and you see after the end of the chapter, suppose this is references. So click here and go to here and insert references, continue. So you see according to the IEEE references is inserted here. Again, if you suppose place the cursor here and you want to insert another references, say suppose this one, you see the references is inserted and the automatically another references is created. Okay, so if you change the citation style, then automatically everything will be changed. Okay, or you can also give a citation. Suppose click here. If you go to insert citation, then go to manually desktop. So click here, then it is desktop version. Okay, so if you click particular this one and cite, so this will be interested. But these two, if you go to the reference section, only 2 references are there, because 2 references are given through the Mendeley site and 1 reference from here. So either you use insert citation from Word plugin, or you can use the Mendeley site for web version. Both are not permissible. Okay, and another thing is that you see, suppose any web page, say just I am typing my name, you see, say this one. So this page I want to give citation. first you you see here, actually if you click on tool, then you see install web importer. I have already installed web importer, which is installed in the Google Chrome. Okay, so you see this logo is there, or you can go to extension, and then if you pinned it, then it will be appear here. Okay, so I pinned him already. So suppose I want to give this page as a citation, click here manually, then so you see, click here, add to my library. So already you see, if you click, that is sentiment analysis, and add, so this paper already will be added to here. You see, if you synchronize it, you see the paper is already added. If you click here, all the bibliography information will be here. So in this way you can manage the citation. Okay, and another tool, just a minute, and just one more. Already we are behind the time schedule, na? So take, so you see, so you can also search the articles from the Mendeley itself. Suppose here, click here. So if you find, you can also limit your search by, say journal articles. You can also click here only 2023, 2 articles will appear. Suppose this article is very much important for your research. So add to library, go to the add to library, that is Mendeley library. Then view in library, click here, view in library. So it will appear here. So if you go to the all references, just a minute, measuring citizen. This is measuring citizen is already incorporated here. You just synchronize it to the desktop version. You see, also synchronize it. Oh no, sorry. You need to first select this one, then go to the organize and go to add collection, then you select the sentiment analysis and then add. So it will be added to the sentiment analysis. Okay, so okay, so in this way you can manage smart way. In smartly you can manage all the citation, you see, and all the all the detailed tools are there in web version, also available in. So 3 tools are there. One is Mendeley site, another is Mendeley desktop, and another which is web importer. Just if you go to any article in web, relevant article of your research, then you click on the plugin, Mendeley plugin, so your article will be added automatically. So in this way you can do conduct effectively your literature search and give the citation so that you can avoid the plagiarism issue. Okay, thank you. বলো, কিছু জানার থাকলে বলো, মানে কি প্রবলেমের জায়গা, আমাদের তো অনেক স্টুডেন্ট আসছে, বলো।
হ্যালো, কোশ্চেন করছি না, এটা
হ্যাঁ
শুধু জানতে চাইছি
হ্যাঁ
যে
হ্যাঁ,
ওই ডিফারেন্ট টাইপস অফ গ্যাপসের কথা হলো না একটুখানি, তো ওখানে ওই ক্লাসিক্যাল গ্যাপ বলে একটি বিষয় ছিল, সেটি একটু জানতে চাইছি।
হ্যাঁ, ক্লাসিক্যাল গ্যাপ মানে যেটা আমরা বললাম যে ধরো চ্যাট জিপিটি একটা কনসেপ্ট এসছে, কি চ্যাট জিপিটি করে? চ্যাট জিপিটি একটা টুল যেটা হচ্ছে কম্পিউটারকে শেখানো হয়েছে। আমাদের যেমন ছোটোবেলা থেকে আমরা কিছুই জানতাম না, কোনো ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ, কোনো টার্মিনোলজি, কোনো কনসেপ্ট কিছুই জানা হয়নি। ছোটোবেলা থেকে যা যা শিখেছি, এই জিনিসটা ম্যাঙ্গো, আম, এইভাবে দেখতে আমরা শিখেছি। কম্পিউটারকে সেভাবে শেখানো হয়েছে যে দিস এই ব্যাপারে একটা ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজের কোনটা সাবজেক্ট, কোনটা অবজেক্ট, কীভাবে প্রেডিকেটটা তাদের সাথে অ্যাসোসিয়েটেড হয়, গ্রামার, এভরিথিং শেখানো হয়েছে। সো দ্যাট সে একটা নিউরাল নেটওয়ার্কিংয়ে আমরা যেমন কাজ করি হিউম্যান বিং, তাকে শেখানো হয়েছে সে কাজ করতে পারে। ফলে তাকে আমি আর্টিফিশিয়াল ইন্টেলিজেন্স দিয়েছি, মেশিন লার্নিং দিয়েছি, সো দ্যাট তারা পারমুটেশন, তুমি যেমন কাজ করো অ্যাজ এ হিউম্যান বিং, তোমাকে যদি বলা হয় যে হোয়াট ইজ কিছু একটা কনসেপ্ট, ডিজিটাল লাইব্রেরি, তোমার এতদিন যা শিখে এসছো, তোমার মাথায় যেগুলো ঢোকানো হচ্ছে, সেখান থেকে তুমি পারমুটেশন কম্বিনেশন করে মেবি কপিড, হ্যাঁ। কিন্তু যেটা মোস্ট অফ দ্য বিউটিফুল থিং ইন চ্যাট জিপিটি হচ্ছে, সবগুলো কিন্তু কোনোটাই কপিরাইটেড নয়। এটা হচ্ছে বিউটিফুল কি মানে ম্যাসাকার জিনিস আমি জানি না। সো এবং তুমি যদি বিউটিফুল একটা সেন্সে যে তুমি একটা জায়গা থেকে কপি করলে, সেই কপিটা তুমি চ্যাট জিপিটিতে ঢোকালে, ঢুকিয়ে বললে যে প্যারাফ্রেজ ইট, ওটাকে আবার প্যারাফ্রেজ করে দেবে, ঠিক আছে। এমনি প্লাজারিজম সফটওয়্যার ধরতে পারবে না, তার জন্য এআই ডিটেক্টর আছে, সেটাও আবার পেরোনোর রাস্তা আছে। তাহলে চ্যাট জিপিটি একটা নতুন কনসেপ্ট এসছে। এবারে তুমি চাইছো এই কনসেপ্টটাকে আমি ডিআরএম বলে একটা কনসেপ্ট আছে, ডিজিটাল রাইট ম্যানেজমেন্ট, কপিরাইটের একটা সিমিলার ভার্সান ওপেন ইতে অনলাইন সিচুয়েশানে। তো এই জায়গাতে আমি কি করে সেটাকে অ্যাপ্লাই করব, তাহলে এটা একটা টাফ এরিয়া। একটা টেকনোলজিতে মানে বেসিক সায়েন্সে একটা রিসার্চ হয়েছে, সেবার তুমি ক্লাসিক ওয়েতে এটাকে কোথায় আমি করব, তাহলে পুরোটাই গ্যাপ তোমার কাছে। কিন্তু ইট ইজ ভেরি মাচ হার্ড ফর নিউ রিসার্চার। এইটা হচ্ছে ক্লাসিক রিসার্চ।
Hello, sir. Hello. Sir, I don't understand the contextual gap.
Contextual gap is basically if you give some context. Suppose you have identified a research topic, just say public library automation status of public library in West Bengal. Okay, so if you see the earlier published articles, huge number of articles are there. Okay, but most of the articles they cover only say 1990 to 2010. So one context is here gap, that is 2010 to 2022. So limit your research by time. Suppose all the publication, all the earlier publication has published only on a particular population. Suppose say information seeking behavior of the Santal. You just change the context. So you change the context, that is the information seeking behavior of the Nepalese. So you change the context, so gap will appear. Okay.
Any question?
এটা খুলে দিলাম।
Okay, then. So then we will conclude here, and we'll go for lunch. Lunch is getting cold. So our last session, technical session, we will start at 3 o'clock then. Okay. Please give introduction for our speaker.
Now our speaker is Dr. Bulu Maharana, Professor, Shambhalpur University. Professor Bulu Maharana serving as Professor and Head of the Department, Postgraduate Department of Library and Information Science. He is Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences in Shambhalpur University. He started his career as a documentation executive in Indian Institute of Management, Indore, and subsequently he joined in teaching and continuing as such for last 22 years. His areas of specialization include information retrieval, digital library, and open access to scholarly information. He has published one book and more than 80 research papers and scholarly articles in various national and international journals. He has been serving as a member of the National Editorial Advisory Board and peer reviewer of many national and international journals. He has successfully guided 5 research scholars at doctoral and more than 40 scholars at MPhil level. Dr. Maharana has also been discharging his duties in key administrative positions in Shambhalpur University, including Professor in charge of Central Library, Chairman Board of Studies, Chairman NIRF, Nodal Officer NAD, and Director HRDC. So I request Professor Bulu Maharana to deliver his lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Deye. Esteemed research person and invited guests, Dr. Ghosh, Professor Mahapatra, Dr. Jana, Mr. Bishwas, Mr. Rabi, all the senior professionals, and my dear students. First of all, I'm little skeptical because after lunch, post-lunch session, for me at least, having a full belly lunch and then delivering is very difficult. But then the earlier speakers have made my task easier because the related topics have already been discussed during Dr. Ghosh's presentation on ethics and plagiarism issues, and thereafter by Jana sir relating to this reference management and literature review. We are in a profession which has seen the drastic changes. Like all other professions have gone through a lot of changes, but I feel library information science over the years has gone a drastic change. In 70s we were in a library which we were feeling proud looking at the stock of books in our library. I have 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakhs and millions of books. But today you can see that the libraries have changed. We don't find such collections are there in our libraries anymore. Our libraries are available anywhere, anytime today. Similarly, our priority areas have changed over the time because of many factors, both internal as well as external. And most imminent and most important external factor which has affected to libraries are the emergence of information and communication technology, and particularly the internet and the World Wide Web, which happened in mid and later part of 1990s. We believe that the revolution in the society has been brought in by the developments in the industry. There has been industrial developments, and the industries have affected in many ways to our society, and therefore the industrial revolution has impacted on the societal revolutions. So similarly, as key institutions of the society, when we are talking about an age when we say that where the importance is on information and knowledge, that the centers of information and knowledge, the careers of information and knowledge are mostly affected by such revolutions in an industry. If you talk in industry, you have seen that industries are now, they say that the industries are now in industry 5.0. So the libraries also have to be matching to that kind of a revolution happen in industry. Similarly, when we have got a new avatar altogether, when the www came as a medium, some people say it is replacing the libraries also, but which actually is not. But then the developments in www has also affected the libraries. And if you see, the web also has gone through several developments, and 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and now the 5.0 is coming up in the web technologies. So similarly, our focus is matching to these developments as well. But the old values are the same. As Ranganathan used to prophesize many decades ago, books are for use. So today also we start the basic of our profession from that, the first law of library science, that the books are for use and now the information is for use. And every person should have his or her required information, and every information, piece of information should find the person who is looking out for that. So if you can analyze this, then you will find that there is a indication to this kind of a model of open access, because late in 80s and prior to that and after 80s and during a few years, the best things are under the paywall. The best things were not available to us. The best research papers are in the custody of the people who charging huge amount of money. That were not, and we are adapted to that, and we started believing that if something has been substantially contributed to the sphere of knowledge, then it should not be openly available. But gradually that mindset changed, and some people in 1980s, they started questioning this setup. Why this is happening? When the knowledge is for everyone, knowledge is a public good, then why they are under paywall? Because here I can relate with the great Swamiji's institution, which is a missionary institution, who believed that the mind is the greatest library of the world, of the universe. The mind is the greatest. If the mind, then the mind cannot be under paywalls. Mind is open to everyone. So with this philosophy, actually this open access concept was started. These are the outlines of my talk. And knowledge is power. Of course, everybody knows that those are those powerful countries who actually have the proper knowledge system, has maintained, have a system of acquisition, processing, storing and disseminating information, are the powerful ones. So knowledge is power, and knowledge is multiplied if it is shared. And this is the old Sanskrit sloka which says that knowledge cannot be stolen away, and knowledge multiplies if you share it with others. So then we came to a stage when the information becomes so huge, because the information production channels are so efficient in producing this information. Today, as you can see, that you cannot even estimate how much of quantum of information in digital form we have created ourselves, how much of WhatsApp posts we have posted on Facebook and whatnot, emails and everything. So the information overload is happening, and this was actually coined by Alvin Toffler many years ago in 1970 in his book Future Shock. When there is an information overload, and the required information is under the paywalling system, under the custody of a few, that cannot be accepted. And then information is not only for the person who has created it. Information and knowledge helps the others to recreate that and create new knowledge. And from this of John Salisbury, about this great person, Sir Isaac Newton, he said, "If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of the giants." If we are able to think of something new, that is not something which is absolutely new, that the base is something which has already been done, which has already been discovered, which has already been experimented. So we always need to refer to those sources, those ideas, those publications which are already there, created by the authors. Then this is by Judge Barnett Shaw, the great writer, who says that if you have an apple and I have an apple, and we exchange our apples with each other, then still we'll have one apple each. But if you have an idea and I have an idea, and we share each other's idea, then we both will have two ideas each. Great thing. So similarly, if something has already been discovered, something already have been researched, then we should know it. If our ideas mixed with the ideas of the others, then we can multiply the ideas and can do wonders in the research area. But there has always been a situation like this tug of war going on between the people who believes in the best things should be there under paywalls. It should not be available. Even today, there are many people who are thinking of, one of my students doing a research on this open access self-archiving and the issues, various issues, why people are not interested. Many of the people are not interested to self-archive their work. And like every common man thinks that if we self-archive and if it is easily available when you Google it, then its importance will not be felt. If something is very good, that has to be there hidden, and you have to actually pay for that to get it. Then only it can prove its worth, but it's not. So there are two groups of two ideologies that are fighting with each other. In one side, there are, of course, those who are making profit out of the business, the publishers, the vendors, and all those partners who are in the business of actually publishing and creating content. And the other side, there who believe in the free availability of those content for the benefit of the humanity, for the benefit of the society. But strange is that we as librarians, our job is that let the beneficiaries of the commercial beneficiary partners be in the other side of the tug of the war, because they are the direct beneficiary, commercially benefited. But what about those people who are our friends, who are the researchers, who are the authors, who are the scientists? Some of them are also believing in, and they are also in that the same side. And our task is now as library information professionals to change those non-believers of OA to believers of OA, and let them realize that if I am doing a research, then let my research be in the benefit of the humanity. We should not confine, or we should not limit our objective to increase the citations only, to find out the citations, and thereby I'll get my promotions and all, I'll individually be benefited for. But we should all realize, rather as library information professionals, we'll make them realize that as a scientist, as a researcher, as an academician, you have a more greater role to play. You have a lot of responsibility towards the humanity, not just for or individual gain. This question was asked by a scientist in one of the oldest journals, The Lancet. He was a medical scientist, a biomedical scientist. He questioned, what is the point in doing science if it were not to be accessible? If I am doing a research and the research is under paywalls, it is published in one of the reputed journals of a publisher, and the cost of which is, as my previous speaker was referring to, is in thousands of dollars. Do you believe that our institutions, our universities, our colleges are in a position to subscribe them? If you are not able to subscribe, then how we have access to the research that has been done? So we are categorically making them away from the research which has been added to that. So this question actually became the epicenter of thought worldwide. People started thinking. This happened in 1980s. And another factor which actually given rise to this question was the serial crisis, which Dr. Ghosh was referring to. The serial crisis. What is the serial crisis? The prices of the journals are 500 times higher than the general price index. Can you believe it? The journal prices of science, technology, and medicine journals are abnormally high, and which is, we can say that is because of that refers to economically is a monopolistic competition. When there is only one, and that journal is published by that one publisher, then you will have to subscribe to those content. That was happening. So that is why this question was pertinent at that time. And this question actually shook the entire academic world. And thereafter, a lot of movements started. And you must have read that the academic stream movement was started for a long time. And people from various walks of life joined with that movement. And many people from IITs and IIMs and many other institutions of national importance joined that movement. They said that we are not going to be a part of any academic activity conducted by the commercial publishers. We will not be submitting our papers for publication in their journals. We will not be a editor for that. Why is that? Because the basic question is this: when we are doing research with public money, taxpayers' money, and the output of our research, the outcome of our research is published in a journal which is not accessible to me. There is an interesting story behind the Wellcome Trust that one of the biggest funders of UK when Mark Wellport was the director of that, they actually sponsored a research project on malaria cases, why there are so much of malaria cases in some part of South Africa. And then the project was completed and it was published in the shape of a research paper. And curiously, one morning he was trying to find out the research, and when he find that and clicked on the full text, he was denied to access, as he is not a subscriber, he has not paid for it. So he become disappointed, and then he actually thought of starting a project where the serious research can be published in open access forums, and that took the shape of the Public Library of Science. Public Library of Science, you all know that one of the very leading publishers in the field of open access. Only within a few years of time, it started only 2006, and the journals are now competing with 69, 70 years old journals today. The impact factor is so high. So it is an answer to the people who are believing in that the open access stuff are substandard, low in quality, they get less impact and citations. So they were all proved wrong, and this fact was published by ISI long before in their research. So what is open access? Many people, Ajay said that our things are open access, but when I click no, it will not be available, it will only be available after 6 months. Some say that after 6 months only it will be. So it's not open access. Open access is something which there are lot many the latest one is, as you know, that BOI, Budapest Open Access Initiative, and prior to that the Berlin Convention, and the other one Bethesda Convention. There are so many, and at the national level also many conventions and have been conducted, and these are the three most prominent one. And the BOI Budapest Open Access Initiative has given this definition, and worldwide this definition is accepted. And there you can find few things which will clear our idea of open access. Is one thing is immediate, not 1 month, 6 months, or immediately after the research is completed and it took the shape of a publication, it should be available in open access. Immediate, permanently, not for some time. During the COVID, we have seen that many people come up with their philanthropic mindset, and they said that it was only a business policy, because otherwise people will go far away of them as customers. They try to bridge in their customers, giving the stuff in open access form. But immediately when the COVID restrictions were gone and the government declared there is no, then they stopped giving. So these are not open access. Open access is permanent from the day one until the last. Toll free. There should be absolutely no price, no price be charged in any form, and non-gerrymandered. There should not be any change into it. Some people that this version is open access and that version is closed access. It's not like that. The paper in its original form should be available without any change, and of course it should be available online. So these are the 5 things which actually completely define what open access is. Benefits, as you all know, that open access has got all these benefits: visibility and impact. If you talk in terms of the research output, the one immediate thing comes to our mind is visibility. It should be visible to more and more people. If a author has written a book, he wants to know how many people have read his book. That is what his satisfaction is. So similarly, a research paper also has to reach as many as readers or the beneficiaries possible. So the visibility is one of the most important thing, and in closed access, which is not possible. You can find it out, but you cannot have access to that. That is what there is restriction. So visibility is one important thing which is there in OA, open access. Then impact, of course, when it is visible, impact will come. So in a crude method of measuring the impact of research paper as in practice today, counting the number of citations, though many people have now recently, the research appraisal system is going to change entirely, because only by counting the citations you cannot measure the impact of a research. You might have seen, if you are doing a research in a very limited scope in an area of this particular region, if you submit the research paper in an international journal, you will get back a sorry message saying that the scope is very limited. How could this, whether the scope is limited or, but the research is targeted to a particular problem and the problem is solved. So in what way the research is going to benefit the society, benefit the community, benefit the individual? That is the most important thing. In which journal it is published. But today we are in that mindset only. If it is published in number 1, quartile 1 journal, then we feel happy about that. How many people have read it? How many people have benefited out of that? So open access has changed that mindset of appraisal of the research. Then it helps in policy making. Of course, if it is in public domain, it does all those things, as you can find here, that the public can find. So therefore, the accountability, when we are living in a democracy, that every bit of our action, because we are living in a society where we are hugely supported by the government, our education is supported by the government, our everything. So when you are doing research, so that we should have an accountability to give it back to, because in a country where the percentage of GDP that is spent for higher education, let alone the research, you cannot believe. So that is also very difficult for the government, because we have got other priorities. So when we are investing such hugely important resources of our country, collected in the form of taxes from the general people, then we must have an accountability towards them. If you are doing research, then we should show that research has something to do with them. It is not only in my laboratory and in my research journal. It should not be like that. That is why now you must have come across such news that research is now going towards a different dimensions altogether. I've read somewhere that the funding agency is now going to, now the funding is not sufficient to go for research. So that is why now crowdfunding is being done. If you are writing a research proposal, then you are not going to actually impress upon the funder to give you a fund, because the funding amount is now going shrinked day by day. So therefore, who are your audience? Your audience is a community. Your research paper should be able to explain in what way your research is going to help the community, help the students, help the teachers, help the other people in the society. So once they are convinced, then they are going to invest in your research. They will become the investors in your research project, and the benefits will all be shared with them. This kind of a ecosystem we are leading towards today. So in that, this open access has got an important role to play. Okay. And these are the different types of open access. Now all we are acquainted with, but gold, green, hybrid, bronze, diamond, black. So these are the different types of open access that all of us be knowing. But the most important one are the two major models of open access are the gold and the green. The gold open access which is the other form of the open access journals. Open access journals. As I have given you an example of the Public Library of Science or those journals. So these journals are published with a mandate that the journals are not going to cost to the users, the readers. The end users will not be asked to pay for it. But then where from the cost of publishing comes from? The cost of publishing, the cost of production of those journal articles are coming from the authors themselves. And we are termed it as the APC, article processing charges, or article processing cost, that is to be borne by the author himself. But many of us, many of the scientists, not only from India but worldwide, are not in a position to accept this kind of a model. That is why now you might have heard about the coalition S, Plan S model, which is now being started with some European countries, now becoming a worldwide model, that anything which is published should be available to anybody and anywhere. So how this is going to happen? This is going to happen through such kind of a model where the APC has to be borne by somebody, and the rest of the others are going to get it free of cost. But there has been in report that many of the Nobel laureates have gone against it. They are not supporting this model of open access, this model of scholarly communication. They are not accepting it. They are saying why the funder or the author has to pay for it. And they have, in the back end, they are having some other arguments, but the immediate argument which they pose is that why should a person who has given so much of his efforts in doing a research and writing a paper would again be giving the article processing cost. So this model is not a model which is which has got a long term. So this is questioned. So at a point of time when people are not agreeing to it, that then in the next model of open access, which is very, very important, is this green open access. And this green open access, which you all know that we basically have three models: the traditional models, the alternative model, and subversive model of electronic publishing. Students might be knowing that the alternative model says that along with the print there has to be an electronic version of it. We who were working in 90s, earlier part of 1990s, we used to get EBSCO CDs. The journal articles are published in print, and along with that we were getting a CD-ROM version of the electronic copy of that by paying something around 10%, 15% extra of that. So in order to promote the access to the content, those are the a parallel publication was. This is a traditional model. Then we got alternative models in 2000. So exclusively only in E format the publication started. That is again, and then we found that they were sold in bunch packages. You wanted 5, you have to buy 500. So like that. Then again, it was not a model which was accepted by many, and this is not. Then the subversive model came. The subversive model said that the author by himself can archive his own work in one of these repositories for any barrier-free access by everyone. Without any APC, he did not have to pay to anyone, and then the content is available for access by everyone. This is the green open access, which nowadays is given a lot of importance. because you never know how long the gold open access will continue, because many of the repositories of the world which was started under the DLI projects in USA and ELI project in UK has been stopped, including the SOSIG and many of them. Why is that? Because the government was hugely patronizing that. But how long? There will be a point of time they'll stop spending on that. So similarly, there are people who by themselves are spending for and then bringing out the publications will stop because they will have other priorities. So this gold open access is not for all the time to come. So that is why the green open access model has been accepted worldwide, and it is that is why that time it was allowed that any researcher can upload without any peer reviewing formalities. So the made archive, bioarchive, and all those archives were accepting, and even the publishers were accepting a quick peer review system, immediately peer review, and then after that they found they were not ethical, many of them, but some of them were really wonderful. So that is what now today's thing is. We are more towards, so that is what the industry 5.0 and web 5.0 is. Web 5.0 is known as the emotional web. Emotional web. So it is like the emotions of the human being. You might have seen that Sophia humanoid, that robot. It was abruptly stopped because of many reasons. It started developing human emotions. So that is why that project was so. So technology is today. It is not only the way human beings are doing. It is now the necessity that we should orient our technologies to think the way human beings are thinking, the way human beings have their emotions. So that is why now industry is prioritizing on customer satisfaction. Where from it has come? Gone are the days when they were looking after their profits. Now profit is secondary, but the primary thing is the customer satisfaction, because the human is at the center place. So similarly, today the libraries also have to reorient them in this way, and open access is one such framework which is going to have a long term effect on the libraries and the society at a large. So therefore we will promote open access in various formats. We will orient our teachers, we will orient our research scholars about these formalities. Many of have a fear that my research will be stolen by others. Some people will claim something else and of their own. If elsewhere is not published, once it is published, then I get my recognition. Unless it is published, then I may lose my identity and somebody else will take the credit. This type of fear, psychosis is there even today also in the minds of our researchers, even senior researchers. So that being in such a profession, we have a responsibility to actually orient them, and OA support is required. If you today will find this Wikipedia is asking you to pay for, it is a contribution whatever you feel, because how such a huge source of information can maintain itself? It requires everybody's support. So OA support is required, and OA archiving. We will promote everyone to archive it. If something is good, let others get the benefit of that. Then only the whole spectrum of open access will function in its own way. So I think with this, these are some of the things that I wouldn't want to. Thank you.
Hello, 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 hello.
So thank you, sir. So now we have four paper abstract presentation. So we need 5 minutes for preparation, prepare the dais and the laptop. Then we will start. And I ask every presenter to finish their presentation within 5 minutes, maybe, and then 2-3 minutes for discussion and question, because we are running out of time.
hello, 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 hello,
Hello, hello. hello, hello, hello. Hello.
Very good afternoon to all. Respected chairperson on dais and respected audience. Today I am going to discuss digital humanities and responsibilities of library professionals. So the time is very short, so I will try to round up the matter quickly. Digital humanities. Digital humanities focuses both on the application of computing technology to humanistic inquiries and on humanistic reflections on the significance of that technology. Now, in 2007, the Council on Library and Information Resources, CLIR, commissioned a year-long study of digital humanities centers to explore their financing, organizational structure, products, services, and sustainability. The study defines such centers as undertaking some specific activities. Activities are building digital collections as scholarly or teaching resources, creating tools for authoring, building digital collection, analyzing collections, uses of digital collections and analytical tools to generate new intellectual products, creates a zone of experimentation and innovation for humanists, serves as an information portal for a particular humanities discipline, and so on. Now, what are the roles? First one is digital scholarly publishing. Many libraries are already equipped with the basics for supporting researchers on digital edition projects, such as scanning equipments, optical character recognition software for enhancing the accuracy of scanned text and making it editable, searchable, and encodable via XML. The second role, digital libraries and digital collections. Libraries are deploying digital collections in immediate file formats, essentially as data, to allow downloading en masse and in turn expedite submission to computational or other methods for analysis, modeling, and visualization of resources. Now the third, text mining. Scholars are often limited in what they can study by the availability of machine-readable or printed texts. Librarians are negotiating for access to digital collections that facilitate distant reading and making sure their own collections are accessible from distance as well. Digital pedagogy, whether it takes the form of a one-shot session or an ongoing embedded relationship, class-based library instruction is a common responsibility for librarians. At the most basic, library instruction sessions give students the essentials of how to find library resources. Librarians often go beyond this and develop complex assignments with teachers and instructors that are designed to give students encouragement for doing deep research. Assignments like this can be an engaging way for students to connect with library resources and help them develop new skills. Now, approved and adopted as policy by the American Library Association Council in 28 January 2023, the ALA core competencies reflect basic knowledge gained through LIS education, job onboarding, and ongoing professional development early in a library career. It is essential that library professionals working throughout their careers in school, academic, public, special, and government libraries be lifelong learners to acquire specialized and advanced knowledge beyond those specified in these core competencies document. Gateway knowledge. These are the core competencies of librarianship according to ALA. Employ the ethics, promote intellectual freedom. Understand the legal framework in which libraries operate. Second one is information resources. Consider the issues related to the life cycle of recorded knowledge and information. Lifelong learning. participate in and lead ongoing professional development, recognize the role of the library in continuing education and lifelong learning. Management and administration apply the principles of effective and supervisory practices and human resource management, training and development, organization of recorded knowledge and information, maintain the systems of cataloging, collection building, metadata, indexing and classification standards and structures. Reference and user services employ techniques to discover, retrieve, evaluate and synthesize information from diverse sources for use by varying user populations and information environments. Research and evidence-based practices recognize the ethical and appropriate application of key research methods, techniques, and designs in the field. Social justice contribute to an organizational climate that encourages, supports, assesses, and rewards work that promotes social justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And the last one, technological knowledge and skills. Identify appropriate technologies and uses them to support in accessing and delivering of library services and resources, understand and navigate ethical and cultural considerations and impacts on library practices and community members when applying technology to library services and resources. And the third, conduct regular evaluation of existing and emerging technologies and their impact on library services and resources in terms of accessibility, practicability, sustainability, and effectiveness. So what is the conclusion? In capturing how libraries and librarians are contributing to digital humanities at their institutions, it is important to note how much community engagement goes hand in hand with building capacity for DH. At the same time, there are signs that a better understanding of libraries' role in digital humanities projects is needed. Most librarians claimed their organizations do not have a policy or written statements that characterizes the support they provide for DH activities. Funding sources are also an issue. If DH succeeds best when it is a communal effort at institutions, even interinstitutionally, then the responsibility for funding it should be more evenly distributed across those involved. Performing a needs assessment or an environmental scan can help clarify what the appropriate responses and approaches should be. These are the references. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Any question from the audience? I have one. Okay. Not only question, but I want to know that you have said that ALA, not ALA, is okay or not?
Actually, it is a abbreviation, so I just pronounce it ALA. It is ALA. No, actually, Web Kuta, CUTA, but we should pronounce Kuta. Actually, it is the concept and acceptable format. So, just I don't think that there is any objection in pronouncing American Library Association as ALA in spite of ALA. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's why I'm telling you that it is ALA or A. What is that? Because we have learned from our side from it is ALA. No, it should be pronounced as ALA, but while addressing the matter, I pronounced ALA, and sorry for that. No, not yet, sir. Actually, we have organized the library orientation program for the newcomers, new students, but other programs like outreach to society and other cultural activities, we haven't tried yet.
In simple language, what is digital, humanities?
So digital humanities is whenever we are using digital tools on humanistic issues like history, English, the subjects of humanities, and the approach of the humanistic scholars towards the application of those technologies.
Today's topic is e-learning, a new dimension in higher education. The time is too short, so I will discuss the main points only. Presentation outline, types of e-learning, importance of e-learning, characteristics of e-learning, etc., and e-learning SWOT analysis. Actually, the term e-learning was first coined by the Elliot Massey in the year 1999, and this was the first instances that the term was used in a professional context. Introduction: we live in a knowledge based economy that is characterized by advancement in technology, globalization, intensive competition, and rapid changes in customer needs. To be able to consistently cope with these changes that stay ahead of the game, the workforce must keep itself constantly updated with new concepts, skills, and technologies. We all know all knows that what is learning, and then what is e-learning. It's a type of learning where internet technologies are used to deliver a broad array of solutions that enhance knowledge and performance. The students and the teacher interact online in this type of learning. Digital learning, types of learning: online learning, blended learning, e-learning, and offline digital learning. Why e-learning? There are two, one of the resource person, there are two great equalities of life in the internet and education. By combining the two, e-learning will be the great equalizer in the context century by eliminating barriers of time, distance, and socio-economic status. Individuals can now take charge of their own lifelong learning, said by John Chambers, CEO of Cisco System. Expand opportunity of education, expand quality of education, and increases the delivery of learning, improves efficiency of teaching. E-learning reaches a wide target audience by engaging learners who have difficulty attend the conventional classroom training. Delivery cost of e-learning are considerably lower than those of classroom facilities. instructor, time, participants, travel and job time, lost of classroom session, lost to attend classroom session. E-learning can offer effective instructional methods such as practicing with associated feedback, combining collaboration activities with self-paced study, personalized learning path based on learners' needs, and using simulation and games. The benefits of e-learning, especially for specially able students, for learning disabilities, for physical disabilities, for visual impairments, for hearing impairments, and for psychiatric disabilities. Benefits of e-learning, and then characteristics is e-learning. There is a table which shows that building an e-learning culture, building an e-learning culture, teacher, administrators and learners. E-learning approaches. There are two general approaches to e-learning. Self-paced, it is completely independent, and instructor lead. It provides different levels of support from tutors and instructors and collaboration among learners. And e-learning approaches can combine different types of e-learning components: e-learning content, e-tutoring, e-coaching, e-mentoring, collaborative learning, virtual classroom. In e-learning content, simple learning resources, interactive e-lesson, electronic simulation and job aids. E-tutoring, e-coaching and e-mentoring, this was the e-learning approaches. The collaborative learning and e-learning methods. Synchronous learning. Synchronous events take place in real time. Synchronous communication between two people requires them to both be present at a given time. Examples: chat, conversation and audio and video conferencing. Advantages: learning happens in real time. Participants can share their ideas during the training session. Continuous and immediate correction is possible, and trainers can personalize training. Asynchronous learning. Asynchronous events are time independent. Asynchronous learning takes place at any time. A self-paced course is an example of email, or discussion forums as are example of asynchronous communication tools. Advantages: learning happens at the learner's convenience. Learners gain in the depth of subject knowledge. Learning is available just in time for instant access to knowledge. Training research reaches all learners simultaneously. There is a uniform learning across the organization at no extra cost. You all knows that the blended learning. What is blended learning? Blended learning combines different training media, example technologies, activities and events, to create an optimum training program of a specific audience. The term blended means the traditional instructor lead training is being supplemented with electronic formats. And advantages of blended learning: organization can improve training and learning effectiveness. There is an extended reach, development cost and time can optimize. And this is the difference between traditional classroom and e-learning. The e-learning process. Successful e-learning organization use the ADDIE process of developing e-learning course. The acronym stands for analysis, design, development, implementation and evaluation. An overview of this process can be illustrated through the following diagram. E-learning tools are email. We all know that email, chat, online forum, web, video conference. And then the SWOT analysis of e-learning. Strength: ability to offer education to large number of students from distant location. Education is more accessible to people with limited financial resources, less time commitment necessary for corporate student, best instructors making best courses available to all. Weakness, large commitment to technology needed from universities and corporation offering e-learning courses, lack of face-to-face contacts with students. Current technology does not support low cost, high bandwidth, synchronous student teacher interaction. Then the opportunities, ability to reach the world instantaneously with the latest news and technologies, ability to train scale force and employees about product advancement, and access to courses from a variety of universities, decrease long term education expense by shifting learning programs to the web. And then the threat, lack of student interested, equipment and technology requirements restricted adoption of learning, lack of human interaction deters the learning process. Most corporate instructor lead courses at last 4 to 5 days. Comprehensive coverage of some topics would be the lost in a shorter e-course. And top 10 e-learning companies in India, we all knows Byju's, Dexler Education, Educomp, GS Learning, Excelsoft, etc. E-learning platforms, we all knows that the MOOCs, massive open online courses, virtual learning environment, video streaming services, virtual instructor lead training, discussion board, forums, podcast. And e-learning, other e-learning platforms are Udemy, Data Camp, Udacity, EDX, Coursera, LinkedIn Learning, Skillshare, Khan Academy. And role of academic libraries in e-learning, academic institutions depend on library resources and services as their main source of knowledge for both study and instruction. Libraries have been early adopters of new information system and services as new and better information technologies have emerged, and they have developed into institutional entry points for digital knowledge resource like online journals and special media collection. Libraries have been crucial in supporting e-learning programs and courses by finding and organizing resources to complement them, as well as offering assistance to students as they complete their assignments. In conclusion, ICT e-learning offers opportunity to raise educational standard in schools. Large range of ICT tools are available for teaching and learning, close the gap of digital divide. Involvement of teachers and parents is important. Schools will need funding, access and training, and this is the references. Okay.
I think no questions. Chalo next.
Thank you, sir.
In our college, and out of 4 we got 3.8, which is highest in India right now, this year. Uh, Highest mark.
Wow, that's a great news actually. That's a really great news. ডাউনলোডও করি ও অলরেডি দেখছি তো অলরেডি তো চলে গেছে হ্যালো মেল করেছি ডাউনলোডও করেছিস 10 হ্যাঁ ফাইন জাস্ট করে দে দাঁড়িয়েছে okay thank you very good afternoon to everybody so today I am presenting one of I don't know what is this but regarding the learning and the it's a service oriented program model actually so I just think about that chamber that is written here that is learning chamber in academic library a innovation so I think it's innovation because I have searched many time in the website like Google especially our forefather is Google but not only Google but everywhere I have searched that term learning chamber there is not so called learning chamber on the web actually so there is no literature review actually so learning chamber that comes from that to see that picture actually this is doctor's chamber whenever we go whenever feel ill then we just enter to the doctor's chamber but when we feel that we have to learn something there is no chamber without the class if some student has left the class some student has bunked the class but he or she just want to know that what is the class was but it was not e-learning it is just offline traditional system but there is an opportunity for those students who just missed the class if it is possible to incorporate that service in the library so it may be helpful for those students actually so that from that view has came out from me from my mind that it may be a good things whether it is associated with the library so main objectives for the learning chamber it's just an innovative service if it is accepted otherwise it is not so it came from doctor's chamber then learning chamber so when we just we think that when we are going to the doctors we just find out what's the doctors here doctors in our college or university in higher education system our subject experts are the doctors economics teachers physics teachers math teachers they are the subject experts and the patients are the student so we feel sick regarding that type so we just enter to the doctor's chambers so what is the purpose of the learning chambers to share more effective learning to the student obviously if we got that much teacher with us to know from them it is obviously a great thing for the student to save the time of the students to solve the academic problems to help to find out the way of self-orientation from the subject experts to enlighten students with exhaustive knowledge with their equipments. And these are the purpose and what are the objectives of the learning to provide learning along with the scheduled time. We know there is a routine. Actually, we have some routine. So beside the routine, if we get the teachers from learning, so it will provide that thing also. And it's a sound relationship. It will build up a new relationship with the teachers or the subject expert with the student, and it will be to extend effective service toward the student from the library along with the circulation services. So if we set up that chamber in our library or beside the library or our institute, we have to some instrument, that is reference books we have in the library, register of the people's student registrations or student we have that things, files and writings we have computers, we need printers, we have speakers, projectors, internet connection and so on. These are the basic instruments that we need or provide to overcome that or to build up that learning chamber. So how the learning chamber will work? So teachers are invited. So basically teachers are very all our teachers So we know teachers are very busy person indeed. But if in a college or an academic area, if we request some teachers that please provide some time for the student, for your students, not daily, but weekly, if you manage only 20 minutes, if some economic teacher has allowed Monday for 20 minutes, we have just slot it. And then we just uh, make a notice to the student that that teacher has available at learning chamber. If you have some doubt, any student can register themselves and talk to him or her, that teacher. That can be sought out. So students are informed then registrations of the people, the student registration is completed. Sitting arrangement was there, both beside the library or in the library. Then after the clarifications and everything, whatever the doctor prescribed us a prescriptions, and teachers at that chambers, he or she will also give some notes, give some information regarding his or her or students' ability, disabilities. Okay, then suggestion slip will come out. Then the library will work as a pharmacist, because library has books, library has information, library has the potentiality to service to the student. That's why after getting that suggestions from the teacher, the library staff or library may serve their reference service or referral service and so on. That's why that student may be benefited more and more. Okay, and if the student has been benefited from that procedure, he or she must have some feedback. If he is satisfied or not, he will further contact with the teacher in that learning chamber. So that's the only thing. But I have just written down that things. Subject expert and student sitting arrangement, their sleep, circulation in section in the library, reference and referral services, feedback, reply to teachers, everything. That's in one places is there. Okay. So basically, this is the just a hypothetical, just is a assumption. It may be works or not, I don't know. But it's just think to see the doctor's chambers recently. Okay, so there are some benefits. I just point out that things. Students are benefited with particular suggestions. Class may be recapped with highlights. Student can express his or her problem. We have seen that many students can express in the classroom, all the students are there. If they have some opportunity to share themselves to the student or teacher, so they can express themselves better. Increase the interdisciplinary learning approaches. If someone, some philosophy students, he or she may want to know some economical problem, then he can join that economic serve teacher or teachers. That may be interdisciplinary approaches, or teachers get extra honored. Harmony in teacher and student relationships. Increase the employee and staff engagement in the library. That we at the librarian, we know that how to manage to staff. It is quite difficult. But obviously, everything has some demerits. It may be some demerits. Students may not attend the class. If they have opportunity to enter to the library chamber, learning chamber, they may be bunk the classes. It may happen. Otherwise, teachers' timing, teachers may not be available on that timing, or initially cost. Obviously, if in our country, library is very neglected area, as I know, as you agree maybe. So that at that place, it is very much cost-effective things to do to make that learning chamber. So not only do librarian, not only librarian can do all the things. For responsibility, it is initiated by the government. It should be, library registration should be there. UGC has to take care regarding this. Library committee, library authority, as well as the library, they all can do their things. Conclusions, lastly, fifth law, we know library is a growing organism. So library chamber may be helpful for the student, for those who want to learn better. So it may be the some extension of that fifth laws, it satisfies that fifth laws actually. And every institutions, we just, Sudipto just announced that that college has got the highest rank in NAC. So that's why that thing come, because the infrastructure, the education, the learning process is better. So if it is adopted here, so it may be more and more better for that institution. So that the things. Thank you.
Okay, any question?
Yeah, yeah. হ্যাঁ ফার্স্ট অফ অল হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে অ্যাব্রিভিয়েশনটা উচ্চারণ করা যায় না, অ্যাক্রোনিমটা উচ্চারণ করা যায়, উচ্চারণটা হ্যাঁ। আচ্ছা আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ 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 প্লিজ বলো। হুম হুম এক্স্যাক্টলি এক্স্যাক্টলি, এটা আমার কলেজেও হয়। না সেটাকে বলতে পারি না, কারণ সেখানে ওই সমস্ত ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট নেই, সেট আপটা নেই, আদারওয়াইজ টোটাল বিষয়টা সেম আছে। সেটা তো আমার কলেজেও হয়, দুজন স্টুডেন্ট নিয়ে টিচার বলে আমি এদেরকে একটু পড়াবো, একটু জায়গা দিতে হবে। তো দ্যাট থিং হ্যাপেন, সেই দিক থেকে আরও বিষয়গুলো এসছে মাথার মধ্যে, যে এরকম যদি এটা পার্মানেন্টলি করে দেওয়া হয় এরকম একটা কিছু, তাহলে মনে হয় এটা বেনিফিটেড হবে, সমাজের পক্ষে হবে, আমাদের লাইব্রেরি সার্ভিসের ক্ষেত্রেও এটা আরও বেটার হবে, আরও একটু বেটার হবে, এবং সেটা ভালোই হবে, সেটাই হচ্ছে বিষয়। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ একদম already that thing happened.
Library, learning center, learning corner, learning section.
এরকম একটা
New name that is learning chamber, and therefore you did not get any
anything regarding this.
If you search the learning corner in a library, I think the
concept that. So okay, thank you. I will search. I will search. I will search definitely. Thank you. Yeah. Obviously, that's why. Yeah. Yeah. Over. Doubt clearing class. They join their class. He conducted that. Mm-hmm. Arrange. Yes. Yeah. I understand. That thing happens. Yeah. Yeah, tutor is also doubt clearing. Yes. Yes. Yeah, yeah. Discuss with the students. Yes. That culture was there, but it is not associated with the library actually. So I'm just trying to incorporate the library service and extend that services, the area, that things. Learning chamber. No, no. 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 Because I have seen in my college, and also she also agreed that sometimes the teacher came with two students. Okay, please arrange some. Yeah. Please arrange. There is no place here and there. The library is a peaceful place, so I came here. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, not answering. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That maybe human library was that concept was human library. What the renowned persons as they are came and they have lectured some kinds of. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My topic, our topic is intellectual property rights in digital libraries. So here are some contents: importance, copyright laws, trademarks, patent law enforcement, and the lastly conclusion. So here we start. Okay. Okay, sir. So here the major slide important is IPR in library environment. So IPR provides creators of digital contents with the legal means to protect their works from unauthorized use and any distribution. Secondly, IPR also help to ensure that digital libraries have access to the broad range of information and content that is legally available for use. Third is supporting licensing agreement. It supports licensing agreement between digital libraries and copyright holders by providing a framework for negotiating the terms. Fourthly, protecting the integrity of digital content. IPR helps to protect the integrity of digital content by ensuring that it's not altered, modified, or used to manner that could damage its reputation or value. A digital library is the library in which are collection of stored in digital formats like print, microforms, and accessible by computers. So here are some laws in digital library. Firstly, copyright law is equally applicable in internet and in digital platform for any digital tools like creation, expression, storage, and distribution. It protects law to produce original works of authorship such as literature, music, and art from unauthorized reproduction. Copyright law gives creator the exclusive right to reproduce and distribute their works. Most importantly, digital libraries must also implement technical measures to protect copyright materials from unauthorized access or copying. This may include digital rights management technologies. Um, DRM allows copyright owner to prevent alteration of their works.
The another law is trademark law. The trademark law are the signs or the symbols, the logos of names registered by the manufacturer or the merchant or the enterprises. The trademarks law in digital library refers to legal framework governing the use to the trademarks in digital library collection. Digital library must comply with trademark law by avoiding the unauthorized use of trademarks in their digital collections. This includes avoiding the use of trademarks that are owned by others without permission or that may cause confusion with other trademarks. Digital libraries should conduct a trademark clearance search to identify and potential trademark issues before using any trademark in their digital collections. And their other law is patent law. Patent law is protects the invention and process from unauthorized use of or reproduction. The patent law also provides creators with the exclusive right to make and sell their invention. In the digital libraries, it applies to digital content such as libraries own softwares and databases. It gives creators the exclusive right to make and sell their invention to the receipt and compensations for the use of their inventions. The enforcement of the IPR in digital library. The IPR in digital library are enforced by copyright, trademark, and patent laws. These laws allows creators to protect their works from unauthorized use or reproductions. They also allow creators to receive compensations for their work.
Well, in digital libraries, enforcement of intellectual property rights is done through a variety of methods, including civil integration, criminal prosecution, and technology protection measures. Conclusion. Intellectual property rights in digital libraries are important to protect an intellectual property of creators. Copyright, trademarks, and patent laws provide creators with the exclusive right to reproduce, distribute, and performing their works. Digital libraries provide creators with an opportunity to protect their works and receive comprehension for their works. By understanding and respecting intellectual property rights, creators can ensure that their works are protected and that they receive the comprehension they deserved. Thank you.
Thank you all for presenting beautiful presentation. Please.
thank you all. Thank you all the speakers for giving us such vast information on your topics. And thanks all the presenters for contributing in this seminar and all the participants for your patience. So today we are ending here. So tomorrow 10:30 we again start our seminar. And before you leave the premises, please take tea and then go. Thank you. 10:30, yeah. We'll start 10:30 tomorrow.
It is more or less, you can consider it as a offline demonstration. And since there is a problem they are facing in organizing, I will try to do it as quickly as possible. ChatGTP as an e-resource. All we know that maybe in Indian context, maybe it started around 2000, but rapidly it has become more popular. Digital media become more popular, not only through the student. Because of the students, it was also forced library to move from the print media to digital media. And that may have a many good reason, that may have some problem, but okay. One thing we must understand, that we cannot stand against technology. There will be always a change, and we have to face. We can hold the change for maybe 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, but ultimately it will show up us. So it is better to observe the technology as early as possible. So, but I am not a technologist. I don't pretend that I have a knowledge enough to really explain the technology behind the ChatGTP. As a ex-library professional, how it may help, where are the problem, and some best practices I will touch on. And before starting, I just want to conclude one thing, that I am very after preparation of this presentation, earlier also I was enjoying my retirement life, but now I feel much better because I don't have to serve any user. Okay. So what will be I have only 6 points, but I have total 85 slides. Okay, don't get worried. What is ChatGTP? Availability, key concept, how does it work? Difference between Google-like search engine and ChatGTP, application, possible areas of application, pitfalls. Pitfalls is not an error, it is an unintended problem. Okay. Best practice, concluding remarks. Concluding, I have already told you. Okay. Now, what is ChatGTP? There is an organization called OpenAI. They have developed this particular service, which it has certain, what should I say, characteristics that I will explain in the next slide, and that give you some idea. If you have not ever visited the ChatGTP website, then you will see very simple one interface where you can interact with the ChatGTP. Okay. What is that? It understands and generate human-like responses based on text conversation. It can understand only the text. It cannot understand anything else. It cannot give you an based on image search. It cannot give you some other type of search. It can understand only the text. But one important point is there, like conversation. Just if you have met a librarian, library personnel, you can go on talking. Most probably you will say something to him or her. He or she will respond back. Again, you can go on talking. That is called conversation. Everybody, we are aware of that. It has that ability. That is very important. And it has a knowledge base. They call it as a knowledge base, which cover most probably all the subject area, all the fields. So you can talk with its many aspects of the life. Acha. And again, it can generate the human-like text. That we'll see in the demonstration. Okay. And it can have a personalized, and it can remember the context. So here important point is that it is a natural language. You can talk with it. It can understand only the text. It can generate the response only in the human-like text language, any text language. Even it can generate Bengali also. And it can give you a personalized experience. And all this point we'll see certain examples. Okay. ChatGPT, it was revealed on 30th November 2022, so it is only 3 months. It is now free, but US has a paid version. So in future also, most probably when it will be totally ready, everybody may have to pay. That part I don't know. And at US, they charge it by word. So say they are charging $10 maybe for the 1,000 words. They have some charging system by count of the how many words will be generated in your response. Depending on that, you have to pay. Cut-off date 2021 September. So if you ask something which has happened yesterday, or recently we have some state assembly elections in Northeast states, they have a new chief minister. If you ask that type of question, it won't able to answer. Why it won't able to answer? It is not that software problem. It is problem in the knowledge base. They don't have the current information. Okay. And it can generate inaccurate or inappropriate things that I will demonstrate. Okay. Then some key concept. Chatbot is a computer program. If you have an experience on banking or if you have a railway reservation, always you will see one particular image comes and asks, say that, okay, you have something to question. They have a limited knowledge. Based on your knowledge, they give the answer. But answers are all predetermined. But in chat GPT, it is a post. Okay. Generative model, what is that called? It can important point and maybe scaring also, that a type of model that generates new data. They call it knowledge base, but they are telling it is new data. So which is not existing, it may generate that type of data also. Generative pre-trained transformer, what is that? They have a knowledge base. It is just like in the class, you have learned something and then from the teacher, and you have learned on your own. So ChatGPT has the pre-trained and post-trained situation. And ChatGPT is not a search engine that way. Its main claim is that it can respond in a human-like language. That is the greatest achievement of the ChatGPT. Okay. Okay, natural language processing means the way we are talking. In Google, if in the library, you have to know how to search a library. You have to have a standardized term. Then you can have a good retrieval or pinpointed retrieval. All those problems are here not there. You can write any statement and it will respond. And if you, I don't know whether that particular portion will be readable or not. In many of my questions, there are grammatical mistakes and there are unnecessary certain words which is even not completed. Even that it has responded, and more or less rightly. Okay. Okay. How it works? Just like Google, you give a statement, it split it into the keywords, then it search in its knowledge base, then it create an answer. Okay. And it can remember the context. That I will show you. That is, once I ask it, that suggests me something on the library automation, and after I go on asking certain question, and last question was something like that, that can you suggest just this much, can you suggest some DDC class number? First question on what? Just I wrote that can you suggest some DDC class number? It has given a long list of DDC class number which is related to library automation. First slide I use only the term library automation, then conversation it remember the context of my question. So context dependency it has. Okay. What first question I don't know whether it is readable from there or not because it is very light. I ask is what time is it? Okay, it responds that as an AI model, I don't have live access to time. So you can do some certain thing, you can see your phone, you can see your watch and all those things. Okay, now first point I mentioned time. Next question, what is that? Even after that response, I ask, can you set alarm? Alarm of what? Alarm of time. So first question only I mentioned the time. Next question, it remember the context. Context is the time. Again, it says that I cannot do it. Okay. So this is the beauty, and whatever I have just a screenshot, it is a total English language it has created. That is the beauty. It has created the whole sentence properly and correctly and give you as an answer, as if some human being is answering your question. Okay. Next is this, what is, because we are so familiar with the Google that what is the Google like search engine and ChatGPT differences. Okay. Such query format, Google, if you give a big sentence, it won't able to answer you properly. Okay, success or recall in the, I hope everybody is a library science people, recall and precision depends on how specific subject terms we could have used. Okay, so Google also responds like that way. But here you can, first example you saw that it is just a statement. So first difference is that. Then search result, what Google gives, it is a list with some description. But here what you saw, just in one example, here you saw a statement. Okay, search result format, that is the thing. Then information source, Google use all type of information sources, audio, video, text, everything. ChatGPT at present only use text-based resources, and they claim that they have access, limited access, but even limited access to text-based material which is available behind the pay barrier. That means maybe a big publisher's journal which is not openly available. You have to have a subscription. They have it as a training data, they have access to that. Okay, contextual understanding, that you have already noticed. First question I asked time, and next I said that's alarm. It understands that they have to set an alarm for the time. So it can have. Google has no that capability. Okay, interactive things. That we will show something after that. First, it will answer some question. I can share, though that particular screenshot is not available. When I receive a request that I have to speak on here, I asked ChatGPT that I want to talk on the ChatGPT. Can you suggest some topic heading? Yes, its response is like a human. Yes, I can suggest, and it suggests 4 or 5 topic heading, and all are purely computer science. All are purely computer science. My question was that I have to give a talk on ChatGPT, so you just suggest something. Then I said, no, I am a non-computerized computer person. I am a librarian. I want to speak on ChatGPT application. Then it suggested certain topics, and I changed slightly. Actually, I just added the, what you can say, ChatGPT as an e-resource. Subtitle was already it's generated. Okay, and I don't know whether you have received my abstract or not. Is it there? Participant? No. Okay, they asked me to give an abstract. I put all my writings to the ChatGPT. It generated the abstract. I submitted. Okay. And the part of the introduction also ChatGPT generated. Okay, so these are the difference. Impressionist paintings, I am not a painter or artist or anything, just this term came to my mind, I gave it to the Google. What you can notice, it gives a lot of things, but it gives an image as well as the text. Okay, but it won't define what is impressionist painting means. Same question, I have not changed the statement. It has given what is the impressionist painting means with some name of the famous painter. Okay, So difference is more clear. Again, I have asked what is the time. That is the same slide I have used. Just I am showing you the difference. Now I have asked the same question to Google. What Google did? It gave the right time, the time I was searching, and even it took my location also. Okay. So what are the application? Improve search functionality and all those things. Please remember these are not the exclusive. That is, improve search functionality totally different from recommender system. Recommender system is totally different from virtual assistant or not. They have an overlap everywhere. But major aspect is that depending on your service, you can consider these are the area where you may be able to use the ChatGTP. And I am telling you use of the ChatGTP as a librarian, as a library service. I am not telling anything that how you can use ChatGTP for your own study or research purpose. It is just from the point of view how if it is an e-resource, how you can serve it to the user community. Okay. What are the improved? First, you don't have to learn the artificial language. Authored rendering you don't have to learn. You don't have to learn the Library of Congress subject heading list. So you can question ChatGTP with a natural language. If I have a data, that is, if we fed the circulation data to the ChatGTP, depending on the books a particular person has issued over a time, it can recommend the reading list. On two accounts, what are the available in the library and what are outside also available. It can. But condition is that we are able to integrate it with our library automation package and making available the circulation data. Slightly irrelevant, but still I am telling that giving circulation data to outside may breach the privacy. Okay. Then conversational bar, and it has a multilingual things. That means you can ask it in a Bengali, it will answer in Bengali. And if you ask that, asking in Bengali, but give the answer in English, it will be able to do that also. So the language we don't know, even that type of service we can give. Okay, this is the improvement. So let us move to there. Acha. What are the keywords you are going to search for books on library automation and list 3 books? What I have asked ChatGTP that if you going to search the books on library automation, what are the keywords, possible keywords ChatGTP is looking for, and give me list of 3 books. It has given library automation, library management system, integrated library system, library technology, library information system, digital library, and then it has listed 3 books. Okay. So if you are not very familiar with a particular area of searching, how you are going to know the possible keywords? Most probably you can learn from ChatGTP and go back to the library catalog until and unless your library catalog is also linked with the your library or ChatGTP. Okay. This is one improvement. Next, I have said that library automation is my fixed subject. I want the journal articles. Hardly you have access to the LISA. You need the journal articles. I am suppressing certain facts. Please remember and ask me at the end of the presentation that what is that particular fact. Okay, it has listed certain journal article, and though it has not given total bibliographical, but if you ask him to give the metadata, it will give you metadata. That I will demonstrate somewhere. Okay, what I said, It is in the recommendation. What is recommendation? All of you are most probably familiar with online buying. The moment you want to go to online for some buying, there got a certain suggestion that this can be purchased, this can be purchased, depending on your last search or depending on your last purchase. If you have an experience on Amazon books also, you will see like something like that. Those who has read this book or purchased this book, they have also looked into these books. So that called the recommendation. See, maybe you are looking for a particular books on a particular topic, but that book is not there, and you don't know any alternative. So depending on that circulation data, ChatGTP can give you an alternative suggestion also. That is the beauty. Okay, I said that somebody is prefers the James Bond movie. So what movie I can recommend? And I have made a one trick that is for her or him. Okay, now it has given certain list. Only significant point is that if you notice, for her it has listed certain movie, for him it has listed certain movie. If you ask me why, sir, I have no answer. I asked whether it differentiate or not. That was my intention to judge, and I saw that it has differentiated between the, most probably there is no overlap of the two lists. So it try to give answer depending on the sex. Google cannot do that. Okay. Then I asked in Bengali, ইংরেজি সামাজিক উপন্যাসের তালিকা করুন. Beauty is that it gives in Bengali some initial things, and then it gives some list of the books. My problem is this, that many things I don't know the spelling. So what next question I asked? Keep this title etc. in English. I have not mentioned what title of which, so it has remembered. Question. Next question, it has same list, it has given in the English. So that is another beauty. Recommended means if we have a circulation data, but I don't have access to any circulation data, I have no knowledge how to integrate ChatGTP with the library automation. They have a programming interface, but I don't have. Okay, so I just cooked up something. I've said that most of the patrons are using books written by Arthur Conan Doyle and Agatha Christie. What type of books should be procured for, in the library? Somebody is only reading that is Sherlock Holmes and Agatha Christie's books. It has given me some topic heading. Other mystery and detective fictions authors, it has listed one thing. Next, it has listed, which strikes me very much, that classic literature. Okay, people are reading Agatha Christie and Sherlock Holmes, Arthur Conan Doyle, that means detective, but these are the, what is that called? Classic of the detective books. So how could we just decide that they only like the detective? Most probably they like the that classic literature. So it has suggested that you suggest some classic literature, Charles Dickens and all those things. Okay. Then it said, okay, you can most probably look into the biography and memoirs. They are more intelligent as a librarian. Most probably we won't, at least I won't think in that 4 or 5 different way. Probably I would say, okay, maximum detective books they like. At least it has not struck me that, okay, these are the classics, so people may like the classics, or next is the biography, then history of crime books, actual crimes books. Okay, that these are the fictitious, that is Kalponic. But there may be actually some crime took place, and based on that some novels was written. and I don't know any name of the novel. So my question was that, give me some true crime books. So it has suggested books. And I said with metadata. This time I said with metadata. Okay, so it has 7 publishing year, this, ISBN, this, even it has given Dewey Decimal Number. Okay. Answering question, you can ask. Recommendation, that's why I have said that these are not exclusive. Again, point is that is recommending it can assist in the research, offer instruction, help technical issues. Okay, I am not explaining all those particular points. What I have asked, what is the Indian Statistical Institute Kolkata Library's policy on membership? Okay, I just asked this question. So it has given me this answer, and somewhere in the text it has mentioned that you can apply for the online also, but not provided the online link in the answer. Okay. So next what I asked, can you provide the online link? Yes, I can provide, and it has providing. Everywhere striking things, it is responding in the natural and human language, and it is always remember the context. What link I am asking? So it remember. Okay. So, but same question, I have not changed the statement. I have asked in the Google. Google almost give me the same answer. But between the two answers, there is a difference of the text. ChatGPT generates its own text, and Google is only text available on the ISI library web page. That portion it has mentioned and left. Okay. Okay. Next, again, I have asked that somebody is time and again reading Discovery of India. Give me a list. It has given a list with a snippet of the books. That is small abstract what books has dealt, which will be very helpful to select, which Google cannot give. But library catalog also not available, but it can be made available. If you have a abstract field, if you give the abstract of the books, people can see in the OPEC. Then instruction, how to use Koha OPEC. Now here if you just notice, it should have been how to search Koha OPEC. I just wrote how search Koha OPEC. It has given me an instruction how to search Koha OPEC. Though it is very generalized instruction, but most probably it is true for any OPAC. So it has that particular intelligence and it has formed that. Okay. Then I am unable to Web of Science. What can I do? It has suggested certain things. Okay. Next. Research assistant, somebody wanted to research the time of Raja Rammohan Roy, social aspect. It has mentioned the name of the books, and everywhere you notice it gives some details about the books, which help in the selection. It is helpful for the user to select particular books. Okay. Now at least I don't know genome sequencing, neither have database. So say somebody wants to search the genome sequencing literature, and we are not aware of what are the databases are available. So I asked the same question. It has given PubMed, Medline, Web of Science, Scopus, GenBank, and European Nucleid archives. So even if we are not aware of certain reference sources, ChatGPT is giving us that particular reference. So it is the strength. Okay. Now many of you are having, those who have completed PhD is lucky. Those who are still pursuing, or if you have a master degree dissertation and you have to do some library use statistics, you have to use library use. So what type of statistics you are going to take? Most probably everybody will go to the circulation data. but it has suggested patron data, program attendance data. Library is organizing various programs. So how many users are attending those type of program, reference data, website and social media analytics, that how many people are visiting library website, and if library presence is there in the social media, that analytics. So it is suggesting you, giving you some hints that what type of data you must collect to study the library use. So that is a research type of assistant. Okay, text mining, collection analysis. Again, if your whole catalog is there, then it can analyze your strength of the area subject wise, and then it can analyze, since it has an access to the borrowing, so it can give you the empty area, that where your collection may not be so strong. It has that capability. Okay. Sentiment analysis. Today, yesterday, Jana has presented paper. It is a popular to him, sentiment analysis. That is whether a particular person is positive or particular statement is negative. That it can also analyze. And is it readable? Is it readable from there? Okay. I asked, do sentimental analysis of the statement. It is 3 hours till party is on. Okay. What it is a statement? Simply state that fact, party is on. It is neither positive nor negative. Again, I have asked the same question. Now it is saying it is slightly positive. Can you differentiate between the two questions if it is readable from there? There is very small difference in the question. I have added the exclamation mark in the second question. First question has a full stop, if you notice. And second time, statement is same, only ending is the exclamation. Because of the exclamation sign, it is considered it as a positive. It has that capability of sentiment analysis. Okay, translation. It can give a translation. I am just going to there. I have given a passage. It has given a response. And if it is readable from there, Bengali construction is very poor. But if you read the second translation, which is by Google, it is much better. Why? Because we have not created enough content, digital content. So ChatGPT could not be trained on the language. So until and unless we create the digital, we increase our digital presence in our own language, it not only in Bengali, in any other language, response will be always poor. But it has a capability of the translation. But at this moment, my perception is that Google can translate much better. Oh. Again, I gave another things to translate, and here ChatGPT totally messed up. If you notice, আলালের ঘরে দুলাল প্রকাশিত হয় 1858 সালে. When it has been translated into English, it has written Bankim-Chandra Chattopadhyay, published in 1858. But same sentence, when I put in the Google, Google gives much better translation. It has not messed up with the year. It has kept the sentence properly. Accessibility. This I cannot prove it because there are many equipment are available where you can speak. Your spoken things will be converted into the text. ChatGTP can accept that as an input and reverse the answer, and if you have a screen reader, it will convert text to speech. So those who are visually challenged, they can be much better way served. Okay. Content creation, you can ask it to create a content. That I said that my abstract was a content. It has created from my text. It has given the abstract, and I have few examples. Say you have wanted to publish a new newsletter for the library. What are the topics you are going to cover? So I asked the question, give plan for 4 issues of library newsletter. Issue 1, you can copy, you can cover this 6. Issue 2, you can cover this. Then another slide it was there. Issue 3, you cover this. Issue 4, you cover this. Okay, it has given certain topics. Here one particular thing is necessary to note. Here they said one particular heading may be know your library stuff. Unfortunately, we are very much hierarchical based society. So everything goes to librarian. Many other people help, many other people matter. So here they said you highlight them also. Okay. Achha, right about the celebration of 50th Independence Day and 75 Independence Day, it has given the answer. It has dug the necessary information and it given as a text. Actually, first time I asked is to compare the celebration of 50th and 75. Then it has answered, I cannot do it. I have no capability to compare two things. Okay. Metadata generation. I'm just totally going directly to the presentation. I suggest some UDC number for the library automation. It has given, then it has given certain explanation why particular number it thinks most appropriate. Okay. Suggest keyword to search books on library automation. I asked keywords. So it has listed some 15 keywords. At least last keywords I won't search. User experience, library user experience design. Certainly whether Koha interface is satisfy users or they think it is more complicated. Have anybody studied? At least I have not studied. Okay, can you suggest, that was a keyword. Now I ask, can you suggest Library of Congress subject headings for history of British India? It is a particular title of a book, real book. It has mentioned. It is generating data. Then I ask, classify library automation and access to information by DDC. It is again a real title of a particular article. Then it said it is not a single subject is covered. You have so many subjects. So it has suggested certain number and then again it tried to summarize something. And every time we know that if a book covers more than 2 subjects, there is a decision problem. So it can handle that also. Okay, can you suggest colon classification number for treatment of tuberculosis? It has given. Okay, can you provide metadata as per ASCR 2 for 5 laws of library science written by S.R. Ranganathan? Main entry, personal author, title and statement of responsibility, edition, publication. It has given, but it has not formulated visually in ASCR 2. Okay. Next question. It is very interesting. I have just copied and pasted. This is in which language I don't know. Title is totally unknown to me. I have got a particular journal article citation and I asked write it in a APA format. And you people know APA format, I don't know. It has given something and then go on explaining why it has come that way. It has identified correctly which is the personal author. It has identified correctly which is the title and everything. And in data, if you notice, data are separated by only a, what you can say, straight line. 2008, straight line. Then volume 51, straight line. Data separated this. I got this way only, citation. I put, it has converted into the APA. Okay, event planning you are doing. So I am just directly going there. What type of logistic arrangements are necessary? Actually, first, again, here it is a context-less. I first ask if I organize a library seminar, what I will do. It has given me a lot of advice. Out of that, I am just putting technology requirement, all those things. It has the audio-visual support, platform selection, scheduling. You have a schedule and you have changed. Okay, staffing, who will see what. See how details it can understand. Okay, registration, marketing and promotion, and then speaker coordination. Sometimes if people are going out, whether speaker is coming or not, you have to coordinate. So all those particular logistic point it is highlighting, and original schedule also it has given nicely. Okay, library marketing. I just asked to write an email for marketing of college library. So it has given me a format of the college library marketing. Okay. Now pitfalls. It has no common sense. It is a bias. But human beings are biased because it is treated on the production of the human beings, and each of us has a biasness. Okay, so maybe never software will be unbiased. And I don't know whether you will agree or not, classification also a biasness. You are only giving a view to which are similar, which are against. You are not giving that view. You are separated from that. Okay. Then inability to recognize the sarcasm, limited ability to handle complex tasks. If we formulate, though it can communicate in the natural language, still if we construction is very complicated, it most probably will fail to properly answer. Lack of emotional privacy concerns, certainly, and it gives you always a warning. Whenever you will use, don't share any personal information on it. Okay, inability to learn from the experience. The day computer will have that capability, that day it will be a Frankenstein. Still, it cannot learn from the experience. We know if candle is burning, don't touch it. Similarly, if bulb is glowing, don't touch it. If iron is very hot, radiating, don't touch it. These are all from the parallel experience. We just extend our experience. ChatGPT or artificial intelligence still lacking there. Okay, tendency to generate nonsensical response, that we'll see. Okay, training data, if training data are lacking, its response will be also lack. I said Bengali language digital presence is very low, so translation is very low. Okay, limited memory, and any software has a attack problem. Transparency. Whether I am using it properly or not, who will take the responsibility? I can create a bogus information through the ChatGPT by training that type of biased information. So are you going to take the responsibility? Next, accountability, intellectual property, it is giving in a sentence. Whether it is copying something where that particular text is under copyrighted because ChatGTP you cannot cite. That is one greatest problem. Okay, I will show that particular problem. Technology dependence, if we become too much technology dependent, so if it is technology unable to give, we thought it is not available. Still today that is not true. And algorithm bias, that is another computer science problem that has a data biasness, that has a language biasness, and various type of biasness also there. Okay. I asked a simple question. Who were the Chief Minister of West Bengal from 1967 to 1971? It has listed Ajay Kumar Mukherjee, Prafullo Chandra Sen, Ajay Kumar Mukherjee. Okay. I responded back, point 2 is not correct. Prafullo Chandra Sen was not the Chief Minister of West Bengal 68 to 70. Okay. I apologize. Mistake is my previous response. Upon further search, I have found that Chief Minister of West Bengal, it gives again a wrong answer. And it has cooked up data. Siddhartha Shankar Rai, 2nd November 1967 to 68, and somewhere it has mentioned Prafullo Chandra Sen, again 68 to 70. He was mentioned in the first response also. Okay. Then I asked, actually I know, because I belong to that generation, that when Prafullo Ghosh was the Chief Minister, then again it is saying 62 to 67. Actually Prafullo Chandra Sen was the Chief Minister. Again, and in between where somebody's name has given and he has become the brother of Bidhan Chandra Rai. Okay. So it has cooked up every information, messed up. Okay, same information going. Then I said, who was the editor of the Desh Patrika in 1975? Okay. Again, it has mentioned something, but it has correctly mentioned Gaur Kishore Ghosh was the editor. Right. Okay. Then I again asked, same question repeat. Sentence wise, slightly different. There I have editor of Desh Patrika. Here I wrote Bengali magazine Desh. It has given totally wrong answer. Okay. Next, again I repeat the first question. This time it has given another answer, which is not correct. First it gave the correct answer, last it gave the wrong answer. So I said, how you are going to quote ChatGTP generated response? That is continued. It is a wrong answer. Then Amrita Bajaj Patrika ceased publication. It claimed that it has not been seized. ABP Ananda has taken. Actually, ABP হচ্ছে Amrita Bajaj Patrika, ABP. And it has seized. Okay. And below portion is from the Google. It clearly showing 1991 last issue was published. So on web, informations are available. But since it matched the pattern and tried to predict, generate a sentence, it is sometimes generating nonsense. Who is the first, which is the first Bengali drama? Apparently Michael Madhusudan Datta. That is not correct. Okay. Journals, Library Information Science published in Bengali language and from India. It has listed some journal, at least I am not aware of it. I don't know whether any of you are aware that there is a journal called Konthalok, Gyano Bigyan. Certainly library science, not a library science journal. Kolkata Gonthagar, I don't know. Pustak Porichoy, it is published in somewhere, I don't know. Okay. My perception is that And that's why I said at the beginning that I am very happy that I have retired. Otherwise, against this every response, I have to go on checking that whether these responses are correct or not. At least that is your headache. Again, I asked, can you suggest some library science journal published in Bengali? It has answered that no. I have not enough data. There it has listed. Now it is answering, no, I have not enough data, but it has following Ranganathan's principle. So it is given what are the alternative way you can try to find out the journal list. Okay. Similarly, I asked for the that is who has founder of the theatre group. Chetna certainly not by Jalan. It is old Mukhopadhyay. And nowhere I got the Granthagar as a Bengali language. I get to Google, same question, okay, it gives things. When I asked ChatGTP by mentioning the Granthagar, it is giving answer. Why Granthagar is not coming? Because Granthagar is not available in the digital form. So you cannot get it. So until we become really a content creator, most probably we'll be out. Okay, best practices, clearly define the scope and purpose for what you are answering, because you can get so much different type of answer which is not always true. How many times you are going to verify, whether you have that source to verify. Train ChatGPT on the library specific knowledge, open your circulation data, most probably open your catalog, integrate in the library website, because it gives them interface where you can integrate with the library software. Test and evaluate, customize ChatGPT, and just tell your student how to each and what are the things they should check. Okay, feedback. If you have noticed all my presentation, there is a thumbs up and thumbs down. So if your answer got the answer incorrect, you should give a thumbs down, and there is a small box will appear where you can comment, and that is monitored by human being. That is not monitored by the machine. So they will try to train it much better way. So that is also our thing. And all library staff should have an access and learn how to use it. Okay. Some of the libraries are using. Conclusion is this much. It is a beautiful tools. Any technology or anything depends how you are going to use it and how cautious are you. If you are blindfolded, most probably you will be in a soup. But if you are open-minded and ready to verify, you will get many things. Thank you.
Any question? Any doubt?
বাংলায় জিজ্ঞাসা করতে পারো যদি কোনো কোশ্চেন থাকে।
Sir, I have 2 or 3.
Yeah.
First of all, that you said that ChatGPT is also biased.
Yes.
So how it is biased, it is not clear. So
ChatGPT bias means, I asked it, deliberately I have not shown here that we use it. We are not very, I said human beings are biased. So whatever we are producing, ChatGPT trained on that. So biasness will come from there. What type of this? Say maybe some publisher, bookseller has overcharged you time and again. What you will do? Just answer.
we will try to find out some other
Other.
options. Yeah.
That means you are blacklisting that particular supplier. Problem is with the word black. Does black means always bad?
No.
why can't we say prohibited list? So I said at the very beginning that biasness is coming. Maybe, see, we have not produced enough digital material on the web. So maybe Indian history is biased from the particular angle. So ChatGPT is trained on that.
True.
Okay. And now ChatGPT is very much analyzing the social media, where data are always questionable. Is there. So ChatGPT may be biased.
Okay.
And those, in a public meeting I won't want to say, but still I am telling, most of the people are white who are training ChatGPT. Certainly they have a biasness. Though it is very harsh words, but it is right.
True.
I have a list of 25 words which we use every day, which clearly shows the biasness, but we are not so aware. And next question?
Next question is that ChatGPT, what it produce, the answer.
Yeah.
So it is their own language and those things, right? So
Yeah.
if somebody using that as their that paper or something, so what could be the
See, if
precaution
you
and
just
then-
notice of my 85 slides, half of the, and I said I am just suppressing some fact.
Yeah.
What is the greatest problem of using of your ChatGPT? Whether answer is right or not wrong, it gives you a starting block. It helps you to start quickly. But you have had every responsibility to analyze your answer against reasonable sources and be 100% sure what you are writing are the right. See, ChatGPT is giving you some answer. Similarly, when you use the text material, plagiarism, somebody is talking, I think yesterday there was a
Yes.
talk.
Yes.
So ChatGPT also plagiarism. But one greatest problem is that you cannot quote ChatGPT
Mm-hmm.
because its responses are not static, it has no address.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know commercial version whether that type of things will be there or not.
And that is the last question, that it is now it's commercialized, because I
In
tried.
US only.
Okay, because a few days back I want to use it and it is not working, and then say that.
No,
say-
always, most well you have tried after evening. You tried always
No,
in
in
the morning.
office time only I tried to use.
You will get it.
And 10 days back, and 2-3 days I tried, but I used earlier also. That is that working well. So, but few days back I was working that.
Now it has not, that is, I started with the some version which was released on 13th February, and now
Okay.
it is 26th February. Certainly there is a response difference.
Okay.
One particular question, it gave me a long answer. I just wrote the word bhar, it is two bharvos.
Okay.
Against that, it has given me a very short answer.
Okay.
So beauty is there. You just that is many medicines are available over the counter, but you should use it judiciously.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So now I like to ask our convener to felicitate our second speaker, Udan sir. Please introduce our second speaker.
Our Our second speaker is Dr. Udayan Bhattacharya sir. Dr. Udayan Bhattacharya is a professor and former head of the Department of Library and Information Science, Jadavpur University. He is the visiting professor of several universities. He has more than 27 years experiences in the field of library and information science. He has more than 80 research articles published nationally and internationally. He has also edited so many research volumes and was editor-in-chief of Librarian, the organ of Jadavpur University Department of Library and Information Science. Moreover, he has successfully completed so many research projects funded by various organizations. Dr. Bhattacharya is a member of various institutions. He has successfully supervised 14 PhD scholars as a research guide. He was the ex-member of Executive Council and Court of Jadavpur University. Dr. Bhattacharya is the expert in many committees of different universities. Presently, he is member of statutory bodies of different universities. Now I request you, sir, to deliver your lecture, sir.
Thank you, Ravi. I'm really grateful to be here, an invitation of this college. So, without wasting time, I'm starting my presentation. Basically, this is a different topic, what already Arubda is saying. And I have seen the most of the papers presented yesterday by the expert and today also. So I am different from that one. So I am basically talking on fake news rather, misinformation, disinformation, whatever you call it. It is now very much relevant and definitely in the era of social media basically. So is important since enhancing rather. So let me first clarify the title of this presentation. Fact versus fiction, fake news and the post-truth era. That is the title of my presentation. So let me explain why I have selected this particular phrase for delivering this lecture. Post-truth. It is the word of the word in 2016 as selected by Oxford Dictionary, English Dictionary rather. You might be knowing that that is the Prince of Dictionary. It contains almost 5 lakh words supplemented by 20 lakhs of quotations. So it is a huge dictionary. They have selected this particular term, post-truth, as the word of the year in 2016. And it has its own background. Why they have selected it? That the particular term is very old enough, but nowadays it is going very dominating rather and what can I say, relevant in a today's concept. Okay, basically the post-COVID era is different from pre-COVID era. All of us is witnessing a peculiar situation, peculiar. I must say it is a peculiar situation. Huge amount of information, and how much information, what Arubda is trying to mention that we should, being a information professional, I think এখানে সবাই কি লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্সের না বাইরেও আছে সবাই লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্স তো গুড দিস ইজ গুড সো বিং এ ইনফরমেশন লাইব্রেরি অ্যান্ড ইনফরমেশন professional, we should know from where we have to take information to deliver this evaluated information to our customers. So we should concentrate on evaluated and authentic information. That's why the relevance of these topics, okay. So I have seen that ChatGPT, basically as I think Arugda is mentioning, it's about the database it contains, from where we are getting the information, how far this database, the way of getting information is authentic or rather evaluated information we will get, okay. So as information professional, it is our prime objective to deliver authentic evaluated information to all the stakeholders. Otherwise, the entire profession will fail, okay. That is a basically definition of post-truth. What it says, it is an adjective definition as relating to the denoting circumstances in which objective facts are less influential in shaping and public opinion than appeals emotional or personal belief. Empathetic function, Bishwase milaye bostu tarke bahudur. Our entire knowledge system is depend on Bishwas. বলা যায় যদি যে পৃথিবী গোল, how do you know পৃথিবী গোল? The planet Earth is either orange shaped or round shaped. How do you know? Somebody tells us. পৃথিবী গোল. Sun rises in the east, or planet Earth revolves round the sun. কোথায়? আমি তো উল্টোটাই দেখছি. I am static. চাঁদ সূর্য উঠছে নামছে. I am static. As Galileo Galilei stated, yes, Earth revolves round the sun. So আমরা সেটাই আমরা বলে যাচ্ছি. কিন্তু আমার কাছে পৃথিবী হচ্ছে স্ট্যাটিক. সূর্য উঠছে নামছে, সূর্য অস্ত যাচ্ছে, sets and rises, isn't it? In case of moon, that is also true. তার মানে আমাদের কেউ বলে দিয়েছে বলে আমরা চালিয়ে যাচ্ছি এরকম ঘটনা. সো এন্টায়ার নলেজ সিস্টেম উই আর রিডিং, উই আর পারসিভিং, ইট ইজ বেসড অন রাদার বিশ্বাস, ফেথ, বিশ্বাসের উপর দাঁড়িয়ে আছে. এখানেও তাই, যে এমপ্যাথেটিক ফাংশন রুল ওভার ইয়োর লজিক্যাল ফাংশন রাদার, দ্যাট ইজ দ্য কেস, দ্যাট আ পোস্ট ট্রুথ. মোহনবাগান, ইস্ট বেঙ্গল, ভারতবর্ষ, পাকিস্তান, বাংলাদেশ, is there any logical basis of these divisions? Hindu, Muslim, Jain, Parsi. What is the basis of division? All are Homo sapien, having certain blood constituents, and all we have 20 number 6 of bones, isn't it? প্রত্যেকে 206 খানা হাড় আছে, আছে তো? 7টাও নেই, 8টাও নেই, 5টাও নেই. So where lies the division? What creates? So somebody tells us, yes, you are Hindu, you are Muslim, you are a member of Mohunbagan, you are a member of East Bengal. That's why it is a belief system. So our empathetic function dominates over our logical function. That's why this particular term is relevant in the context of present day situation, the social condition rather. Okay, so post-truth. And this particular gentleman, he is not no more, Steve Tisch. I am quoting, as we, a free people, have freely decided that we want to live in some post-truth society. Actually, he was working on Gulf War during 1992, etc. The Persian Gulf War, you know, there is Iran, the contribution NATO and the Iraq. Okay, and she observed huge number of misinformation, disinformation about the war. Now we are all know what happened there. But then time, when media was so powerful, we have to consume all this misinformation or disinformation, and that's why Steve T is lamented. Yes, we are there is a peculiar habit of Homo sapien to believe on some fictions, bubbling, colorful bubblings. It is generating elsewhere. We are consuming that disinformation, information from where it is generated. Oh, so that is the lamentation of Steve Tisch, that as a free people, we have freely decided that we want to live in some post-world society. And post-truth era. Again, refers to the social phenomena wherein people are more apt to believe what they want to or what they feel should be correct based on personal belief rather than the concrete evidence and fact when the contradictory facts are presented. Again, the same thing. Here also, we want to live in a bubbling situation, colorful bubbling situation, storytelling situation. I have already mentioned few examples like Mohan Bagan, East Bengal, Hindu, Musalman, etc. So these are the fictional stories spread by somebody in the name of religion, in the name of what can I say, political parties. You know that during the Nazi Germany during the Second World War, 1945 to 39 to 45, huge number of Jews were exterminated in the name of Semitism, because the only factor predominated as they are the Jews. No other factor was there. In the name of Catholic, Christian Catholic, Hinduism, that is the Hindu fundamentalism, factor is there that is overall the logical parameter of human beings. So when we are resides in a society, we can call it time rather, we can call it a post-truth era, where evidential fact is suppressed by the emotional, empathetic functions of human being, or rather Homo sapien. Okay. So some quotes from this gentleman, you might be knowing the name of Harari. Basically, he is a Israeli social scientist. He wrote so many books. I'll show a sample of books. Actually, I think it is the need of this time to read Harari, because his opinion, something it is, I think, relevant in this particular situation. What he says, in fact, humans have always lived in an age of post-truth. Homo sapien is a post-truth species whose power depends on creating and believing fiction. What I already mentioned, believing fiction. Colorful bubbles we are creating in the name of religion, in the name of political parties, in the name of other parameters. We are segregating human beings. We are segregating by which we are dominating over. Suppose, why human being is so powerful? Being the least powerful within the animal, we are also animals. We cannot fight with an elephant, we cannot fight with a tiger, but we are dominating because of these 3-4 parameters we have. We have 2 free hands, straight and erect spinal cord, and huge cerebral cortex by which we are dominating over the other species and creating diversions amongst us, rather Homo sapien. Yes, you are Musalman, you are Hindu, you are Jews, that's it. So we are trying to reunite some groups and try to dominate over the other groups. That is the present norm of this society. Basically, human beings, they are too intelligent. And that's why they are dominating over the other races, other animals, and who is powerful dominates over the other group of the people. Okay. And these are the few books of Harari. You might know it, and I think is the recommended reading list for you, basically for the students. I think some of the students are there, and there are more by Harari. Okay. And you might be knowing the name of Marshall McLuhan. What he says, World War III is a guerrilla information war with no division between military and civilian participation. We all can participate, all of us, because social media, internet, www, whatever you call it, is so powerful. We can, at any point of time, we can create. There are so many examples. Just few, I will give you so many examples. I have collected examples from different sources by which we can prove it that media is so powerful, and we can create war. Simple input, detrimental input in a social media can create a war. So without any weapon, without any army, without any military, all we can participate in this type of war by creating fake news, by creating misinformation, by creating disinformation. That is the norms of the day. Okay, so I think in this respect, Marshall McLuhan is very much correct. Goebbelsian, that is, yes, Goebbels. You might be knowing the name. Actually, in our generation, we are very familiar with this name. And I think the young professionals who are also sitting here know the name of the Goebbels, that is the Joseph Goebbels. Yes, the Joseph Goebbels, one of the media wizard of Nazi Germany. I am quoting two of the pearls created by Goebbels. A lie told once remains a lie, but a lie told thousands of times becomes a truth. And we are all very much critical about the Goebbels, but the fallacy is that almost all the political parties, almost all the religious groups are following this principle. Line by line, line by lie, finally it will be a truth. And second part by Goebbels is, the most brilliant propagandist technique will yield no success unless one fundamental principle is born in minds constantly. It must confine itself to a few points and repeat them over and over. Almost equivocal with the first one. Yes, this is the features. You just create lie, finally it will prove, yes, it is true. This is the norms. So basically, we have all witnessing the situation of our country or worldwide. The when lie is dominating over the society will become a post-truth society. And creation of fake news, misinformation, disinformation is so powerful that the logical function is humans being, or rather Homo sapien, is sometimes suppressed by these parameters. Just two words difference, fact and fake. Just replace C by K and T by E, fact will be fake. So it is very easy to distort information, data, whatever you call it, in this fashion. It is some theoretical discussion, that is what is meant by fake news. I have already discussed. It is intentional, absolutely intentional, and deliberately it propagates with its norms and verifiably false. Definitely false. But মোরগ বোঝেন, মোরগ তো এমনভাবে সুগার কোটিংয়ের মতো, like a sugar coating. What is within that, when you eat it, have it, you will find. But otherwise, it is difficult to penetrate the sugar coating. Sugar coatingটা উপরে আছে, তাকে পেটে খুব কঠিন যতক্ষণ না খাচ্ছেন. So coat with rather in the guise of a wolves, rather lamb, wolves are moving around the society. ভেড়ার মুখোশ পরে উল্ফ সমাজে ঘুরে বেড়াচ্ছে, সর্বত্র দেখতে পাবেন, বিভিন্ন জায়গায়। এটা আমাদের পার্সোনাল এক্সপিরিয়েন্স। ফেক নিউজ ইজ লাইক দ্যাট, ভেরিফাইবলি ফলস, spread with some intention, malafide intention. Why? Somebody or some people are spreading that with the intention of create a disharmony within the society. This creation of disharmony will benefit some people. Basically, we are very minor, number is very less, but they will be benefited by spreading this type of misinformation or fake news rather. Donald Barclay. First of all, fake news is nothing new. In such form as propaganda, fake news has been around the thousands of years. I will show you some example. It is from the BC. From the BC, you might be knowing all of us, knowing the Chanakya. It was a war tactics during the age of Chanakya, isn't it, sir? Yes, to spread fake news. During the war of Hydaspes, fake news was sometimes spread by Chanakya or Kautilya to win over the Alexander. It was a norm, it's a war tactics. Okay, and it is also there from years back, dates back. Okay, so what is new? There is a different. New is these are digital innovations, use of ICT of spreading newspaper. At that time it was limited. But right now, the spreading of disinformation is very easy. I have already mentioned, as quoted by Marshall McLuhan, it is very easy to spread disinformation, misinformation among the society. Why Donald Barclay mentioned that? There are 3 points he mentioned. The extremely low cost of creating and widely distributed digital information, the wide availability of tools for creating fake information, including software for manipulating text, image, and sounds, the sheer amount of information, huge amount of information. Right now I have can mention that almost we have in our capacity, you can divide the whole gamut of information in terms of bytes rather. All of us right now have more than 52,500 amount of gigabyte of information. 5,200 amount gigabyte of information we have. If you count total amount of information in the form of byte and divide by the 700 crores of population, all of us having 5200 gigabyte of information. Just imagine the magnitude of information, how big it is. Question is how big the data. So this amount of information all of us having during this age. So spreading of information in this digital is very easy, and by which we can, I am repeating, we can create disharmony within the society rather. Weaponization of information. Definitely I have already mentioned this particular point. We can use that information without employing army, without employing missiles, without ejecting fighter plane, tank. We can start a war. Anybody can start a war with some malafide intention. These are some synonymous terms of information, rather near synonymous terms. No one is similar synonym to another one. It has its own, what can I say, that is the interpretation rather. So this term can be used as near synonymous term or like term of fake news, fabricated content, manipulated content, impostor, etc., etc., malinformation, propaganda. These are all almost near synonymous term of fake news. And I will give some examples. Okay. Starting from, I have already mentioned, it is a BC, 60 BC. I have collected few only. There are innumerable, millions of examples of misinformation or fake information. It is created by Roman Emperor Augustus Octavian, built a fake campaign against the Mark Antony during the Egypt war. Okay, you might be knowing the name of Cleopatra and Antony and Cleopatra, the famous novel by Shakespeare. During that war, Augustus spread some disinformation of his win over Marcus Antony. And another one from 1947, a false story of, it is a clergyman rather, again the Jewish community for a missing children. 15 people falsely accused and found guilty and tortured, contributed to widespread anti-Semitic as a story. Far from the Second World War, anti-Semitic activity, that is the anti-Jewish activity, is predominant throughout the world. And without any cause, basically without any cause, they are exterminated, they are tortured by the white majority. Okay, so that was the norm. That was the norm. Right now, just a few minutes before Aurobdas mentioned, the apartheid problem is still persisting. Somehow and somewhere, believe it or not believe, it is persisting within the society. And 1782, the name of, I am mentioning the name of Benjamin Franklin. Yes, that Benjamin Franklin who invented electricity. Definitely he was one of the forerunner of American American freedom during that civil war. But he is a very much dangerous people. He was rather. Okay. Because just see what he did. Build sympathy for the American Revolution. The paper claimed that the Brits hired Native Americans to scalp soldiers and civilians. The false information was widely circulated by other newspapers, creating public hostility towards the Native Americans, that is the black Americans. Who did it? That is the Benjamin Franklin. Just mind it. A person like Benjamin Franklin is a Nobel scientist and one of the proponent of American Civil War, did these mischievous activities. So sometimes the noble people, we know them as the very noble people, did these mischievous activities. Okay. Moon hoax, 1835. I will show you the picture of moon hoax. It was published in a Sun magazine in New York, and circulation was, mind it is 1935, 2023. 8,000 to 19,000 circulation was there. and he published a news about some peculiar creature lived in moon, and it was circulated as a moon hoax. And so many people believed, yes, there are creatures like this. I will show just a few, after a few minutes, actual what was the picture published in Sun magazine, as they claim that there are creatures lived in moon like that, okay. And I'm not going to read all this, okay. 1915, the rumor of German Corpus factory was a major source of anti-German propaganda during not only the Goebbels, opponent of Nazi Germany was it was a war tactics. Major source of anti-German propaganda during World War I, several newspapers with official source claimed that members of German military were extracting fat from dead soldiers to make soap, food for animals. Just imagine the gravity of the information, as they claim that German soldiers are extracting fat to prepare food for animals and soaps. Okay. After 10 years, a British general admitted that they made up the story. Okay. 1927, this doctor, she actually, Logan is a doctor, Dorothy Logan is a doctor, British doctor. He claimed that she crossed English Channel, okay, within 13 hours. Finally, it was proved. Most of the sea she crossed via a boat. But by that time, he was awarded and he was flashed, just like you were flashing the camera, etc. His name was published. But finally, it was proved. She committed rather. He traveled most of the journey by a boat. Okay. So these are some examples of fake news. So I have already mentioned, from the predates era, fake news, misinformation was there, and right now, by this 2022-2023, it's reached its most apex area. Okay. And okay. 1983. The Patriot newspaper published article AIDS may invade India, mystery disease caused by US experiments. The false story was picked up in major newspaper in 50 countries and cited an anonymous American scientist suggesting a deadly new disease had been created by the Pentagon in a bid to develop new biological weapon. The information was absolutely false. Okay. So there are so many examples, okay. Yes, this is the picture of moon hoax. 1835, it was published in Sun magazine that creature like this resides in moon, and so it was viral real time. Just mind in 1835, not 2030, 8,000 to 19,000 circulation. Just at that time, how many people lived in the world, isn't it? Almost 170, that's the maximum 1 billion, maximum. So it was widely circulated by this time, okay, as the moon hoax. And definitely some people believed in it. This is peculiar. Cottonwood fairy. It was again in United Kingdom. Actually, this quote is very important. When photography was invented, it was thought to be an equivalent to truth. It was truth with capital T. Who said this? Vicky Goulburn. Okay, but finally it was proved, yes. In some recent study, it is showed that by some people, by some agency rather, authentic agency, most of the plagiarism is created by the manipulation of image. Manipulation of photographs rather. I can give you one example. Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. You know that? Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny by Haeckel. সবাই শোনেনি এটা? আমরা সেই ক্লাস 7-8 বই থেকে পড়ে আসছি। The human embryo যখন বড় হয় বিভিন্ন ফেজ দিয়ে যায়, ব্যাঙাচি, পিসেস, reptiles, it crosses the phases of other embryos, and that's discovered by Haeckel, very famous scientist. And there are series of pictures, series of pictures. This is a photograph of human embryo, this is a photograph of frog, chicken, yes, reptile, avis. But finally it was proved, just I think 10 or 12 years back, almost 20% of the photographs were fake. Just mind it. Who did it? The famous scientist like Haeckel. To prove his discovery, he took the help of this photography manipulation. So almost 20% of the photograph, as suggested by Haeckel, was fake, rather fabricated, okay. So photography manipulation is an old style, very old style. Now these two young ladies, Cottongley, they lived in United Kingdom, I think it is early 1912, 1915, and they captured this photograph as they are living with, they were living with fairy. Okay. সেই সময় গোটা ইংল্যান্ডে ভাইরাল হয়ে গেছিল। ফাইনালি আর্থার কোনান ডয়েল ইন্টারফেয়ার্ড ইন দিস ম্যাটার, and finally it was proved it is absolutely fake. ওরা পরে কমিট করেছিল যে আমরা এই কার্ডবোর্ডের মধ্যে পরীর ফটোগুলো ছাপিয়েছে, নিয়ে ফটো তুলেছে, নিয়ে ছেড়ে দিয়েছে। It was viral in England. Just imagine when she was 7 and she was 12. 7 বছর আর 12 বছরের দুটো মেয়ে কার্ডবোর্ডে ফেয়ারির ফটো নিয়ে এদের ছবি পেস্ট করে ছেড়ে দিয়েছে, দিয়ে বলেছে ইয়েস উই আর লিভিং উইথ দ্য ফেয়ারি। জাস্ট ইমাজিন দ্য, মানে রাদার ইট মে বি এ জোক, বাট ইট ওয়াজ ভাইরাল, অ্যান্ড finally Arthur Conan Doyle resolved the matter, and they committed, yes, we did this type of activities. Okay, so what do you say? Okay, fake news generator. Who are the generators? I am giving some examples. Okay, this may be sometimes corrosive to all you all, like, okay, but these are the facts. All these are real facts. No imagination is there, no post-truth is there. You might be remember the name of Sundar Krishna, nuclear scientist. In 1920, his name was viral because his statement, actually mind it, he is a very famous scientist. Earth scientist believes that coronavirus has broken out after a muted particle interaction to the first neutron due to the fission energy emitted from a solar eclipse. Absolutely fake. Who stated this? A famous nuclear scientist like Sundar Krishna. Another, who said this? By a judge, sitting judge of Rajasthan High Court. His name is Mahesh Chandra Sharma. What he said? Peacock is a lifelong brahmachari. It never has sex with peahen. The peahen gets pregnant after swallowing the tears of the peacock. When these statements are coming from a very higher echelon of the society, definitely people will believe, because they have the acceptance in the society. It may be a politician, it may be a judge, it may be a religious guru, they have the acceptance. Just imagine, it is I think it is stated by 2020 or 2019, Mahesh Chandra Sharma stated as a sitting High Court judge. Just imagine the gravity of the misinformation created by this justice. Okay. Yes, sometimes our mail are cracked. We have all have the experience of hacking of mail, etc. Just few months back, I have received 2 or 3 mails from our Vice Chancellor. And immediately I rang him, sir, what is the, I got some mail, বলে fake উদাহরণ ছেড়ে দাও, যাদবপুর আসার পরে আমার এই অবস্থা হয়েছে। তার মানে হচ্ছে এরা আমরা প্রত্যেকেরই এর শিকার হচ্ছি যে মেল হ্যাক হয়ে যাচ্ছে, ঠিক আছে, somehow and somewhere they are there, okay, politician. Actually, there are millions of examples. I am quoting only few of, okay. One, President Donald Trump questioned whether exposing patients to bodies of UV light or injecting bleach could help treat coronavirus. Who said this? President Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America. And another one, a feature of Indian cow is that the milk contains gold. That's the reason the color of a milk is yellowish. I'm not going to mention the name. Okay. So these are some pearls from political leaders, whatever it may be. But their mind, it is why I am saying this, because heading is politicians. they are belonging to higher echelon of the society. So many people believe in their statements, isn't it? So many. So they must be cautious while uttering any single word. Okay. Conspiracy theory. False story of Marquis origin claim that first volunteer to take part in UK vaccination trial had died circulated a big anti-vaccine. Yes, this is a corona trial. It was circulated by this Marquis. It was an anti-vaccination campaign rather. Okay. And definitely another one from Tamil Nadu Health Minister C. Varada Bhaskar denied allegation of non-availability of hospital beds in Chennai for COVID treatment. Just imagine the case of, I think, May, June, July 2020 rather. What was the situation? We are all confined and we are absorbing or engulfing the information spread by the newspapers, news media. Many of the information spread by this media was false, verifiably false, and spread with some malafide intention to terrorize the people. Simply to terrorize the people. Definitely the situation was very bad, but it was sometimes intentional, 100% intentional, okay. Insiders. Sometimes information seems to come from trustworthy source, doctor, professional, etc., etc. Okay. There are also some spreading misinformation. Relatives. Ama, Masi, Bondhu, Skore. But these are not with malafide information. They are getting this information, that information from source and spreading them. Okay. Celebrated. Singer Mia and actor Woodney Harrelson are among those who have been promoting 5G coronavirus theory to their hundreds of thousands of followers in a social media. So they stated that there is a relation between the 5G coronavirus and, 5G spectrum and coronavirus. They are trying to correlate it. It was absolutely fake. There is no relation between the installation of 5G spectrum and coronavirus. President Covid earns 3.25 million followers on tweet within minutes of taking over a Indian fourth president. Within seconds. Absolutely fake information. And it was spread by some newspaper agencies. And it was viral. সবাই দেখেছে না ছবিটা? আমিও দেখে পুরো ঘাবড়ে গেছিলাম। And I was just full conformity, yes, that is stated by Ratan Tata. Absolutely fake. Finally, Ratan Tata said that no, I never uttered this type of statement. Okay, it is a long story, not going to read, and it is finally proved it is not uttered by the Ratan Tata. Okay. This is a clip from a Bhojpuri movie, and spread. It was viral like that. A BSP leader stripping a woman, Dalit woman. It was viral, but basically it was a clip from Bhojpuri movie. Okay, and imagine the gravity of riots. It can create riots. I'm showing some example. There are so many misinformation about this man, that is the Dawood Ibrahim. This particular news item spread, okay, but within a society, but finally proved it is absolutely fake. Basically, this picture is from Pakistan, spread as it is a incident of danga, riots in Hooghly district. Okay, I think it is 2019 or 2080. In basically region of Boidabadi, Chamdani, etc., there was a small incident was there, and purposefully it was spread with this particular photograph. It is an incident of that area of Hooghly district. But this photograph check that it is happened in Pakistan, not from our country. Okay. Again, Imran Khan's party, Tehreek-e-Insaf rather. There, the second paragraph is most important. According to the Indian Intelligence Agency, Insaf Students Federation, the students wing of Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's party alleged played a key role in spreading fake news and projecting Delhi riots as anti-Muslim genocide. Definitely, it has maybe some substantiality, but it was viral and spread by some agencies. Okay, with some definitely some relevant information. And this is the maximum. Yes, after knowing this event, I am in full conformity. Yes, we are living in a post-truth society. Just read out this. I am mentioning, okay. এটা হচ্ছে রিপাবলিক অফ ম্যাসিডোনিয়া ইন দ্য ব্যাঙ্ক অফ রিভার ভ্যালেস, ওকে। ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল সময় এটা সাংঘাতিক ফেমাস ছিল এই পার্টিকুলার রিজিয়ানটা। আফটার সেকেন্ড ওয়ার্ল্ড ওয়ার ডিউ টু ডিমোনাইজেশন, যে ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়ালাইজেশন হতে শুরু করে আর কি, ঠিক আছে। তখন একটা নতুন ব্যবসা শুরু করে, মার্কেটিং অফ ফেক নিউজ। And just read the few lines of last portion, okay. While the average, sorry, while Valles is a city now hosts over 100 US politics website. The city has started trading a new industry, fake news. Has started a new industry, fake news. Not only that, it is acknowledged by the mayor of this city and the young teenagers who are spreading this fake news, earning huge amount of money, and they are paying tax out of that. Mind this, they are paying tax out of that money. So this trade is accepted by the society. And last line is important. It is perhaps not surprising that Mayor of Valles, Salvatore Cedidis, described the monetization of fake news sites as success story of the city. The teenagers behind these websites are paying their taxes, which as a teenager equipped would keep 2 of his teachers employed for a year. Just imagine the gravity. It is accepted by the society, they are paying the tax out of their earning of selling fake news, and mayor, definitely it is a designation post, he declared yes the success story of this city Valles. So we have in full, I am in full conformity, yes, we are living in a post-truth society. Okay. Yes, what is the solution? So I am going to give some solution. Actually, as I have learned that all of us sitting here are LIS professional, library information professionals, so we should do something. At least there should be some checkpoints. So there are recommendations for IFLA, CRL, etc. So we should go through that and equip ourselves how to combat with this information. As we are delivering, supplying information to the society, so we have some responsibility. We should have take some responsibility to combat with this war rather. It is a war. It is a war-like situation, okay. And this slide says that, okay. So this is from IFLA. How to stop fake news. I know it's very difficult, but at least we should try. And I think all of us is very well known about this particular circulation of IFLA. Consider the source, from which source we have collected the information. Read beyond the line, just not the catch lines, but what is written, what is mentioned beyond that line. Check the author. Who is the author? What is the authentication? Who is the he or she has? Supporting sources, what are the sources he used? Check the date. Sometimes I have mentioned the date is very important. একই খবর 2014 সালে হয়েছে, এখন ছেড়ে দিল একদম। অতএব ইউ শুড চেক দ্য ডেট, হোয়াট ইজ দ্য ডেট। ইজ ইট এ জোক? Maybe joke, but with some malafide information. So be serious about the joke, okay. Check the bias. All of us have bias. I have already mentioned Mohun Bagan, East Bengal, in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Hindu, Muslim, these are biasing factors. So while I am checking any information, whether I have any bias or not, that should be also checked. Check yourself and ask the expert. If you fail to identify, there are experts who can identify the items of information by which we can check it, okay. And this is from ACRL, that is the Association of College and Research Library of America, huge association. They have suggested this, and basically what I am going to mention, I have already mentioned the area by which we can equip ourselves, the information literacy. We should stick to basically on the evaluated and authentic source of information. Evaluated source, actually there are, if you type information literacy in Google, I don't have that slide right now, you will find millions of URL from which you can extract information. But if you downsize the amount of information, simply you can use the Boolean. You can use the Boolean and downsize your search here. So recall will be less and precision will be more, by which you can find your need, exact information, and you will find some authentic evaluated source from which you can take the information. That is our duty. It is the information literacy. We should depend on the that source which are evaluated as well as authenticate. And also another term is important, it is a subset of information literacy. You might be knowing that if you draw a Venn diagram, information literacy, within information literacy there are two terms, maybe more, media literacy as well as digital literacy. Okay. So media literacy is one of the terms by which we can equip ourselves, protect ourselves. Actually media is selling some story gathers, like Horlicks, Cadbury, just এগুলো দেয়, অ্যাডগুলো দেয়, ফলো করেছেন? Trying to sell family relationship to মাথার উপরে চেপে বসার চেষ্টা করছে ওরা. Style is there. Okay, naturally হচ্ছে কি, we should know that. Don't be biased. Use your logical function and try to evaluate the source of information by which you can protect yourself from rather assimilating fake or false news rather, okay. And emotional intelligence and media literacy, yes, there are, you know that I have already mentioned during my lecture, that is that there are some religious group, political group, other groups who are trying to sell something, বিক্রি করতে চায়, their philosophy, their ethics, their ethos, they are trying to sell it. And sometimes without judging the authenticity of that or objectivity of that item, news item rather, their product, we are engulfing it. Don't do this. The learning is that we should protect ourselves by verifying what is delivered is not eatable, what is given not eatable. What we should know it. Do not eat any unidentified item. Before eating it, assimilate it, try to know what is the value of the item, what is the information about that particular item. Then only assimilate it, have it. Otherwise, don't it. There are some, I have already mentioned that, I have almost finished. I have mentioned that there are persons, there are human beings who are moving in the guise of wolves are moving in the guise of lambs rather. So we should protect ourselves with this and try to live in a non-post-truth era. That is the logical, reliable world, and as information librarian, information professional, we should try to cater the information which are, again I am repeating the same term, evaluated authentic information, and protect our fellow citizen. So, thank you again for inviting this seminar. Okay, thank you. Oh, sure. Question আছে কিছু? হ্যাঁ, বলো।
বলছি স্যার,
শোনা যাচ্ছে হলে আমার লম্বা লম্বা করে ক্লাস নেই, মাইক লাগে না। আছে তো। প্রথম কথা হচ্ছে ফেক নিউজটা হচ্ছে একদম ম্যালাফাইড, মানে ইন্টেনশনাল স্প্রেড করছে, ঠিক আছে? এটা হতেই পারে, আমি জানি না, আমি যেটা আমি কয়েকটা এক্সাম্পল দিয়েছি যে সাপোজ ডিবেট, যেমন আমার কি বন্ধু বান্ধব মা মাতিরাম আছে, কিছু একটা শুনলো, শুনে সবাইকে বললো, ঠিক আছে? সেটার মধ্যে কোনো ইন্টেনশন নেই, হার্ম নেই, কিন্তু when you are spreading fake information, you have some intention. Fake information যদি spread করে, yes, সেইটা তো ক্লিয়ার হয়ে গেল, কথা হচ্ছে গরু দূরে শোনা, রং ইনফরমেশন, কিন্তু ও ঘটনাটা বলেছিল, আমরা নিউজেও দেখেছি, লাইভ দেখেছি, তো কথাটা বলছে, সেই ক্ষেত্রে আমরা ফেক নিউজ বলে ঠিক করবো, ডিপেন্ডস, কারণ আমরা তো দেখছি যে সত্যি সত্যিও বলছে না, লাইভ দেখছি না, সেটাকে আমি তো বলার চেষ্টা করছি, ঠিক আছে? না, ও জানে হচ্ছে ওইটা, ওর ওটা কনসেপশন, কিন্তু পেছনে বলার পেছনে অন্য কোনো ব্যাক এন্ড আসলে আর ডোন্ট, তার কারণটা হচ্ছে গরু ব্যাপারটা খুব গোল মেরে, নাও এর খুব গোল মেরে বোঝা যাচ্ছে বিভিন্ন কারণে বলছে অনেক সময় বেসিক্যালি আমি যেটা বিশ্বাস করি আমার কাছে কে বলছে ইম্পর্টেন্ট না, কি বলছে ইম্পর্টেন্ট, কিন্তু সামটাইমস আমার দেখতে হয় কে বলছে, কে বলছে সেটা অনেক সময় বহু সময় ইম্পর্টেন্ট হয়ে যায়। দ্যাট ইজ মানে এইটাকে এইভাবে জাজ করতে হয় যে একটা সিম্পল লোক সাধারণ লোক কিছু বলছে তার যে ডাইমেনশন, আর কিন্তু একটা লোক সে সেলিব্রিটি হতে পারে, তাকে বহু লোক চেনে হতে পারে, তার গ্রুপ আছে, তার ওরার মধ্যে পার্থক্য আছে। এই যে মহেশচন্দ্র শর্মা যে কথাটা বলেছে অ্যাবাউট দ্য ময়ূর নিয়ে এটা তো অদ্ভুত একটা ব্যাপার, তাই না? সে ও হয়তো ওটাকে বিশ্বাস করে, কিন্তু ও যখন বলছে ইউ শুড নো দ্য গ্র্যাভিটি অফ স্টেটমেন্ট, জাজ সে সাধারণ লোক তো নয়, ন্যাচারালি হচ্ছে কি সাধারণ যখন লোক নয়, সে যখন কথা বলবে হি আর শি মাস্ট বি কেয়ারফুল, কারণ তার কথাটা বহু লোক বিশ্বাস করবে। আর কিছু
আমার একটা ডাউট হচ্ছে যে মানে এখনকার সময় যেরকম ফেক নিউজ বা এই যে এখন আমাদের ভুল খবর রয়েছে এবং জেনারেল ট্রেন্ড অ্যাজ এ ইউজার যে কোনো লোক আমরা বেশি ডিপেন্ড করছি অনলাইন এই ধরনের মিডিয়ার উপরে। তো এই ক্ষেত্রে মানে অ্যাজ এ লাইব্রেরি প্রফেশনাল আমাদের কিন্তু মানে সেই মানে দায়বদ্ধতা আছে, কিন্তু আমাদের উপর সেই ভরসাটাও যে ইউজার এসে এই ক্রস চেক করার এই জিনিসটা তো কমছে দিনকে দিনে। মানে আমার সেই জায়গাটা কি করে অ্যাড্রেস করবো যে
আমি একটা কথা সব জায়গায় বলি, সেটা হচ্ছে মানে ডেটা আছে, ঠিক ডেটা আছে, এটা তো এর সঙ্গে রিলেটেড নয় বলে আমি সেটা বলছি না। দেখা যাবে যে একটা ইউনিভার্সিটি সার্ভে হয়েছিল যে 18 বছর বয়স পর্যন্ত যারা আছে তাদের উপরে সার্ভে হয়েছিল, তারা কী ধরনের 18 বছর 12 পর্যন্ত কীভাবে সময় স্পেয়ার করে। সব থেকে কম সময় করা হচ্ছে রিডিং, বুক রিডিং, অন্যান্য ব্যাপার তো আরও বেশি ইউজ করে। তার মানে এই নয় তারা কিন্তু পড়াশোনা করছে না। একটা এক্সাম্পল দিচ্ছি, গালোয়ান ওয়ার জাস্ট 2 বছর আগে গালোয়ান লাদাখে, ঠিক আছে, গালোয়ান কে ছিল স্টুডেন্টরা তো জানে গালোয়ান, গালোয়ান নাম কেন, গালোয়ান একটা লোক, ঠিক আছে, তার নামে গালোয়ান খালি নাম হয়েছে। এই গালোয়ানের ঠাকুরদা ছিল যে দস্যু ডাকাত, ওরা ওই লাদাখেই থাকতো, ঠিক আছে। এবার ওই গালোয়ানকে যে নাতিক গালোয়ানকে একটা ইংরেজ আর্মি অফিসারকে হায়ার করে ওরা রুট মুখস্থ করার জন্য, ঠিক আছে, কীভাবে যাবে কী করে। এই গালোয়ান মিলিটারি ফাইনালি সাহেবের সঙ্গে থাকতে থাকতে সে খাইটা লেখাপড়া শেখে, ইংরেজি শেখে, একটা বই লেখে, বইটার নাম হচ্ছে সার্ভেন্ট অফ এ সাহিব, অ্যান্ড দ্যাট বুক ওয়াজ এডিটেড বাই দ্য ওয়াইফ অফ দ্যাট মিলিটারি জেনারেল। এই বইটা আমি বহুদিন ধরে খুঁজছি, পাচ্ছি না। ফাইনালি একটা আমাজন ফেল করে গেল, ফ্লিপকার্ট ফেল করলো, আমি একটা পিডিএফ ভার্সন পেলাম বইটা, ঠিক আছে। এবং এই যে বইটা আমি পেলাম তখন আমি বইটা পড়তে শুরু করলাম, যে কী লিখেছে একবার অদ্ভুত লেখা, প্রচুর ইংরেজি বই, আরে সে ভদ্রমহিলা কত কালেকশন করে, অদ্ভুত, ওখানকার ফিজিওগ্রাফি সম্পর্কে অদ্ভুত লেখা, ওর থেকে অথেন্টিক কেউ লোকের হাতে আঙুলের মতো চেঞ্জ। তবে আমাদের কিছু কিছু ক্ষেত্রে ডিপেন্ড করতে হবে। মানে আমি এই বইটা পড়লাম, কিসে পড়লাম, আমার এই ফোনটা পড়েছি, এই ফোনটায় বইটা পড়েছি, আমি বই কিন্তু পড়ি, আমি ফোন ইউজ করছি মানে আমি বই পড়ছি না তা কিন্তু নয়। আমার যেরকম মনে হচ্ছে এই করোনার সময় এই যে আমার ছেলেমেয়েরা বসে রয়েছে পড়েনি, কনস্ট্যান্টলি তো আমার ডিজিটাল লাইব্রেরি অ্যাক্সেস করেছে, তাই তো, তার মানে লাইব্রেরি ওয়াজ ফিজিক্যালি ক্লোজ বা দে হ্যাড অ্যাক্সেস দ্য লাইব্রেরি। কনসেপ্ট এখন হচ্ছে মোহাম্মদ আর পাহাড়ের মতো, ইউ ডোন্ট হ্যাভ দ্য টাইম টু গো টু লাইব্রেরি, লাইব্রেরি ভিজিট ইউর গেট টু, লাইব্রেরি ইউজ কমবে, লাইব্রেরি সার্ভিস দিতে হয় অন্য ফরম্যাটে দেবো, লোকে নাই দিতে পারে লাইব্রেরিতে, এটা কি যায় আছে। আমার যে করোনার সময় একদিনও ফলস খাই, অদ্ভুত ব্যাপার, অন্য সময় ফলস খাই, আমার এন্টায়ার সিস্টেম দারুণভাবে অপারেট করেছে, না হয়তো পড়াতেই পারতাম না, আর লাল নেই ঘর নেই বা যা বাড়িতে পড়াশোনা করো, মানে পড়াবো কী পড়াবো, কিছুই তো নাই। So we have to depend on this, our server, our digital library. আমরা we have collected so many relevant information from various sources, ছেলেমেয়েদের দেওয়া হয়েছে, তার মানে ফিজিক্যালি লাইব্রেরি বন্ধ হতে পারে, লোকে লাইব্রেরি না যেতে পারে, কিন্তু তার মানে এই নয় লাইব্রেরি ইউজটা কম করছে। আমি বিশ্বাস করি লোকে পড়ছে, অন্য ফরম্যাটে পড়ছে, পড়ার প্যাটার্নটা বদলে গেছে। মাই ফেভারিট টার্ম ইজ ডিজিটাল নেটিভ, ডিজিটাল নেটিভটা আমার ফেভারিট টার্ম, তার কারণটাই হচ্ছে যে 2001 মার্ক পেরেন্টসই শব্দটা কয়েন করে টু মিন এ পার্টিকুলার জেনারেশন, সামটাইম উই কল ইট মিলেনিয়াম জেনারেশন, এক্স জেনারেশন, ওয়াই জেনারেশন। এরা এমন টেক সাজি, এরা উইদাউট ডিজিটাল ডিভাইস সার্ভাইভ করবে, যেভাবে মা জল ছাড়া সার্ভাইভ করে সার্ভাইভ করবে, যে নো হাউ টু হ্যান্ডেল, তারা ভিন্টেজ বই পড়ছে না মানে পড়াশোনা করছে না, ইট ইজ নট অনেক বেশি ইনফর্ম মানে ইন টার্মস অফ ইনফরমেশন কন্টেন্ট দে আর মাচ মাচ ahead of me there. Okay, স্যার কারণটা হচ্ছে ওরা জানে from where they have to collect the information. অর্থাৎ এইটা অ্যাড্রেস করতে হবে ফর দ্য একাডেমিক পয়েন্ট অফ ভিউ যে ওয়ে অফ ইউজিং মেটেরিয়াল হ্যাজ চেঞ্জ, অ্যাবডাপলি চেঞ্জ। এবং এই কোভিডের পরে দেখুন না, প্রি কোভিড আর পোস্ট কোভিড এক না, গালফ অফ ডিফারেন্স। এখনকার বাচ্চা ছেলেমেয়েগুলো যা টেনশন, আমি মোবাইল কি করি, এরপর একটা ফেসবুক মেসবুক করি, হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ করি, ফোন করি, এই তো ওরা কি ইউজ করে কল্পনা করা যায়, দে নো দ্য টেকনোলজি। এইটাকে অ্যাকনলেজ করতে হবে, ওই রিজিডিটি নিয়ে চলবে। তাদের যে ইনফরমেশন এক্সট্রাক্টিং হ্যাবিট, সেইটাকে অ্যাড্রেস করা উচিত। সেটা না করতে পারলে মুশকিল হবে। এখন দেখুন এই ইয়েতে গিয়ে তুমি দেখো গিয়ে সিঙ্গাপুর, তারপরে মালয়েশিয়া, সব দিচ্ছে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ লাইব্রেরিয়ান, সাইটে পরিষ্কার দেওয়া আছে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ লাইব্রেরিয়ান উইথ দ্য হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ নাম্বার, মিনস 24 hours এনি টাইম ইউ ক্যান চ্যাট লাইভ। যেভাবে অ্যামাজনে আমরা কাস্টমার কেয়ারে করি, সে যে রেসপন্স করছে সে তো মানুষ, সে মেশিন নয়। সে ইউএসএ আছে না অস্ট্রেলিয়া আছে, ইরান আছে, হাউ ডু আই নো? কিন্তু হি অর শি ইজ ইন্টারাক্টিং উইথ ইউ 24 hours a day. That should be the motto, 24 hours a day. Library service 24 hours a day. ডিজিটাল রেফারেন্স যেটা আমরা আমাদের ওখানে পড়াই, অনেক জায়গায় পড়ানো হচ্ছে, সেটা কিন্তু 24 hours। অনেক সময় লাইব্রেরিগুলো যেটা করছে, ওরা কাউকে একটা সাবজেক্ট করে দিচ্ছে, এই সার্ভিসটা তুমি দেবে, নিজেরা পাচ্ছে না, কিন্তু সেই যে থার্ড পার্টি সে কিন্তু সার্ভিসটা দিয়ে যাচ্ছে। লাইব্রেরিতে তো থার্ড পার্টি কনসেপ্ট এসে গেছে, লাইব্রেরি অফ কমন্স, নিউ ইয়র্ক পাবলিক লাইব্রেরি, থার্ড পার্টি কনসেপ্ট। ডিজিটাল রেফারেন্স সার্ভিসটা অন্য এজেন্সি দিচ্ছে, দে হ্যাভ দেয়ার ওন ডেটাবেস আর সোর্স, এই সার্ভিসটা চলছে। হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ লাইব্রেরিয়ান তো এখন ছিঁড়ে যাচ্ছে আস্তে আস্তে, একদম সে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ নাম্বার দেওয়া আছে, চ্যাট দিচ্ছে আসছে। তার মানে একটা মেটামরফিক চেঞ্জ আসছে এই ক্ষেত্রে। লাইব্রেরি ইউজ কমে যাচ্ছে বলে হবে, ইউজটা অন্যভাবে হচ্ছে, সেইটা আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি। সেইটাকে পারসিভ করতে হবে যে লোকে ইউজ করছে, ইনফরমেশন ইউজ করছে। আর লাইব্রেরি এটা ঘটনা, লাইব্রেরি চোখ পাস করে বলা লাইব্রেরি বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে, সার্ভিস বন্ধ করে উঠে যাবে। এই সার্ভিসটাকে অন্য ফরম্যাটে নিয়ে আসতে হবে, এখনকার মতো করে নিয়ে আসতে হবে, তবেই হবে। ওই লাইব্রেরিতে ঢুকে আমি বঙ্কিমচন্দ্র পড়বো, শরৎচন্দ্র পড়বো বলে হবে, পড়ুন না, কিন্তু অন্য টাইপের যে সোর্সগুলো আছে সেগুলোকেও তো অ্যাকনলেজ করতে হবে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Sir, please take the dial. Please felicitate our speaker. So now please introduce our speaker.
Our present speaker is Dr. Ravindra Kumar Mahapatra. He is the professor of Tripura University, Central University of Tripura. Dr. Mohapatra formerly served as principal at College of Library and Information Science, Berhampur, Odisha. His teaching experience is 28 years and research experience is 24 years. His research areas are information seeking behavior, metric studies, academic library systems, research methodology, knowledge organization, library management, reference sources, system and services. He is visiting fellow and resource person in various faculty development program in UGC orientation and refresher program. PhD awarded to 29 scholars under his able guidance, and at present 8 students are pursuing PhD. He has published 4 books and more than 200 research papers in LIS journals and conference proceedings. Now I request you, sir, to deliver your precious lectures.
Thank you, Rabide. Good afternoon, one and all. It is my privilege to be with you here. It's the August National Seminar conducted by Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Centenary College. It's a 2-day national seminar. This is the second day and the third session, I think. And I especially, from my core of my heart, extend my thanks to Rabide for inviting me to put my ideas before the August gathering. Respected our senior colleague, Arup sir, and my colleague Professor Udan Bhattacharya, and other August member of this seminar, research scholars, students, and other participants. You have heard all the speakers last day, yes, that means yesterday, and today also some of the speaker. And the talk was very similar to the conference theme, the seminar theme. But as Rabide told that some content should be related to the theme, prime content to the related themes. So I chosen this topic because here there are different types of audience are there. You know, there are different types of, there are 4 kinds of audience. One is a layman audience, another is a technical audience, another is a managerial audience, and an expert audience. So almost all the audience are present here. So our some student, BLI students, some undergraduate students are here. Then some postgraduate students are here, and even the technical experts are here, and the particularly the experts are also here, experts. So I thought that this point of view, my presenting this idea about library profession in knowledge society today and tomorrow will be almost all helpful to all types of audience. As you know that we are now living, this library profession is living in a crisis movement, or we call them the crossroad. Yesterday just I was interacting one of the master degree student that, sir, I joined this program, but I do not know what will happen in my future. Okay. Yes, we are in the crossroad. Certainly, we cannot say that by doing this profession, by joining this profession, we have decided whether it is good for our career. Okay, but when during my interaction with my student, in the first class, whenever I interact with my student, I used to say about the future of the librarianship or library profession, because many people come from different subjects, and you know that library science is a subject, or library science is a discipline, but how far you can prove that library science is a discipline, because it also intermingled with a different interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary subject. still then also we can say that library science is a discipline. So we try to motivate our student that you have joined in the profession, so it has a good career. So I used to give the full description of how you can choose your career and what are the ways and means particularly. So here, by putting my ideas through this today's discussion on library profession in knowledge society today and tomorrow. So what now our library profession is yesterday, that means during the past what it was, and in today what is our position, and tomorrow what will happen. So we know that our father of library science in India, so thanks to Professor S.R. Ranganathan, Dr. S.R. Ranganathan. So he has given, you see the definition of the library and the definition of a librarian. A library is a public institution or establishment charged with the care of collection of books, the duty of making them accessible to those who require the use of them, and the task of converting every person in its neighborhood in a habitual library goer and reader of books. Come to the second one, definition given by Ranganathan also. God has chosen me as an instrument. The honor done to me should act as an incentive to the young generation to devote their lives wholeheartedly to library science and services. So from this two definition, we heard the previous lecture yesterday, and there was also some deliberation by the speaker and the participants. Okay. Can we not say that although Ranganathan has told about the books, told about the service to the community, and what is the duty of the librarian? Okay. Now coming to library as a profession. This library profession particularly emerged long before, when the library was existing. But the position of library today, that is in the ICT era, we call the ICT environment, is quite different. The key indicator lies here in terms of virtual, okay, that's called every set of criteria in the literature and the professional or altruism, we call the altruism. Okay. So we are living in such a environment where the technology dominates. The what you have read, what the theoretical we are acquiring, and what we are really doing, that is quite different. जैसे बोलते हैं ना हम, जो कुछ हम पढ़े हैं और जो कुछ कर रहे हैं, इसमें बहुत सारे differences है. Because sometimes what we have not came in through our life theory, but through our experience also we are doing something. Okay. So librarianship is such a profession. We also learn from different fields or different. We also learn from some experiences also. You see, by attending this conference, we learn a more thing. We listen to the speaker. We came to know about new things, new ideas. So these are helpful means to serve our users. But the basic, what is the traditional way of library profession? You see, what is the traditional way of, includes the collection, organization, distribution of information according to the international principles and standard in different formats of education, general use of research and recreation. Because when you go to the standard and principle, we have different, so UNESCO manifesto tells like that, IFLA tells something like that, ILA tells something like that. So we generally adhere to those principles. What is the role of the librarian? Okay. But actually, whether the skill we acquire, whether we are using those skills to our user, that is also a debate. The field of librarians is ever expanding and changing, from exporting the internet and media technologies to ever diverse pattern group of increasingly complex information needs. You see, we are living in such a society where the need of information or information seeking behavior, there is no ending to the need of the users. You see that in good old days, we say that no library can meet the individual users. But today, the library can meet every individual users. Because in those days, early days, we have no such mediums. But today, we have the mediums, we have the technologies. We can meet, even if we do not have the resources in our library, but if we have the ways and means where the information can be found, we can also evolve to provide the information to the individual users. Coming to the librarianship in the olden days or the earlier days, we call the recent past. We cannot say the past or yesterday, we can say recent past. So we term as a dull image or a poor image of the librarian, low expectations from the librarian, invisibility, economics, quality of services. So these all give a negative impact to the librarian or library professions. So when you talk about the librarian, you see even if there is a complexity between every institution or every organization, between the patterns of the institution or pattern of the organization. When you come to a college, there is a teaching and non-teaching. So librarian comes generally in a non-teaching. So it complexity creates. You may expect or not expect, but there is a complexity creates. When you go to a higher institution also, there is a professor, assistant professor, associate professor, and librarian. So it creates a dull image, or we call it as a poor image, and a low expectation. The user always thinks, or the reader always thinks he is also always great. Okay, and how a librarian will help? Okay, so their expectations are very low. Then invisibility. Although you are working and you are providing information to the users, you are invisible because you are remaining in a four side of a wall or in a corner of the wall. Nobody is going to look that what the librarian is doing, how a librarian is serving. Okay, nobody knows about that. So invisibility. And economics, because you do not contribute to growth of the growth of the country. Okay, because a teacher builds the students. How we call the students are the citizen of the India. So it contributes to the economic development of a country or a province. But a librarian, people say that it does not contribute to the nation. But we have to prove, again we have to prove it, how it contributes to the development of a nation or economic growth of a nation. So come to this, see the definition given by Guru Swami Naidu. Libraries all along history have been at the receiving end. They have been disregarded, lowered in the public esteem. One can trust only the humble origin of the libraries, and libraries, like some of the social institutions that have passed through the period of recognition, lull, then encouragement, neglect, followed by slow growth, decay, and then crisis. Okay. Now, thanks to Dr. S.R. Ranganathan and the 5 laws of library science particularly, where we get our visibility particularly, we say, the librarian, that there is a librarian. And there is a subject, because as you know that when Ranganathan visited, or you say went to London to study library science, to observe library science, somebody have given different types of explanation to that. But when Ranganathan went to London and went through different libraries, and what he observed that library science was an arts. not as a science. So what do you mean science? Because it doesn't have any principles. It doesn't have any system. You see, our DDC is a enumerated classification. But come to see the colon classification, analytico, synthetic, freely faceted classification. Okay. With some principles, notation, okay. So that gave its status to the profession. So Ranganathan pleaded in the international platform also for the library profession. And the 5 laws of library science that has been enunciated by Ranganathan, there is no, till today, there is no 6th law, there is no 7th law. The most critic of 5 laws of library science was Sethi, S.R. Sethi. He also conceived the 6th law of library science, but failed to give the explanation of the 6th law of library science. There is modification of the law. There is some qualified to the laws. I will come to the transition of the laws of library science. But there is no, till then there is no 6th law. We are living in the web world. There is no 6th law of library science, because the laws formulated by Ranganathan was so meticulously enumerated, till in the web world the law fits into the philosophy of the subject library information science, and it gave the philosophical foundation to the subject library science. And we now explain, now we are putting our views that library science as a discipline, because it consists of principles, philosophy, then the laws, rules, regulations, normative principle and canons, all everything is binded with the subject library information science. So and now it gave a more concrete status to the library science, particularly the basic, the comprehensive analytico-synthetic classification, that is called colon classification. Okay. So we are indebted to the Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, that he has given the identity to the subject as well as to the profession of the library science. The library profession today. So what we are doing today, what the library profession are doing today, let us give a emphasis on that. Promoting and defending the core values of the library and information profession. Understanding and responding to the cultural, social and information and learning needs of the clients, stakeholder and customer. Managing the storage, organization, access, retrieval, dissemination and preservation of information, and enabling free access to and use of information. Developing, delivery and evaluating information, facilities, services, sources, product in response to the clientele needs. Advancing in its adaptability, flexibility, autonomous application, services. Engaging the client, then community and other industries. Envisaging and planning future direction for the library professions. So we are doing whatever our clients are requiring, we are meeting our clientele needs. Yes. So today, as just our speaker, Professor Udan sir was telling, information is contained. There is a container, but information remains the same. The container has changed. You see, in a book, why you call it knowledge society? You call it the knowledge society. Okay. So because knowledge is embodied in every piece of information. It may be a leaflet, or simply a leaf, or a leaflet, or a pamphlet. It may be a book, or it may be some printed materials. It may be some non-print materials. It may be some electronic resources. The information is same, but the container is different. Print media, so print content, then the non-print contents, then electronic contents. But information, we have to deliver the information. So every piece of information is contains embodied in a forms of knowledge. We call the form in a particular form. So we call it the knowledge. When you acquire something from a from any form of any form, from some knowledge, some information from any form of literature, we call it the knowledge. So now today we are discharging our duties, as I putting the emphasis on this all the issues, okay, that we are doing in the present day. Now coming to the transition, why we are thinking of what will be the future of the library profession? What type of service generally we will give to our library clientele or library users? Because there is a transition of time. We see from a agrarian society to now the information society, we call the knowledge society. Agriculture society, industrial society, then information society, now knowledge society. Transition. You see, at the advent of a computer, automation, internet, and World Wide Web. Then the advances of digital technologies, that is playing a great role in the profession. The paradigm shift of storage media also, okay. You see, you might have seen when you thought about the first generation computer, it means it needs a big hall, bulbs, okay. Now you are the microchips. So you are using the microchips. So how, okay, you are keeping our information. So simple say an example, in a small CD, we are keeping 32 volumes of Encyclopedia Britannica. See. So storage, so everywhere there is a transition of things in the library profession. Digital revolution of broadband, mobile devices, social networking, cloud computing led to the fundamental transformation of physical into the digital information. Then electronic transformation of a professional life too, that particularly the COVID-19 era also, because before, I will come to that point also, what are the technologies already emerged, but we didn't know about those technologies. And we were serving to our people, not we are serving, people were already serving. But we people came in to know that after pandemic, because mostly we say that this online access, OER, OA, OER, okay, and your internet service, this online services, it was already existing before one decade. But we people came in to know that after pandemic, okay, it generally we are become very acquainted to that. The changing landscape, you see what are the changing landscape here? Physical to virtual libraries, individual to community libraries, collection to creation of libraries, portal to archive libraries. So when we were doing our things in a four walls of the library, now the things we are doing virtually. Okay. Then individual, we are serving to our user. Okay. Now we are serving to the community. Whosoever may be the person we are the library is serving. Then collection to creation. Previously library was collecting information, now we are creating the information. We seek for information. Where the information is available, we are capturing the information. We are creating the information, we are organizing information, we are storing the information, and we are disseminating the information. And previously we were always running after developing particularly the print collection. And now you are doing the balancing with the collection. We are print collection we are developing, as well as the non-print collection also we are also collecting. We are balancing the collection, not only the prints. Okay. Then lastly, portal, and we are archiving the information, because as you know that the preservation of knowledge is very important for our generation. We call for the posterity. Okay. So we are archiving knowledge. So when you do not archive, do not create our content, how as Sir was telling me with the first lecture we are hearing, some answer, even if the chat GPT also not able to give it to you. Why? Because content is not available. So when there is a content, there will be an archive, and then there will be an answer to a okay, answer to a question. So I am not going to describe those, how there is a transformation of library things from agriculture, industrial knowledge revolution, Shruti to Sriti, then Incunabula, invention of paper, Gutenberg, revolution of Gutenberg, shift of e-publication and space of time, publish and perish, paperless society, okay, digital natives. So all these contents, publish and perish, okay, paperless society. Even if Lancaster is 1978, Lancaster has predicted that there will be no, okay, paper. There will be a paperless society. But he has taken back, reversed back his opinion in 2009, I think 2009, because he told that no, paper will not 100% replace to, okay, non-print sources, but paper will remain, but mostly the online information will dominate the printing particularly. Coming to the transition of the 5 laws of library science. Okay. So as you know that already acquainted with the 5 laws of library science, books are for use, every reader has his or her book, every book its reader, library save the time of the library reader and corollary to library staff, and library is an organism. And to implement the library laws, we know what are the implications of the 5 laws already, we know that. So what are the transition in this 5 laws of library science? Because these transitions also have relation with the library profession, today and the tomorrow. What is going to happen in the tomorrow? Because there is a transition. You see the transition. Okay. Documents are for use. Then coming to information for use, you see these are the transition. It's need not give you explanation on that. Then Michael Jorman also gave the library service to humanity, respect to all forms of knowledge, which knowledge is communicated. Use technology intelligently to enhance the services, protect free access to knowledge, honor the past and create the future. Then coming to the web resources, Alreja and Naurzi has also explained about the web resources. Coming to media, Sarva is also studying information literacy related to information literacy as well as the media literacy. So when you take as the media as a main issue of the now in the today's scenario, so media for use, every pattern his or her media. Okay, then digital object, we are now talking about digital library. Digital object are for use given by Kumbar and Babon. Every user his or a digital object, every digital object his or her user, save the time of the user. Then digital library is a growing organism. And coming to the best one, you see here, the 5 laws of library science applicable to digital era as a philosophy of digital library. Okay, information focuses on the content, not the container. I was telling you, the sir was also telling about that. Sir, it is important of the information. In whichever content it is there, nobody bothers for that. User needs the information. And how you are going to deliver the information, that is important. Then user engagement. You say, sir was also telling, you see now when you go to visit a library, how big the library is. There is a fall of attendance in the library. Everyone will admire. There is a fall of attendance in the library. No, there will be all the benches and chairs are empty. Even some few days back, our Vice Chancellor came to our central library and he visited the stack areas and reading areas. So there were no students. And he asked the librarian, what, there is no reader, why readers are not coming? Then we have to explain him. Sir, although the people are not, readers are not coming, but they are, as sir was telling, the library rather going to the user. But how you can say that invisibility of the library, I told you invisible, how you can say visible? You have to keep the records. How many users are visiting our library websites, library databases, library e-books, library e-journals. So that is called the visibility. So when the Vice Chancellor asked, immediately the librarian came and showed the statistic. Sir, today this much number of users have visited our library. Then he said, how? So online visit, particularly. So that should be the visibility, user engagement. Then quantitative analysis of information. Yesterday we talked about this bibliometric study. Some sir was asking about the bibliometric, some measures, metrics. Okay. So we need to also quantitatively analyze the information. So maintaining the stats, as I told you, how many users are there. So quantitative records also we need to keep our library to make our visibility. Then common learning. So we have to place our library in such a space where everyone can accessible to the library. When the library is closed also, one can access to the library. So we have an offline library and an online library, 24/7/365 degree. So these are some transition of the 5 laws of libraries. And when there is a change in the transition, so you can also perceive here, or you can also imagine here, why not there will be change in the future. Got a point? So transition will always there. Okay, change will always there. But our duty is to, when there is a change, we have to keep pace with the change. So the 9 C's of library profession in knowledge society: the client satisfaction, the competition, the change, the collaboration, consortia, connecting challenges, creating positive and user experiences, competency of staffs, and conserving of the resources. These are the 9 C's of our library profession. You can share this slide later on. You can, Robbie sir will share the slide. Retaining the client and making the new clients through the clientele satisfaction, securing competition and advantage through the clients. Changing, it is not a crisis anymore, but change can through be the prepared. Then in collaboration, you have to collaborate with the digital project, collaborate to model and printing resources. Consortia being a partner, because as you know, library is serving to every individual. So how it can be possible? So there is a consortia, already alternate is there, consortia is there already. Okay. So last time also we were hearing, yesterday we were hearing the Budapest, okay, open source. Okay. Then creating connection between the user as all category through the social networking, and creating positive experiences. Okay, value, expectation, skills, and their factors to generate resources and challenges to create a positive experience. Then acquiring competency with the staff also, because when new technologies are coming, new tools are coming, as Saj was also explaining, ChatGPT, it's nothing but evaluating a tool, evaluating a new tool or a new technology, and how you see how he has interpreted the same tool into practice of the library science, because different tools will be there. In future also many tools will come out. But as a librarian, how the tool can be used in our library profession to serve our community. Okay, so this ChatGPT is a tool, but how he has blended the ChatGPT into our library profession, and how you can use the ChatGPT for our library use, even for the better service to the user. Then role of library. Okay. Henderson identified 9 roles of the library: a physical symbol of search for knowledge, focal point for campus and intellectual commons, a haven for study and research, a place of individual and groups engaged in collaborative learning and teaching works, an access point in interaction distribution center for the print and electronic information, a learning common to support trends in education, research, service, and outreach. So to put our visibility, nowadays value-based information, innovative, value-based, value-added information, best practices, and outreach. These are the 4 new things that a librarian need to serve to the institution, serve to the organization, and serve to the clients. Those services, yesterday you call the past services, or the now you are doing, it is of immaterial. The what material comes now, you see we have a IQAC center. Okay, we have a ranking, NAC ranking. So when a NAC is coming, what new thing you have done? What you are doing for your community, outside the community? the librarian is doing all the information, or providing all information with the four wall, or the between the institution only. But whether the library is serving to the out of the wall, whether you are going to a community, same you say there is a NAC ranking, whether an institution is adopting some villages to provide some facility to the villages as a institution. Same like whether a library is providing to the community or nearby community, okay. So that is called a value added or a best practice or some innovative services. Suppose we have a library, okay, if we can extend the library service to a community outside our wall. So you have to think about that, okay. The access point to interactive distribution center and print and electronic information also. Then learning common trend support education research service outreach, functional and pleasant workplace for the staff, a virtual gateway for institutional knowledge, a signature space that is attractive, flexible and useful. So if you want to put a signature and make you visible, your visibility must be, okay, not through spreading the information, but through a picturesque information. That you said I am doing this, because advertising nowadays advertisement is most important. What you are doing, that is immaterial. Advertising is very important. So marketing our products, marketing of library and information products is very important. And particularly one paper is being taught, marketing of information and product. Why it is required? Because of the visibility. We have to make our library visible. Whatever you are doing, no one going to hear you. But how people will, through the marketing only. It's not always what product you produce and you market it. Marketing your library is also very important. So visibility of the library, you call the visibility of the library. And the professional competency in the new era of library professionals. Expertise, knowledge of content resources and ability to critically evaluate the filter information. As you know that one tool has developed, you must have to evaluate the tool and make how the tool can be used to the user. And whatever, as Sir has already expressed here, before passing a news, you have to evaluate whether it's good or bad, whether it's right or wrong. So expertise, knowledge, okay. As a librarian, you need to be expertise, okay. Or if you do not have expertise or knowledge, at least you should inquire about the fact, then you pass the news to others. Because library is the main center of the source of information. Then specialized subject knowledge appropriate to the organizational and, because every institution and the client has its own vision and mission. So the librarian should have to also work with the mission, the goal of the institution, the vision and mission of the institution. Then develop and manage the convenient and accessible cost-effective services aligned with the strategic direction of the organization. So here it comes the economics of the information. It's not that the library is getting, okay. You see, when it comes to the central library, you are getting enormous fund in crores, 3 crores, 4 crores annually. And how effectively you have to spend the money, that counts. And how judicially you have to distribute the fund, how you can use the fund in providing the information need-based products and services for the benefit of the user. That's called the cost effectiveness. And you are also responsible for, okay, giving reason of your spending, ROI, return on investment. The money you received is a public money. So how you are spending, you have to give the answer. Then excellent instruction and support for the library information service users, access need and design and market value added products and services, use appropriate technology to acquire organize and disseminate information, use appropriate management approaches and communicate services, develop specialized products, use inside and outside the organization, and the organizational as well as individual clients, evaluate the outcomes of the usage of the products as a ROI, whether the, suppose you see in the last 10 years back, our university purchased e-books of 10 crores. Can you imagine 10 crores of e-books? And that time that Vice Chancellor was criticized. How a Vice Chancellor has procured 10 crores of e-books. But now the government is insisting 70% when there is a funding of the money, the government insists that 60 to 70% should be e-books or e-resources. You see, how the time has changed. 10 years back, it was a question how a Vice Chancellor has spent 10 crores for the purchase of e-books. Now the same government is insisting to build the collection of e-resources. See, so appropriate management approaches to communicate the service, develop specialized products inside the outside, evaluate the outcome of usage of the products. So that time, the library could not able to give the appropriate answer how it was, how it is spent and why it was spent and what was the outcome of the spending amount. Got a point? So now there is an answer to the question. So you need to outcome of the usage and the conduct research related to the solution of information management problem. You need to maintain all the records to give appropriate answer when there is a question. Then continually improve the information service in response to the changing need. As you told that there is a transition, you know the transition will come, the change will come. So when there is a change, you have to adopt the change. Then effective member of the management team, you should be a effective member of the team always. So how? Because it depends upon you, how you have to be involved in the activities of an organization, activities of an institution. Okay, it depends upon you. If you do not become a team member, nobody is going to ask. But if you want to prove your visibility, you should be an active member of the team. You should come forward and should become an active member of the team. Then only there will be a visibility. I am not going to tell about here the personal desires, the salary, status, we are not going to discuss here. But you see, because the context is survival. Why this particular theme is been chosen? Just to you. What is the particular theme is been chosen? The particular theme is been chosen, what is our profession today and what will be our profession tomorrow. So that means it is the existence, it is the survival. Okay. So who will survive? Survival of the fittest. The person who is fit, he will survive. So fit in the sense, whether you are paid or not paid, low paid or high paid, that does not count. But you have to be fittest. Librarianship with tomorrow. Shaped by the changing environment of the society, the allies, the library information science, the education system, business, industry and government. Because every time there is a transition, there will be a change. The allies education, okay, the library information system, the education system, the business industry requirement and the government. You see, when we are training our students, so how we are being trained according to the need of the industries, need of the business. We were calling the librarian. Now we are calling the corporate librarian, because the corporate libraries are dominating. So we are also building the corporate librarian. So what the industry is requiring, according to the fit into the industry, we are also developing our students with that skill, how the student can run the corporate library. So that is the need of the business, need of the industry, need of the government. Then now come to the new thing is an NEP 2020, new education policy. Okay. So now the policy is being reviving. You are designing, developing the syllabus. Okay. To fit you to the market, it says that skill based, the new education policy that is skill based, Atmanirbhar Bharat, skill based Bharat, Atmanirbhar. So library is a profession. It's like a profession where we are making equal profession like a law, like a medicine. But in Indian scenario, can it be possible? Can you say that library is a profession? Without getting a job, can you run your own business? Can you run your own business? It is not possible. But you look at the context of the developed countries. After earning the degree of librarian, they do not seek for the job. They have their own analytic centers. They have their own information consultancy. You see the situation particularly. So there is the libraries thing will change because according to the requirement of the government, industry and the business. Then educational, cultural and the library anticipating the change expectation of users, the citizen, policy maker, faculty, student, research scholars, administrator, funding agencies, the increasing diverse area for partners also from community to profession and business, because you need to collaborate. Without collaboration, we cannot exist. So we talk about the Web 1.0, Web 2.0, Web 3.0, Web 4.0, Web 5.0, Library 1.0, Library 2.0, Library 3.0. Okay. We call it about the social network. What does it mean? Participative, collaborative. Okay. Then only there is a existence. Okay. So here in the one particular book, that future librarians will be valued more for the services than for the book collection. So rather service is very important here, and collection may or may not have, but where you have to locate where the information will be available and how the information can be delivered to the user. Rather you collect your printing resources or you capture information where it is available and keep in your library and give it to your user. The need is to embrace both the physical environment and both the virtual environment. As Lancaster has taken back his opinion that the paperless society, there will no paperless society. The technology cannot dominate to the paper printing society, but somewhere it will dominate. But equally you have to balance it. Whenever you are thinking about collection development, we should balance the physical collection as well the virtual collection. Okay. The future library thrives best in the environment. So the people respect to the tribe of truth for knowledge and justice. Government are committed to freedom of access to information and freedom of expression. Citizen having inquiring minds. Literacy is a necessary skill. Okay. Then reading is pleasure, is a popularity. History and cultural are valued. Information is abundant, evidence-based practice. People actively seek to reduce inequality and sharing society, pride in civic and institutional infrastructure. So all these are the best practices that need to be developed by the library profession. That will be the future of the library. Now coming to the opinion of the IFLA, that is 2013, 2013 and 2021. Okay. In 2000, the IFLA emphasized the LI's core curriculum on the three aspects such as conceptual knowledge, professional capability and technological and technical competence is important for the librarian. Coming to the 13th, the IFLA trend reports 5-point trend which will change the information environment in the future. New technology both expanding limit to, you see, then online education, okay, privacy data protection, then hyper connectivity society, empowering new voice and groups. Okay, then goals of information economy will transform by the new technologies. That was in the 2013. And see, in the 2021, the competency of the librarian, the competency of the library profession. So, tough time ahead, virtual is here to stay, comeback of physical spaces, the rise of the soft skill, diversity getting taken seriously, and environmental reckoning, and mobile population, the impatient user, and analog blacklist, then scale matters, data domination, search transmission, race to the extremes, lifelong learning, single and global collection, the privatization of knowledge, qualification matters, information literacy recognized, open raises question about library unique selling point, and inequality depends. So this is the transformation of the opinion about the library profession, library existence of the library. 2000, 2013, and the recent one, 2021. So we need to prepare according to the change. A library is a crossroad. As I told you, now we are in a crisis. What is the crisis? The survive and thrive of the future. The schools of library science fail to extend the marketing of the products adequately. Rift between the LIS teacher and the librarian, there is no coordination, particularly complexity. Then predominant role of distance education, the harmonization of a curriculum among the library science, then marching of libraries towards the information science, domination of technologies, use of too many nomenclature of library information science, then information science is dominating the expense of the librarianship also, mismatching of between theory and practice, mismatching between the productivity of the LIS products and job needs, so lack of manpower in library as well in the LIS curriculum. So there are crises. So we are in a crossroad. Problems are there, difficulties will be there, but how to come over the difficulties, that is very important. So when you know our problem, these are the problem lies with our profession, so you have to come over this profession. Otherwise, the crisis will remain with us, then survival will be difficult. Now, the new emerging tools. So, whatever these tools has been outlined here, it is a buzzword related to the engineering, is not it? When you talk about big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, disruptive technology, blockchain, internet, so what does it mean? Is related to engineering. When we say 2 to 3 years back, before this pandemic, when you talk about these new technologies, these are related to engineering particularly. But now these are the technologies which is abruptly used by the libraries. I do not have much time, so you can go to the Morgan's Stewart's 10 innovative tools for the library. There you can see all these technologies, how these technologies are being used for the library services particularly. Big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, disruptive technologies, blockchain technologies, Internet of the Things, library bookmark, user-focused interface, augmented reality, digital interface and printing books, drones, digital marker labs, coding clubs, virtual reality, mobile apps, open libraries, RFID, cloud computing, copywriting, scanning, robotics, kinetic bikes, single sign on the resources, digital storytelling, streaming services. So all are being now used in the library services. And there was a day, it was sound for the engineering discipline, but nowadays these are the requirement for the library services point of view. Even if you store information storage and retrieval, content creation, information storage and retrieval, and information transfer and dissemination. All these technologies are working for providing services to the user. Now challenges for the librarians today. National level policy for library information system is lacking. Standard for different types of libraries are not established by competent authority. indifferent attitude of the government at state or central level. Then lackadaisicity attitude of the allies professionals, inconsistency in qualification, pay scale. Okay, that is one crisis also, challenges. Then demand for library profession to identify social recognition. It is argued librarianship aspires to become a profession. It should depend upon the search to develop its knowledge base of the theoretical framework given by Williamson. So these are the more challenges. Okay, the utilization of digital infrastructure for knowledge sharpening platform for professional development, use of emerging disruptive technologies, help in search of through the disruptive technologies, prioritize attention to disruptive technologies that are expected to change, orientation on ethical issues, artificial intelligence based technologies, exploring the possibility of providing adequate access through suitable digital device and preloaded contents, smart room with latest ICT facilities with sound technology supports, online digital education facilities, optimum use of technology based education platform, searching, creating, organizing, instruction material. So if you are working in as a librarian in an institutional level or organization level, as I told you, you have to be aware of the mission and vision of the institution and organization. Suppose if it's a teaching institution, what the teachers are being delivering their lecture, their ideas, either through orally or through technology, the library must have to be savvy with the technologies. If you have a time, you can say that one in a public library, the students, small group of students are being taught about the coding. The computer is training them how to make, prepare of the coding languages. So can you imagine those services can be provided by our Indian scenario by the public libraries? You cannot imagine. But see, a public library in a abroad, they are providing the service, coding service to the new generation, native generations. Why? Because they want to be a part of their mission and part of their vision particularly. So here, optimum searching, that's called helping and bending the technology, traditional teaching with the online teaching. Some of the teachers are now shifted, both offline as well as the online, blended learning. So the library should also help the teachers how to blend the technology with their teachings. Then high quality online content creator using the online teaching platform and tools. Online education help blended with the experimental and active based learning outcomes. Effective models for blending learning with the subject face-to-face learning. Tools of such two-way video, audio interaction and holding of online discussion, digital content in the multiple Indian languages to address the issues of linguistic diversity. As just Arup sir was very recently telling about that. When he was giving the Bengali language for chatting through the chat bot, it failed to express in the same natural form what was it given in the Bengali, because the content is not developed in Bengali to translate into English. So digital content and multiple Indian languages address to the issue of the linguistic diversity. As a librarian, we need to also take care of our the content creation particularly. The future strategies. So what are the future strategies that you need to develop so that we can survive in this web era particularly? Design and directing, formulating policy and applying service to meet the information needs of the client. Provide expert advice and consulting service to strategic information management. Developing strategic plan, preparing budget submission, benefits befitting to the general and management. Managing major projects including information technology, system and application in a research environment. Providing leadership, managerial and commercial skills and judgment. Marketing of and promoting the information management services. Providing expert advice and consultancy service. outsourcing, strong possibilities. Future has arguably rarely been more uncertain. As you know that it is an express by IFLA, to ensure the sustainability of our community, institution and profession, we owe it to ourselves to think through the trend and the forces that shape the world among us in the years to come, be they political, economical, technological, cultural or environmental. You see, there is a transition, already you see the transition. IFLA is also, there will be a change, whether the political, economical, technological, cultural or environmental. But to keep pace with the change, the librarian, if you want to survive, if you want to sustain, we have to keep in pace with the, we have to adopt, we have to abide, we have to adopt the things of that is going to be changed. So I'm not going ahead. This is the last one, just relevant to the useful innovative technologies to implement at the library, the technology applicability, the benefits it could bring to the library. Look at how libraries are using technology in improving services to the customer today. Innovative library services are usually digital tools, make services easier to the use and access, inspire and inform, help customer to learn skill. So this is a very good useful information. You can go through this one. Okay, that's called current technology trend in libraries. Okay, that's a digital librarian and independent consultant has given the full description of how these technologies are being used. One is Morgan Stewart's, then second one is John Garland has given a remarkable use of how technologies are being used in libraries, not into 2020 or 2023. In decades ago, that's in 2013, they have developed these technologies and how these technologies are being used in library services. If you go and go through these two literature particularly, you can know about how the technologies are being used in library services. So as a librarian, okay, but rather we are running in the crisis. We are in the crossroad, but thanks to our professionals, thanks to our librarians, our fellow colleagues, okay, that when there is a change, they have tried to adapt to the change. And when we are also prove that we are also the fittest to be survive. Okay, they never have say no to the change. They have always welcomed the change, and they are also learning to keep pace with the change. So it is a big thanks to the library profession for their survival. Thank you very much for your patientful learning. Please. So one question is asking. Please.
Sir, you say the changing landscape in the contemporary world. I'm not clear to portal to archive libraries.
Not real to?
Portal to archive libraries changes.
It's you say when there are a lot of information is available, okay, some information suppose physically a library is not able to physically develop the collection. Got a point? On that case, what do you do? What do you like to do? Suppose you do not have a library budget, library fund to develop the print collection. Then what is your duty? Whether you do not want to archive, okay, those information that is not available in the library, and those information that is available in other libraries, maybe in different platforms. So it is very important to archive those information which are not, because you see the information that is available in a web or in a space not permanent, remember. The information today it is available, may not be in tomorrow, it may not be in the web. Okay, so what is your duty? When there is a information and there is a source, you capture the source, and put it in your archives. Create your archives and put it in your archives. Because your library is for the posterity. Today, information may not be desired by a user, but tomorrow, day after tomorrow, that information may be necessary for a user, even a single user. So we need to create and archive the information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. But before going, just I have a little request to all the participants. You heard all your speakers yesterday and today also. So what is your takeaway when you go from this institution, grow from this particular? So what you have listened to the speakers, please have a, okay, again look over the whatever being taught to you or spoken before you. So that is one type of action plan. So what is your action plan? 3 type of action plan: short term, mid term, and long term. What you can do for your library, whether you possess your resources or not, but the sources of how to develop the resources, how to develop your skill has been given, the ideas has been given to you. So create a short term, okay, action plan, a medium term action plan, and a long term action plan. So implement, when you go, immediately what you can do for your library, what you can do for your fellow colleague. Suppose sir has told about the chat GPT. Suppose some people may not have known about the chat GPT. So you go and see the chat GPT. Then when I told about these disruptive technologies, I told about, go and see what are the disruptive technologies, how these technologies are being used, you see. So whenever you are going to give, okay, checkout, suppose our library is automated. So whenever you are going to give the checkout, we are dropping in the Dropbox. Okay, that is one checkout. Suppose when you physically holding the books, you go one by one it is given. But there is a technology, you put a bunch of books in the thing, automatically it will be checked out. That technology has been developed to save the time of the library, corollary to save the time of the library staff. So my request is to, when you go from this, attending this seminar, you have taken away many ideas, so put your idea into your practice in a short-term plans, in the medium-term plans, and then long-term plan. And how you can adopt it, it depends upon you. Thank you very much, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to Rabide and his colleagues for inviting me and putting my ideas here. The institution particularly, and I happy to know that yesterday the institution ranked A++. So the credit goes to all of you. So I told her it is the visibility of the librarian. So when I saw the librarian is very small, but there is a visibility. So visibility of the librarian. Okay, so that counts. Thank you very much.
Now, I extend my heartful gratitude to our speakers for enlightening us with their vast knowledge. And officially, I announce the end of our technical sessions here. Now, we'll go for lunch and come back. But before that, we'll go for a photo session, group photo. And we request our speaker to stay with us for that photo session. And that photo will take at the first floor. There is that Vivekananda statue is there. In front of that, we will do that photo session. And after that, we will give you a quick visit of our library. And then we'll come back here and for lunch. Okay, after lunch, we'll give your certificates. So if anyone wants to leave early, if there is any problem, so they can leave with their certificate, but that presenters have to stay with us. They have to present, and I request all of you, if possible, stay with us, listen to the presenters, and then after validation session, then you leave. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. You can leave your belongings here, no problem. Okay, come with us.
first presenter is Apala Chakrabarti. Co-author is Kaustuba Chakrabarti. They are going to present on application of artificial-based intelligence robots in libraries and information service. Then the second presenter, Anindya Basu. That is the presentation topic is redesigning Lotus law, different level of numerical integrations. Third, Shubham Das and Swapna Khan. Then fourth presenter is Maqbul Rahman. Is going to speak on use of information communication technology in academic library in terms of higher education and overview. And the last presenter is Dr. Pranav Porel and Dr. Swapna Khan. They are going to present on amendments of copyright law in G7 countries with special reference to India during the post-pandemic COVID-19 period. So I think the first presenter, you are there. First presenter, Apala Chakrabarti is here.
Apala Chatterjee.
No, Apala Chatterjee is here. So please proceed with your presentation. So you have 10 minutes, okay? Let's down 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Apala Chatterjee from P.R. Thakur Government College. Today I am discussing about application of artificial-based intelligence. এটা হচ্ছে হচ্ছে না Today I am discussing about application of artificial-based intelligent robot in library and information services. So at first I am discussing about what is AI, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is an area of computer science that emphasizes the creation of intelligent machines that work and react like humans. The term AI was first used in 1955 by McCarthy when preparing a research proposal for the US Dartmouth Summer Research Conference. As per Merriam-Webster dictionary, artificial intelligence is a branch of computer science that dealing with the simulation of intelligent behavior in computers. In a nutshell, AI is an area of computer science that emphasizes the creation of intelligent machines that work and react like humans. Next, what is the role in libraries in artificial intelligence? So, emerging trends in library and information science models are demonstrating an increasing reliance on machines. Computer, laptops, tablets, mobiles, robotics, and other devices are replacing human beings not only in libraries but also in other walks of life. Library services are being reshaped by machines, and technology-based services are being adopted in modern libraries throughout the world. Next, what different types of artificial intelligence tools that services both in technical service and user services. So, these artificial tools are mainly described in slides. That at first it's a chat box. That chatbot is AI-based chatbots used by reference services, library instruction, information retrieval. Chatbot is also used for voice searching and voice assistance in many libraries. Next is robotics. Robotics used in library technical services, that is shelving of library books, stock taking of material, As per concerned user services, robotics are helpful for searching of library material for users and check-in and check-out of library books. Next, NLP, natural language processing. Natural language processing uses in the context of library technical services, knowledge management, information book processing, classification of books, user services, that is translation of text from different languages, reading of material and information retrieval through voice assistance. Next, big data. Big data is used in managing depository, library data storage on server or clouds. Similarly, different kind of analytical reports for the library user statistics. Next, text data mining. Text data mining is used for citation report, all-metric counts, academic scholarly network sites, opaque searching interface, and metadata of library record in technical services. User context, TDM, is also used for the library trends, reference services, social media appearances, and all-metric count of publications. Next, pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, QR code, barcode of the library material for identification of library items, security of library material via RFID tags, indexing and abstracting of images support in the technical services. Security password, thumb impression, and pattern design are used for the user security and access to digital devices and content of the library. Next, what is robotics? Robotics is mainly a subset discipline of artificial intelligence which found applications in almost all areas like industries, hospitals, banks, academics, institutions, and military operations, etc. It is the branch of engineering that involves the conception, design, manufacture, operations of robots. Basically, a robot is a machine which can carry out a complex series of actions automatically based on a computer program. It has mainly three parts, that is controller, mechanical part, and sensor. Next, application of robots in library operations. Robot at PECIST Central Library helps in filing, sorting, and replacing the books in the shelf. The Ruby robot, as mentioned in PECIST Central Library, also developed by the Temex Polytechnic Library, can scan more than 32 lakhs books per day. The Bobby is also able to deliver material like newspapers, magazines, brochures, can welcome and direct guests and students to various locations. Also, drone is an also application of robots in library operations. So what is drones? Drones are unmanned aerial vehicles which work in conjugation with onboard sensors and GPS. It varies in size, shape, and weight, which find applications in almost all the fields. As for example, we say that DRDO Netra and DRDO Rustram are delivering this type of activities. So the libraries can integrate robotics with other artificial intelligence technologies like a drone being controlled by a robot. Next, also book delivery by robots is also an application of robotics. It gives input and then identifying RFID, and then it matches RFID and also sends notification, and self-tray move forward and deposition in the basket in the delivery. So in concluding, I am telling about that libraries are moving print media to digital media. The future indeed is promising, but of the library presence of artificial intelligence technologies. Now library activity involves plenty of manual works which can be partially or fully done or effectively with the help of robots. So the adoptions of robots for assessing library activities has been boon to us. Artificial intelligence along with robots in library information services gives us minimal, pinpointed, exhaustive informations which can be achieved through this robotics. Thank you.
Thank you, Apala Chatterjee. Any question from the audience? Okay, please.
হ্যাঁ
First one, Persist Central Library help. Robot at Persist.
হ্যাঁ এটা আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি ইনফরমেশনটা পেয়েছি পেসিস সেন্ট্রাল লাইব্রেরি এটা আমার একটু দেখতে হবে
Oh, you have given the reference Manoj. Manoj, that here is, I think, missing. Okay, 02. Okay, thank you, Apala. The second presenter is Anindya Basu. He is going to speak on redesigning Loctus law, different level in numerical integration. Anindya ji, please stick up to the time, 10 minutes. Okay.
Today my topic is redesigning Lotka's law using different level of numerical integration. So this is a part of my PhD work, and before going to the slide, main slide, I convey my regards to Professor Juran Sorkel and Professor A.R.D. Prasad. Actually from them I got the inspiration to choose this topic. And Juran sir used to tell me, why have you chosen so difficult topic in your PhD work? And A.R.D. sir used to tell us that I am fed up with Lotka, Bradford and Ziff. People are working with the same formula and nothing new is happening. So this remark actually made me to think that how I can redesign it. So I am going straight to the topic. So all we know that this is Lotka's law. Very simple law, but this is the pillar of scientometrics, and this particular law has given a separate subject called Lotkaian informatics. So the formula is y is equal to c by x to the power n, and c is the constant value and n is the exponent value. And y is the number of authors with x number of articles. This is a very simple mathematical expression, but the solution or the method of solution or calculation is very actually difficult. So this is a graphical representation, and this is the author's productivity data, and all we know that in every subject there are only few scientists are there who produce the much number of articles, and the most number of authors, they used to publish very little number of publications in their lifetime. So this is the calculation of Lotka's exponent. There is no alternative to that. Okay. So my research work is actually how to calculate the constant value. So in 1985, Mirinda Lee Pao, he invented the method of calculating the constant value, and the expression is this expression, and we all use this formula since 1985, and its accuracy is very much perfect, near to perfect we can say. So so I was thinking that how to solve in a very different way. So when I was searching the literature, I found that all the Lotka's law, the author's productivity curve is like this. It's a long-tailed distribution. So when the exponent value is that is x to the power n, when n value is either 2 or 4, then only the exact solution is there. But in real time, the exponent value is never perfectly 2. It becomes 1.88, it becomes 2.33, it becomes 3 also. So there is no perfect solution. So the actual problem of solving that, it boils down to the area under the curve calculation. So that's why Mirinda Lee Pao, he also took the simplest possible numerical integration, that is called trapezoidal rule. So if we just divide the curve up to some point P and rest from P onwards, we actually approximate the area. So Lee Pao, he told that the point P, it should be 20. So it is also a debatable question that why P should be 20, why not 21, not 22, whether we can extend the P value. So that's why I was thinking that, okay, so let us start with second degree or third degree of numerical integration, because Lee Pao only took the first degree of numerical integration. So it is like this. So we have to calculate actually the curve and the area under the curve, and Lee Pao actually took the simplest possible solution, that is the trapezoidal rule. So I was thinking for the solution, and I got only in whole literature, I got only one sentence in an article where the Bailon Moreno, he has pointed to this problem. So the problem is, when we approach the points of very productive authors, the fits by regression substantially worsen. Therefore, the value of y is usually prone to considerable error. So that is the main motivational point for me to take up this idea of research. So what I did, I actually got two solutions. That is, first one is Simpson's 1/3 rule, and second one is Simpson's 2/3 rule. As I have written one paper, and that is under peer review process. That's why I am not touching the Simpson's 1/3 rule. So I am going to the second solution, because that paper has been accepted and it will be published very soon. Though I have devised one formula that is given here. So, but I am not touching this. So I am presenting the Simpson's 3/8 rule. This is it's a 4-point Newman-Coates formula, and so we are fitting the curve with 4 points. What trapezoidal rule, that Mirinda Lee Pao only took 2 points, and Simpson's 1/3 rule that deals with 3 points within a curve, and I am taking the 4 points, which actually it's a kind of interpolation and extrapolation of calculating the area. So so I am not giving here the whole mathematical derivation, because it's a very long mathematical derivation. I am going to the workable formula that we can work with. So after the derivation work, so the constant value C has become this one. So it's a longer expression than what given by Mirinda Lee Pao. So Lee Pao invented this formula, and now with Simpson's 3/8 rule, I have got this formula. Okay, so after deriving to this particular stage, so I actually applied this on the chemical abstract data and Auerbach data, on which Lotka himself devised his own formula. So this is a very standard data points. So that's why I am this for the proof of concept purpose. I have taken this data only, as many previous formulas were applied on this data. That's why I have taken this as a standard data points. So this is the chemical abstract data, and this is the Auerbach data. And after applying the Simpson's 3/8 rule, this constant value becomes 0.566, this, and this becomes the formula. Okay. So after the case test, so here we can see that critical value is 0.0196 and the maximum difference is 0.08117. So this is the most striking thing that I have observed here. What Mirinda-Lipau did, in his case, the maximum difference become 0.207, but in my case, it becomes 0.18117. That means the error is minimized, the maximum difference is minimized. And that is happening because as I am going to the third level of numerical integration, actually it can cover more area than the trapezoidal rule what was devised by Mirinda-Lipau. So that's why in in Lipau case, the null hypothesis is getting rejected. That means that Lotka's law is not applied on chemical abstract data. But as I am using this Simpson's 3/8 rule, and here, here maximum difference is not beyond the critical value region. That means it is not going to this region. It is within the non-shaded region. So that's why it is getting accepted. And the most striking thing is that in the value of maximum difference is very much close to my value. Okay, so similarly I also applied the same formula in Auerbach data, and I found that the maximum difference is 0.21662. And if I compare this value with the with the Lipau method, it has becoming 0.237. Now here you see it is 0.021. So that means I am getting a lesser value in the constant. That means that if I give the, as it is the inverse of the total area, so total area is coming to the denominator part of the fraction, and it is the constant value is becoming less. That means it can cover more area. So that's why I am getting a better result, better approximation to this particular with this particular method, that is with Simpson's 3/8 rule. And these are my references. Thank you. What is the source of your data? I have not taken any data for this purpose. I have taken the data what was already published. This data was used by Mirinda-Lipau herself, and this data also used by Lotka himself. So that data I have taken as this is standard, and as it will be accepted by the community. That's why I have not taken any data from any other source. I have many data, and in my PhD work, I have taken few domain-specific author productivity data, and I have analyzed. But for this purpose, I have taken the chemical abstract data and the Auerbach data that was originally published in 1926.
Thank you. Thank you, Anindya. Any question? Any question from audience? So to say, this topic, it is the PhD topic, okay, related to bibliometric or centrometric studies. and particularly application to Lodcast law. And he has tried to redesign the Lodcast law, and he has shown the comparison between the law, the common law, how you can apply and how you redesign. And basically it is also similar to, more or less it is similar to, that you have proved that that law can be also applicable,
Yes,
no?
yes,
That law can be applicable, but he has shown another method how this can be also proved to show the significance. Thank you very much.
And this is part of my
Part of
work,
research.
and this is not the entire thing of my PhD work.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now the next presenter is Shubham Das and co-author Swapan Khan.
Good afternoon to one and all, respected resource person and my fellow participants. So my topic is from information to insight, exploring pros and cons of selected data warehouse tools. তা আমি শুরু করবো সেখান থেকেই যেখান থেকে মহাপাত্র স্যার ছেড়েছিলেন, ডিসরাপটিভ টেকনোলজিস। বিগ ডেটা তার মধ্যে সবথেকে প্রথম ছিল, কিন্তু বিগ ডেটা নিয়ে হবেটা কি বেসিক্যালি? বিগ ডেটা স্টোর হয় ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসে, আর সেই ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসের যে কোনো ডেটা এক্সট্র্যাক্ট করতে গেলে আমার কিছু টুলস লাগে। আমি নিজের ইন্ট্রোডাকশন পার্টটা দেখাই। সো আই হ্যাভ 5 পয়েন্টস। ফার্স্টলি, ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিংটা কী? এটার মধ্যে সব থেকে প্রায়র জিনিস যেটা আমাকে বুঝতে হবে, কালেকশন হবে, স্টোরেজ হবে, অ্যানালিসিস হবে। এই তিনটে জিনিসের উপর ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং টেকনোলজিস দাঁড়িয়ে আছে। আর সেকেন্ডলি, এই কাজটা করতে গেলে যেই সফটওয়্যারগুলো লাগে সেইগুলোই হচ্ছে টুলস। সফটওয়্যার টুলস দ্যাট ইউজেস from which we can use the data warehousing process is the data warehousing tools. এবার বেসিক্যালি লাইব্রেরিতে এর ইউজটা কোথায়? লাইব্রেরিতে এর ইউজ অনেক আছে। লাইব্রেরিটা আস্তে আস্তে লাইব্রেরি না হয়ে একটা ইনফরমেশন সেন্টার হয়ে যাচ্ছে, যেখানে দিন দিন ইনফরমেশন বেড়ে যাচ্ছে। যেমন ইউবি স্যার বলে গেছিলেন যে পার পারসন 5.2 টেরাবাইট অফ ডেটা। তাহলে একটা অর্গানাইজেশনের কাছে ওর ইউজার বেস যদি 100টাও হয়, তাহলে 5.2 ইন্টু 100। আর সেই ডেটাকে যদি আমাকে কোনো একটা রেজাল্টে বের করতে হয়, তাহলে সেইটা আমি এই সফটওয়্যারের থ্রু দিয়ে করতে পারি। এটা বেসিক্যালি অনেক জায়গায় কাজে লাগবে। যেমন স্যার একটা পয়েন্ট করছিলেন যে ওনার ভিসি এসে বলে গেছেন যে আমার ফুটফল কত লাইব্রেরিতে। যদি আমার কাছে এই ডেটাবেসটা থাকে আর সেইখান থেকে আমি যে কোনো রিপোর্ট জেনারেট করতে পারি, সেখানে আমার ফুটফল জেনারেটও হয়ে যাবে। দুটো ডেটাই একসাথে আসতে পারে, যে আমার টোটাল ভিজিটার কাউন্ট কত লাইব্রেরি ওয়েবসাইটের উপরে, আর আমার নর্মাল ফুটফলে যে কতটা আমার ট্রানজ্যাকশন হচ্ছে সেই ডেটাটাও এর মধ্যে দেখানো যেতে পারে। আচ্ছা, নেক্সটলি, এবার ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং আমি মনে হচ্ছে বুঝিয়ে দিয়েছি, কিন্তু তবু আমি একটা ভিডিও দিয়ে একটা এক্সাম্পলের সাথে বোঝাবো। এটা আমি একটা ভিডিও বানিয়েছি, সেটা একটা এক্সাম্পলের জন্য একটু সবাই দেখবেন। তো বেসিক্যালি এইখানে আমি বিগ ডেটাটাকে বলছি, একটা যদি ভাবেন একটা বড় গাছ, ওটা হচ্ছে বিগ ডেটা। আর ওই বড় গাছ থেকে যদি টিম্বারগুলো কেটে নিচ্ছি, দিয়ে স্টোর করছি, সেই যে ওয়্যারহাউসিংটা করছি, সেই ওয়্যারহাউসিংটা হচ্ছে ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং। কিন্তু কাটতে কিছু টুল লাগে, সেই টুলগুলো হচ্ছে, সেটা আমি কুডুল হতে পারে, সেটা যেমন চেনার হতে পারে, যা কিছু হতে পারে, সেই টুলগুলো ইজ বেসিক্যালি ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং টুলস। তা আমার যে কথাগুলো বিগ ডেটা, ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং, এইগুলো অনেকটা টেকনিক্যাল টপিক, কেন কি 2-3 বছর আগে পর্যন্ত এটা একটা ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ডোমেনের কথা ছিল, কিন্তু এটা আমাদের ডোমেনে আস্তে আস্তে ঢুকে গেছে। কেন? এর অ্যাপ্লিকেশনস অনেক বেশি। কিন্তু অ্যাপ্লিকেশনসগুলো বোঝার জন্যে আমাকে জিনিসের কোর কনসেপ্টটা বুঝতে হবে। আর এই ভিডিও দিয়ে অ্যাটলিস্ট আমি এটা তো বুঝলাম যে বিগ ডেটা কাকে বলে, ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং কাকে বলে, আর টুলসগুলো কোথায় কাজে লেগে যেতে পারে। সো এটা আর 1 সেকেন্ডের জন্য আছে। এইটাতে বেসিক্যালি ওই ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিংয়ের ইম্পর্টেন্সটা বোঝা যাচ্ছে। টুলস যদি থাকে তবেই আমি ওয়্যারহাউসটাকে ইউজ করতে পারবো, আদারওয়াইজ ওয়্যারহাউসের কোনো ইউজ নেই বেসিক্যালি। ইফ ইউ হ্যাভ এ ডেটা বাট ইট ইজ নট অফ ইউজ, ইট ইজ এ ইউজলেস ডেটা। Now coming to my next slide. এরপরে আমি যে কাজটা করেছি সেটা ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং টুলসের একটা কম্প্যারিজন করেছি। টুলস আছে, মার্কেটে অ্যাভেলেবেল আছে, সেটা এই 4টে জিনিস দিয়ে আমি বোঝাবো। আমার অবজেক্টিভ কী ছিল এই কাজটা করার জন্য, এর মধ্যে কী মেথোডোলজিস অ্যাপ্লাই করেছি, আমার টোটাল ফাইন্ডিংস কী হয়েছে আর কনক্লুশন কী হবে। বেসিক্যালি এই কাজটা আমরা একটু খুব শর্ট টাইমে করেছি, তাই আমরা দুটো অবজেক্টিভ নিয়েই কাজটা করেছিলাম। ফার্স্ট অবজেক্টিভ হচ্ছে মার্কেটে কী কী ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং টুলস অ্যাভেলেবেল আছে। সেকেন্ড, যদি আছে ওটা অ্যাপ্লিকেশনে আনতে কতটা আমার কস্ট লাগতে পারে। আলটিমেটলি এভরিথিং বয়েলস ডাউন টু ইকোনমিক্স, কত টাকাতে কত কাজ হতে পারে। নেক্সট, কী কী আমি স্যাম্পল ইউজ করেছি, এই বেসিক্যালি আমি 6টা করেছি। 6টার মধ্যে লেফট সাইডে যেগুলো দেখছেন সেগুলো সব বড় কোম্পানি, অ্যামাজন, গুগল, মাইক্রোসফট। আর ওই দিকে আমি কিছু স্পেশালাইজেশনও রেখেছি, লাইব্রেরি আর ওসিএলসি, এরাও কিন্তু দিচ্ছেন। আমাদের লাইব্রেরি ফোকাসড ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং টুলসও আছে। এইগুলো বেসিক্যালি যখন আমি স্যাম্পলটা সিলেক্ট করছিলাম দেখে এগুলো সব ক্লাউড সার্ভার, এগুলো সব স্যাস সার্ভিস, সফটওয়্যার অ্যাজ সার্ভিস হিসাবে আছে, তাই জন্য এগুলোকে নেওয়া হয়েছে। নেক্সটলি এবার আমি দেখাই যে এটার লঞ্চ ইয়ার আপনি দেখতে পারেন, এটার মধ্যে একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট জিনিস দেখার আছে, 2011তে কিন্তু লাইব্রেরি ওয়্যারহাউস ছিল। বাকি জেনারিক ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউস আসার আগে কিন্তু লাইব্রেরিয়ানসরা ভেবেছিল এই দিকে। আর সেকেন্ডলি এদের মধ্যে আর্কিটেকচারাল ডিফারেন্স যদি দেখেন, প্রথম দুটো কিন্তু কলম বেসড। যদি আপনার ডেটা আরডিএমএস মানে রিলেশনাল ডেটাবেসে থাকে, এ কিন্তু কলমগুলোকে ধরে আপনার অ্যানালিসিস করে দেবে। নর্মাল যে কোনো ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং টুল কিন্তু আপনার এক একটা রো ধরে করে। সেকেন্ডলি যেটা বাকি দুটো আছে তারা কিন্তু নেক্সট জেনারেশন, এটা থার্ড জেনারেশন ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউসিং টুল, এরা হাইব্রিড রো আর কলমকে দুজনকে একসাথে করতে পারে। আর লাস্টে যেই দুটো আছে, যেই দুটো লাইব্রেরি ওরিয়েন্টেড, এরা সেন্ট্রালাইজ ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউস, আমার লাইব্রেরিতে একটা সেন্ট্রাল ডেটা ওয়্যারহাউস আছে, সেটাকে অ্যানালিসিস করবে। এর মধ্যে লাভ কী, হোয়াট ইজ দ্য বেনিফিট অ্যাবাউট ইট? প্রথম দুটো কিন্তু হাই পারফরমেন্স দিতে পারে। কেন কি এইগুলো স্যাস, সার্ভার নেই, ওদের উপর ওখানে সার্ভার আছে, সেইখান থেকে আমাকে সার্ভিসটা প্রোভাইড করছে, আমি ডেটা ওখানে আপডেট করতে পারি, ওখান থেকে আমার ডাইরেক্ট রেজাল্ট দেবে। সেকেন্ডলি যেটা দেখতে পাবেন সেটার মধ্যে যে স্নোফ্লেকটা আছে সেটা সবথেকে ভালো আমার মনে হয় কাজ করার জন্যে। ওর মধ্যে ইলাস্টিক স্কেলিং আছে। বেসিক্যালি যখনই আপনি এই কাজটা করবেন তখনই আপনি বুঝবেন এত স্কেল করা যেতে পারে বা ম্যানিপুলেট করা যেতে পারে। ইলাস্টিক স্কেলিংয়ে এই দুটোর কিন্তু একটা অপটিমাল কাজ করা যাবে। আর বাকি দুটো যেই দুটো আছে সেই দুটো আপনার লাইব্রেরির জন্য স্পেশালাইজড বানানো, লাইব্রেরির যে কোনো কাজ, সার্কুলেশন ডেটা হোক, সেটা অ্যাকুইজিশন ডেটা হোক, যেমন কোনো ডেটা হোক, সেটার উপর রিপোর্টটা বানিয়ে দেবে। নেক্সটলি কামিং টু দ্য কস্ট বেনিফিট অ্যানালিসিস, এবার আমি এইখানেই মেজর জিনিসটা দেখাতে চাইবো। কস্টটা হচ্ছে অ্যামাজন রেডশিফটে দ্য কস্ট ইজ নিয়ারলি $1/4 ফর আওয়ার, যেটা আপনি রাফলি এস্টিমেট করে দেখবেন 20 টাকা পড়বে, 20 রুপিস ফর এ আওয়ার। সেমভাবে এই গুগলের বিগ কোয়েরি দেখেন 0.01 পার কোয়েরি। জিনিসটা কিন্তু খুব একটা আর এমন না যে অনেক বাজেট লাগবে, অনেক কাজ লাগবে, শুধু দেখতে হবে যে আমার লাইব্রেরির কী নিড আছে, তার উপরে আমার জিনিসগুলো হবে। হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু লাইব্রেরি ওয়্যার যেটা, সেটা কিন্তু অনেকটা কস্টলি পড়ে যায়, $990 ইয়ার। কিন্তু এটাতে এইটা আছে যে এখানে কোনো টাইম রেস্ট্রিকশন নেই, কোনো কোয়েরি রেস্ট্রিকশন নেই। আপনি একবার কিনে নিলেন ইয়ারলি বেসিসে, তারপরে আপনি নিজের লাইব্রেরিতে এটাকে ইউজ আউট করতে পারেন। আচ্ছা, এর মধ্যে কিন্তু যেটা বেনিফিটই, যেটা আগেও বলেছিলাম যে সার্ভারলেস হবে, কিন্তু যেই মেন দুটো যেটা হচ্ছে মাইক্রোসফটের, এর মধ্যে কিন্তু বিল্ট ইন সিকিউরিটি ফিচার্স আছে, আর মেশিন লার্নিংয়ের যে কিছু ক্যাপাবিলিটিস ওরা কিন্তু দিচ্ছে। সেমভাবেই স্নোফ্লেকেও ওই একই জিনিস, যেটা স্কেলেবল হবে, আর এর মধ্যে কিছু অ্যাডিশনাল বেনিফিট আগেনস্ট দ্য আদার্স সেটা আপনি পাবেন। নেক্সটলি কামিং টু দ্য ক্লায়েন্টস, আমি যে কথাটা বলছি যে আমাদের থিমের সাথে লাইব্রেরি নলেজ সিস্টেম টুডে অ্যান্ড টুমরো, এটা টুমরোর জিনিস না, টুডেরই জিনিস, সেটা প্রুফ করার জন্য আমি কটা ক্লায়েন্ট পোর্টফোলিও এনেছি। দেখবেন যতজন আছে সবার মধ্যে কিছু না কিছু লাইব্রেরি কিন্তু নিজেই অ্যাড হয়ে বসে আছে। যে গুগলের আছে তার মধ্যে লাইব্রেরি অফ কংগ্রেস নিজেই আছে, কেন ডিজিটাইজেশন যখন হয়েছিল তখন কিন্তু এই গুগল বিগ কোয়েরিকে ডেকেছিল নিজের কাজটা করার জন্য। সো অ্যাট দ্য এন্ড কনক্লুড আমি এই জন্য করবো, এটা কিন্তু রিয়ালিটি অফ টুমরো হতে পারে, কিন্তু আমাকে কাজ আজ থেকে করতে হবে। যেমন আমি দেখাচ্ছি লাইব্রেরি ওয়েব 2011তে এসছে, টুডে উই আর সিটিং অ্যাট 2023। অনেক জিনিস বিগ ডেটা এইগুলো কিন্তু আসা 10 বছর হয়ে গেছে। এবার আস্তে আস্তে যখন আমি এখন অনেক লাইব্রেরিতে আস্তে আস্তে কোহাটা নর্মালাইজ হয়ে গেছে, কিন্তু কোহা এসেছিল 2000-এ, নিয়ারলি 20 ইয়ার্স। এটা 2010-এ এসেছিল, দ্য টাইম লিমিট ইজ 2030। যদি সেই সময়ের মধ্যে আমাকে আমার কাজগুলো করতে হয়, আমাকে মার্কেটিংও করতে হয়, লাইব্রেরি মার্কেটিং, যেটা স্যার বলছিলেন, লাইব্রেরি মার্কেটিংও এই ওসিএলসি দিয়ে করা যায়। যে আমার লাইব্রেরিকে টু দি ডোর অফ দি ইউজার যদি নিয়ে যেতে হয়, তাহলে কিন্তু আমার ডেটাটা কাজে লাগবে। আমার ইউজার কী চাইছে, ওর প্রেফারেন্স কী, ওর নিড কী, আমাকে লাইব্রেরিতে কী নতুন জিনিস আনতে হবে, কী আমার পারচেস রেশিও হবে, সেইগুলো সবই এই অ্যানালিটিক্স দিয়ে আমি কিন্তু একটা বেটার ডিসিশন মেকিং করতে পারবো। ইউজার বিহেভিয়ারকে কাছাকাছি নিয়ে যেতে পারবো, যেটা আমি লিখেছি। আর এটা ভ্যালু ফর মানি, যেমন আমি দেখালাম, খুব একটা দামি না, এখন কিন্তু অ্যাফোর্ডেবল রেটে এসে গেছে। আর আগামী দিনে যখন ইউজার বেস বাড়বে, আরও এটা অ্যাফোর্ডেবলের দিকে যাবে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you, Shubham, for your nice presentation. Any question from audience? Acha, Shubham, you have given for keywords, you have given 8 keywords point. So when you actually submit the full text paper, then they will ask you to present in 5 actually keyword forms. More than 5 generally it is not accepted. So basing on that, you reform what will be the search keywords. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Maqbul Rahman. He's going to present on use of information technology in academic library in terms of higher education and overview.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am going to present my topic, use of information communication technology in academic library in terms of higher education and overview. We know that library is a most important institution and education plays a vital role. Without any institution cannot run properly without a library. So library role is very much important. But question, in our ancient time also library available and modern time also library available. Difference, that time manuscript or handwritten also available, and that time transferred to the digitization. So here three information and communication technology, mainly three concepts: information, communication and technology. So mul things is information, through who is communicated, through who is communicate and how to communicate. So we can say that ICT is a scientific and technological and engineering discipline and management techniques used in handling information and application and social and economic and cultural matters. So next, ICT application in libraries. We know that first computer, and second the communication. Communication technology means we know that very much communication technology available, like telephone, fax, email also very much available. Next, multimedia. Multimedia technology is most commonly applied to the simultaneously use of sound, text and videos in preparing presentations and use the bigger libraries where the special kind of students have to access the use of the use for it. And next, networking. Networking technology in the library surrounding, it is most important, networking, how to share our resource, yes. And next, RFID. RFID now most important, and barcode also important. The first, barcode technology. Barcode technology, we know that barcode technology can be defined as a self-content message with information encoded in a series of black bars of varying breadths and white space between every two them. And these are very helpful in terms of circulation of work and stack verification and the library documents. Next, RFID, radio frequency identification. It is the important technology, and RFID is used the wireless non-connect radio system to transfer data from a tag attached to book for the purpose of automatic identification and tracking. Now the QR code, digital transmission with QR code. It is a two-dimensional barcode. They can contain 100 times more data or information than simple barcode. Today, many libraries use QR code for digital services to instant accessibility of e-information services over the network and anywhere. Next, ICT, another part, digital transmission with mobile apps. These apps also now very user-friendly. With the mobile technology application in libraries, several libraries are developed own mobile apps to digital transmission the library services and 24/7 information delivery on the mobile devices. And next, digital transmission with library kiosk. A library kiosk is a self-service oriented tool established by a library in their campus and off campus to self-accessing the library services like issue return, reservation, library catalog, patron, etc. So just give some simple difference, the traditional library and digital library. We know that traditional library, the print version library, digital, all resource in the digital form. And traditional library mainly stable, slow evaluation, and on the other hand, digital part, dynamic and ephemeral. And it is in the traditional library, it is created on a physical space, but digital library, a digital library is created on virtual space. Traditional library follows mainly RAG-based search and indexing. Digital library mainly follows the library provide web interface-based search and indexing. Next, traditional library is material degradation, mutilation and loss over time. Next, digital library provides digital preservation and long time archival of the content. It is a traditional library one-way interaction, and digital library the dynamic real-time dialogue. Next, the planning for digital library. How to create a digital library? First, need IT infrastructure. So IT infrastructure is most important to create any type of digital library. Next, digitization. Material should be digitized. Third one is access. Should be open access and everybody can access from any place, from anywhere. Next, staffing, quality staff, trained staff, very much needed. And furniture, equipment and space also available, service funding also available. Also the need for the planning of the digital library. Now the components. So first component, this is the e-component. And next, metadata. Metadata is also very important and needs a repository. And e-library software also very much needed, and IT infrastructure and human resource also very much needed. So next, creation of digital resources. First, database of digital material. It is most important, a strong database. And it is open to all, and it is would be accessible LAN or any other way. Next, internet connectivity. High band internet connectivity is most important. Next, focus selectively on acquiring digital resources. Next, electronic journals, gradually elimination of print subscription, and licensing database is important, and creation of local digital content also available. Next, we know that library 2.0, we know that is a model of library service that reflects a transmission within the library world in the way that services are delivered to the user. So library 2.0 is most important. This is the application of interactive, collaborative and multimedia web-based technology to web-based library services and collection. So this is the most important, and library can use in this Web 2.0 environment, and this is the feature of the library 2.0. So next, Web 2.0. Library 2.0 is equal to Web 2.0 concept and applications in library and information service sector. When 2.0 is combined with library service, it is transformed into library 2.0 as the application of interactive, which is mentioned earlier, collaborative and multimedia based technology for library services and collection. And essential components of Web 2.0, first it user centered, multimedia character, social networking is most important, and community innovative. So which need tools of Web 2.0 technology in the library. First, synchronized messaging. Next, streaming media is also important. Social networking, it is the very much well acquainted and very much needed. Blogs, wiki, tagging, RSS feed, and AJAX. Next, different emerging library technologies. Now also very much emerging library technology available. First, bibliographic citation management software. So it is used mostly by scholarly and researcher to perform two main functions. Number one, to create a database of bibliographic citation, and next, to produce bibliographic which can be easily be inserted into word processing document. Next, library automation software. Various library automation software also available now, various and open source or paid service. And using this library software, our in-house work also very automated, and library work we can very easily, and library service provide we can easily to the user very quickly. And next, electronic resource management software, ERM. It is the practice and techniques used by the librarian and library staff to track the selection, acquisition, licensing, access, maintenance, uses, evaluation, relation, and deselection of a library's electronic information resources. And next, classroom management software. So classroom management software, it is enables teacher to view, monitor, control the student device actively, and it is very much flexible, and it is engaged to all, and increase the engagement of the participant. It is the very need. And next, integrated search software. It is the software that combines the most commonly used function, mostly productivity software program into one application, and it is the combination of the search term. So library network, this is the another important. First, I also mentioned the library network. So library network mainly point-to-point network and multi-point network. This is the point-to-point network, one point to one point network, and another multi-point network, mainframe to different point touching. This is the multi-point network. And next data flow, how the information, how the data flow. This is the simplex one-way data flow, and this is the half duplex, or the two-way, one way and then come one way, and next full duplex, this is the two-way, and this is the communication between the two devices, three devices, simplex, half duplex, or full duplex. And on the basis, the types of network, we know that LAN, MAN, and WAN, local area network, metropolitan area network, and wide area network. So next, ICT-based library service, we know that is from the traditional library now shifted to the digital library, and library service also changed. Just I giving some example, just electronic journal, document scanning service also available, electronic document delivery service also available, institutional repository. This is most important, repository facility also available, readers advisory and reference service, electronics book service, email alert service, bulletin board service, and web OPAC also available. This is very much important. Ask a librarian, reprographic service also, this is the very much important service. But to fulfill this, some challenges have come. First, lack of professional skills. So we think that professional person, lack of professional skill, we face that huge lack of professional sound person are not available. Shortage of library fund, it is the most important. Which fund is needed to do these things? So that case, fund not permitted. Technical infrastructure is also a challenge. Lack of cooperation of staff member. A library is various types of members of the library available. So cooperation is very much needed to run a system. That time lack of staff cooperation shows. And next, copyright issues also important. Online or virtual crimes and security, various online crimes, various software, piracy software also available. This is the challenges. Organizational structure is a problem, and collection of e-resources. All time the collection should be re-resourced. That time, all time not possible to do it. And last I like to conclude. And before I conclude, I would like to say that we overcome our pandemic, and so in pandemic situation, we have also used, we have provided various services through open educational resources. We are service using various virtual mode like Google Meet, etc., etc. So last conclude, in an academic environment, ICT application is much used to create standardized and better academic environment in education institution. Libraries are the central place to cater the information need of student, teacher, and researcher of the institution. But information and communication technology has gone in long way in changing not only societal or human activities, but it also changed the services rendered in the libraries. So academic libraries are using ICT in the process of rendering their services. With the application of ICT in libraries, users find it more conveniently to access or retrieve library materials. So many information services have emerged in libraries as a result of the application and use of information and communication technology. And LIS professionals face challenges that will lead to improved system. Thank you.
Thank you, Makbul. Any question from audience? So basically, this ICT application of ICT in academic library is a continuous phenomena which Makul has presented. So we'll have a discussion, because it's generally you have a submitted one abstract only, and you need to speak about reprographic technology also. When you are going to submit about your full text, then your optical fiber technology also, Kindle, because these also comes under your ICT. Okay. And while designing a digital library, you have left out one, the server. That is, you need a server, okay, which you want to storage your digital resources. That is very important. And the policy of your institution. That is very important, IPR policy. You have to lay down a policy. Whenever anyone you want to create a digital library, because it is institutional repository. Digital library, generally what we are creating, generally it is institutional affairs. Then it should be laid down by the institutional policy. What you want to do and what you do not want to do. So do's and do nots, that you have to keep in mind. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So our next presenter is Pranavi Pural. Okay. She is going to present on amendments of copyright law in G7 countries with special reference to India during and post-pandemic COVID period. Please stick up to time. C drive, no? I think that's the
আরেকটা আছে তাহলে তো 4টে 4:30 বলাটা ভুল হলো। সে পিপিটি কই? এই তো প্রণবী, এই যে প্রণবী। আর দুটো আছে, তাহলে একটু পিছিয়ে দেবো, 4:40 বলবো।
নতুন আর একটা আছে, এইটা হয়ে যাবে।
হ্যাঁ, এটা 10 মিনিট লাগবে নাকি 5 মিনিট?
Good afternoon, all of you. My paper is amendment of copyright laws in G7 countries and India during the post-pandemic COVID-19 period study. আমরা সবাই জানি কোভিড-19 প্যান্ডেমিকের সময় আমাদের অনলাইন এডুকেশনটাই মূলত এডুকেশনের মাধ্যম হয়ে গিয়েছিল। তো এই অনলাইন এডুকেশনের জন্য আমাদের অনেক যে রিসোর্সগুলো আমরা অনলাইন রিসোর্সগুলো ব্যবহার করতাম, সফটওয়্যার প্ল্যাটফর্ম বা এই সমস্ত জিনিসগুলো, এতে কপিরাইট যে ইস্যুসগুলো থাকছে সেগুলো অনেকটাই এই অ্যাক্টিভিটিগুলোকে আমাদের অনেকটাই প্রভাবিত করেছে। তো এই জন্য কপিরাইট অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট কিছু হয়েছে এবং তার সাথে সাথে আমি এই কাজ করার সাথে কিছু কেস স্টাডিজও তুলে এনেছি, সেগুলো আপনাদের সাথে এখানে আমি শেয়ার করছি। The main challenges task was to handle the copyright issues of those material and activities. Therefore, many countries have amended their copyright acts during the post-pandemic period for the benefit of public as well as copyright owners. The present study focuses those amendments in the Copyright Act during the post-pandemic period. Objectives: to know the recent amendment of the Copyright Act in economically advanced countries as well as in India, to discover the influence of COVID-19 pandemic in copyright amendments, to identify the recent legal activities in the court of those countries in the domain of Copyright Act. Next, to state the amendment regarding the information technology in Indian Copyright Act. তো যে মেথডোলজিগুলো আমি ইউজ করেছি সেগুলো হচ্ছে G7 যে কান্ট্রিজগুলো রয়েছে তার মধ্যে অফিসিয়াল ওয়েবসাইটগুলো থেকে আমি 5টাকে, যেহেতু সাফিসিয়েন্ট ইনফরমেশন ওখানে পাওয়া গেছে, সেই 5টাকে আমি ওখান থেকে তুলে এনেছি। তার সাথে সাথে ইন্ডিয়ার কীরকম পজিশনটা আছে সেটাও তুলে ধরার চেষ্টা করেছি। তো যেটা আমার অবজারভেশন ছিল সেটা থেকে ফ্রান্স দিয়ে শুরু করছি। ফ্রান্সে যে অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট আর কোর্ট কেসগুলো হয়েছে সেটা বলছি যে 2021-এ 24শে নভেম্বর ওদের যে অ্যামেন্ডমেন্টটা হয়েছিল রিগার্ডিং দ্য ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশন অফ ডিরেক্টিভস, আসলে ইউরোপিয়ান ইউনিয়নের যে ডিরেক্টিভসগুলো ফলো করা হয়েছিল তার মধ্যে ফ্রান্স যেটা ওরা অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট করেছে রিগার্ডিং দ্য কপিরাইট অ্যান্ড related rights in the digital market, single market. 2022-এ Judicial Court of Nantes carried out an important proportionality review regarding a minimum infringement of copyright can be justified by the fundamental freedom such as freedom of expression. এরা এটা বলেছিল। তারপর হচ্ছে 21শে প্যারিস কোর্ট, এবার আসছে যেগুলো কিছু কোর্ট কেস এগুলো হয়েছিল সেটা প্যারিস কোর্ট স্টেটেড দ্যাট দ্য আর্টিস্টিক এক্সপ্রেশন অফ এ কপিরাইট ওয়ার্ক মাস্ট বি টেকেন কনসেন্ট ফ্রম দ্য অথর অফ অরিজিনাল ওয়ার্ক। দেন ফ্রেঞ্চ সুপ্রিম কোর্ট স্টেটেড দ্যাট দ্য এক্সপ্লয়টেশন অফ মুভিজ রাসিস মানে এখানে এটা বলতে চাইছি যেটা ইনিশিয়াল যে প্রিন্ট মানে কোনো ফিল্ম তৈরি করার সময় অনেকটা হয় যে যেগুলো সরাসরি লাগে না, তো এইগুলো আনকাট যে প্রিন্টগুলো হয় সেই প্রিন্টগুলোকে যদি প্রডিউসার ডিরেক্টরদের সাহায্য ছাড়াই যদি কোথাও ওটা ইউজ করে তাহলে এটা কপিরাইট ভায়োলেশনের মধ্যে হবে না, এটা একটা দেখানো হয়েছিল। এবং প্ল্যাটফর্ম সাচ অ্যাজ ইউটিউব অর ফেসবুক হ্যাভ টু ফাইনালাইজ অ্যান এগ্রিমেন্ট উইথ দ্য কপিরাইট ওনার ইন অর্ডার টু পে দ্য অথর হোয়েন হিজ অর হার creation is used. If no agreement is made, the platform are held liable. It clarifies the definition of online content sharing service provider. নেক্সট আসছে ইতালি যে অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট আর কোর্ট কেসেসগুলো হয়েছিল তার মধ্যে ইতালিয়ান পার্লামেন্ট ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করেছে ওই যে ইউরোপিয়ান ইউনিয়নের যে ডিরেক্টিভসটা হয়েছে সেটা হচ্ছে ইতালি ওটাকে ফলো করা হয়েছে। এবং আর্টিকেল 46-এ যেটা বলা হয়েছে সেটা দ্য কপিরাইট অ্যাক্ট এনশিওর দ্যাট দ্য আর্টিস্ট অ্যান্ড দ্য অথর্স অফ cinematographic work will be entitled to receive a share of revenues generated by the distributor of films on cinemas. Italian court have started limiting the liability exemption for the information society service provider. That limiting criteria must be examined for of provider's nature, active or passive type of nature. জার্মান অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট অ্যান্ড কোর্ট কেসেস জার্মানের যেগুলো হয়েছিল ওটা ইমপ্লিমেন্টেড ইন ডিজিটাল সিঙ্গেল মার্কেট ডিরেক্টিভসটা ওরা অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট করেছিল। এবং নেক্সট হচ্ছে ইমপ্লিমেন্টেড দ্য অনলাইন স্যাট ক্যাপ অর্থাৎ স্যাটেলাইট কেবলস ডিরেক্টিভস ওটা একটা ফলো করেছিল রিগার্ডিং দ্য অনলাইন এক্সপ্লয়টেশন অফ ব্রডকাস্ট প্রোগ্রাম। নেক্সট জাপানের যে কিছু ওরা হয়েছিল, এটা যখন আমি শেষের দিকে বলবো তখন দেখা যাবে যে এই সমস্ত কান্ট্রিগুলির মধ্যে জাপান কিন্তু অনেক বেশি অ্যাডভান্স ছিল। হ্যাঁ, সেটা ওরা প্যান্ডেমিকের আগে থেকেই ওরা এই অ্যামেন্ডমেন্টগুলো করেছিল। তার মধ্যে যেমন আছে বর্ডেন দ্য সাবজেক্ট ম্যাটার অফ দ্য ওয়ার্ক টু প্রহিবিট ডাউনলোডিং এ ওয়ার্ক দ্যাট হ্যাজ ইলিগালি আপলোডেড। Supreme Court of Japan stated that the use of profile image in Twitter without attributing the owner of the work is considered as infringement. এটা বলতে চেয়েছিল যে আমি যদি কেউ একজন তার টুইটারে হয়তো কোনো ফটো তুলে তিনি ওটা পোস্ট করেছেন এবং অন্য একজন সেই ফটোটাকে এডিট করে কিন্তু ওটা কার থেকে নেওয়া হচ্ছে সেটা না বলে সে নিজের হচ্ছে প্রোফাইলে সেটা আপলোড করেছে, এটা ওয়ান টাইপ অফ কপিরাইট ইনফ্রিঞ্জমেন্টের মধ্যে পড়বে। নেক্সট অ্যামেন্ডেড টু হ্যান্ডেল সো কল লিচ ওয়েবসাইট। লিচ ওয়েবসাইট মিনস একটা ওয়েবসাইট যেখানে সমস্ত ওয়েবসাইটগুলোকে অর্থাৎ পাইরেটেড কপিগুলো ওখানে আছে সেইগুলোকে লিঙ্ক করে দিচ্ছে, তাহলে এই ধরনের ওয়েবসাইটটাকে এরা কিন্তু লায়াবল হবে, কপিরাইট ইনফ্রিঞ্জমেন্ট এদের সাথে হবে। এলিমিনেট দ্য ডুয়েল লাইসেন্সিং ফর ব্রডকাস্টিং অ্যান্ড অনলাইন ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন। আগে ছিল যে যখন কোনো কিছু ব্রডকাস্টিং করা হতো তার সাথে দুটো লাইসেন্সই নিতে হতো, ব্রডকাস্টিং আর অনলাইন ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন। কিন্তু এই 2021-এ তারা কী করলো যে একটা লাইসেন্স হলেই দুটোতেই করা যাবে, আলাদা আলাদা করে কোনো আর এক লাইসেন্স নেওয়ার দরকার হচ্ছিল না। কানাডার যে অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট আর কোর্ট কেসগুলো হয়েছিল তার মধ্যে যেটা মেন ছিল এক্সটেন্ড দ্য টার্ম অফ কপিরাইট প্রোটেকশন ফ্রম দ্য অথর লাইফ প্লাস 50 years to 70 years. Legislative measures of budget 2022 state the government will work to ensure a sustainable education and publishing industry. এইগুলোর পরিপ্রেক্ষিতে এবার ইন্ডিয়া কোন জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে আছে সেটা আমরা দেখি। অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট আর কোর্ট কেস এগুলো ইন্ডিয়ার হয়েছিল, তার মধ্যে যেটা 2021-এ copyright board has been substituted by the appellate board. The changes of rule of collection of royalty by the copyright societies, the royalty collected by the copyright society in such a manner is usually distributed according to the distribution scheme. The rule implies that a digital payment system for the collection and distribution of royalty by copyright societies must be created and the same must be stored through electronic means. Then register of copyright shall be kept in physical and electronic form has been changed to physical or electronic form. Then copyright journal has been introduced, which will be available on the official website. This is eliminate the requirement of publishing in official gazettes, as it will have to be published in copyright journal instead. Rule 70 amendment reduced the complications for the registration of copyright of software. Then the finding, India is advanced than other in the field of the application of artificial intelligence in cinematography. Unreal video production has taken initiatives for the world first AI generated films with Ogner Entertainment Group, which is revolutionary attempt to use AI technology in industries. Japan amendment their copyright act regarding use of artificial intelligence in 2018. The government of Canada is proactive for the artist resale right. In 2021, the federal government of Canada launched a public consultation to develop a modern copyright framework for artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. First time in Canada, the Canadian Intellectual Property Office accepted at the application to register copyright in a painting where the co-author is an artificial intelligence program. More court cases are found regarding the cinematographic in Canada. India in artificial intelligence, there are some point 184 government initiatives on AI have been taken till now, 96 case studies and 287 startup on artificial intelligence already done, 37 institution research on artificial intelligence. Then the conclusion, all the G7 countries under study have implemented the directive of copyright in digital single market. Europe, the most of the court cases in G7 countries are mainly on broadcasting, transforming into digital media, infringement and other computer program. But in India, most of the legal issues are found on sound recording, copyright infringement, dubbing, etc. The reference.
Thank you, Pranavi. Any question or clearance from any audience? Thank you, Pranavi. You have taken a good topic which have shown the difference between the earlier Copyright Act and the new amendments after the pandemic and post-pandemic. But my advice is to, when you are going to submit the full text, you need to put a comparative study in a tabular form, so that you are explaining the features of the amendment of all the countries can be found in a one single format, so that it will be very lucrative and easily the reader can get the information in a one form particularly. Okay, keep in mind. Thank you very much. The last presenter, I will invite the last presenter, Ranjan Samanta, and co-author Deepanjali Chakravarti. So it's our last presentation. The topic is web archiving of indigenous knowledge system in Asia and Africa, a comparative study. So before before she begins, I must have to conclude this presentation seminar to save the time of the next our valedictory ceremony. Almost 6 papers has been presented in this presentation session. All the 6 papers are very much relevant to the theme, and the output to what I got that all the papers are very informative, and which will be helpful to the participants. And particularly my advice to the presenter, that while you are submitting the full paper, because it is a conference paper, generally it will be accepted if you are writing the theoretical. Still then some papers are very much related to theoretical, which already these informations are available
Try to make a survey on the particular application, particularly your ICT, somebody has presented on ICT. It would be good to make a survey on a particular area. So that would be very nice. Particularly show your application side, then it will be very much informative to the society. Thank you very much. Proceed.
Good afternoon, my respected delegates and my fellow participants. My name is Dipanjali, and today my topic is wave archiving of indigenous knowledge systems in Asia and Africa, a comparative study. So to start with, basically IK or indigenous knowledge is basically knowledge located in a particular region of a country. Such as if I take example of Jarawa located in Andaman Nicobar Island, that will be considered as IK knowledge. And since we do not know a lot about this knowledge, they're often very neglected and forgotten. But in recent times, the authorities have taken measures to include this knowledge in repositories in all over the continents like Asia and Africa, Europe, etc. But for my research, I have taken the following two. Those are Asia and Africa. My objectives were to analyze the content collection and the content of the collection and the digitization techniques followed by the repositories to include the knowledges in the repositories, and finally to perform a study, comparative study among the Asian African repositories. So my scopes were, I have chosen these 4 repositories from Asia. I will talk about this in my later slides, and 4 from Africa. So to start with, what is basically IK? I have included one particular one particular definition. Warren defined IK as tacit knowledge, difficult to codify, embedded in community practices, institutions, relationships, and rituals. There are many types. I have included some of them: information, beliefs, ritual, practices, communication, tools, etc. So what are the characteristics? First is it is native. That means it is exclusive in particular region of a particular country. It is orally transmitted by different generations. It is often constructed and reconstructed, and it is found to be lost and again found through many generations. And lastly, it is very repetitive. That means it gets repeated over many generations. So now I'll talk about the repositories that I have chosen for my research. First one was from India, of course. This is called TKDL. This basically was launched in 2011 with a collaboration of NISCARE, Ayush, CSIR. This deals with the age-old practices of India, such as Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, Swarikpa, etc. Next one is from Korea. This is called KTKP. They deal with a varied knowledge system, such as they deal with Oriental medicine, they deal with herbs, diseases, traditional food, how to cook them, and how to deal with the disease, and how to tell the future generation about their cultural practices. Next one is from China. This is called TCM database. This is world's largest non-commercial database till date. And the best part about it is that it is downloadable. The entire database, you can download it. And it also deals with medicines only. And next is from Philippines. It is called Philippine TKDL. This also deals with medicine, food, rituals, practices, etc. Next, I'll talk about the repositories from Africa. The first one is AODL. It is a digital library. This is the only repository that I have found all over from Asia and Africa which deals with oral narratives. That means they take representatives from different community of Africa and they take interviews with them. And they take the practices and how they deal with their daily cultures and day-to-day lives and include them in their interviews, photographs, etc. Next one is from Ghana. They deal with forest food and medicines only. Next is from South Africa. It is called Plants Africa. They deal with the plants that is found in South Africa and how to use them, what is their beneficial parts, and how to use in which diseases and which part of the South Africa you can find them, etc. And last but not the least is NICMAS. They only deal with the community that we can find in South Africa only. Now coming to my actual research, which is the analysis, my first point was dealing of subject. As we can see, TKDL only deals with traditional medicine such as Unani, Siddha, as I mentioned before. KTKP deals with medicine, food, livelihood. CTMD only deals with medicine, and PTKDL deals with medicine, plants, etc. And in Africa, we can see that they deal with past and present of Africa, their communities, their lifestyle, different religions. Ghana's repository only deal with forest plants and food, as I mentioned. Plants Africa deals with different plants, whereas NICMAS deals with different communities. Next was available details. TKDL only consists of books, their compiler, publisher, and edition details. Korea's repository consists of the Latin name of the plant, scientific name, chief virtue, which part of the plant to use, and the diseases and the signs and symptoms, how to cook particular Korean food, and how to use the method of agriculture and arts of living. CTMD's site is very interesting. They basically include the molecular details of the particular compound in 2D and 3D images, which is very beautiful to see. And like, I do not understand those things very normally, obviously, but those people who understand it, it is mesmerizing to watch. And next is Philippine, PTKDL. They deal with plant descriptions, including habitat, stem, fruit, inflorescence, etc. Africa's AODL has vlogs, essays, videos, images, etc. on a particular topic. Ghana's deals with name, common name, scientific name, normal details. And Plants Africa consists of the same things, except they also include the conservation status of the particular plant, like are they extinct or are they almost getting to be extincted in the recent times or what. And NICMAS, they deal with the geographical location of the particular community. Next is distinguishable features. TKDL is very interesting. They have taken as a very important features in biopiracy. We have seen in recent times that many practices, like many age-old practices of India, it has been taken up by other countries such as Europe, Africa, etc. And they try to take patent based on our practices, which is not right. They have taken consideration of those particular things, and they have done like they have taken law and etc. to make sure that this doesn't happen in the recent futures. KTKP has, Korea has intangible cultural heritage, and they include the list with designated numbers. CTMD has TCM docking, which is basically simulation of the chemical compound. I-splice, which is basically splicing event of the chemical compounds. And I-screening, which is basically dark screening. And PTKDL has a digital herbarium. It is very beautiful. They include the pictures of the plant, the location, and the different part of the plant. It's a very beautiful thing to watch. And as I mentioned in Africa AODL, they have a special collection of oral narratives assembled from the indigenous communities. Ghana's repository has a list of the community we can find in Ghana. Plants Africa has a section completely devoted to biome description, that means the biome structures of South Africa. And NICMAS has a separate database called Pharmacopoeia, where we can find the different diseases and etc. that happens in South Africa more commonly. Next is available languages. As we can mostly see, they are available in English, except for some regional languages such as Korean and Chinese. But TKDL is found in Spanish, Dutch, Japanese, English, French, etc. The available search options are mostly basic and keyword search. But however, TKDL has TKRC search, which is their own classification system, which doesn't present in any other repositories. Okay, next slide. The types of document, mostly those are journals and blogs. Some has books such as TKDL, but as we can see in AODL, they have maps, interviews, poems, photographs, drawings, etc. Last is file format. Mostly those are text, but some cases we can also find images and videos, except for CTMD, which where we can find 2D and 3D images. Accession policy, basic information can be accessed by pretty much anyone. Yes, and user login, that is available in some cases, but not available in other cases. Downloadability, which I mentioned, it is only available in CTMD for Asia and also AODL for Africa. In other cases, they're not permitted. Copyright policy, mentioned in some cases, not mentioned in other cases. Archival techniques, which is digitization for all of the repositories. The limitations I faced during this research is that most of the repositories that I used are not updated regularly. Hence, I couldn't find current information. The second one was what I noticed, and probably you did too, that most repositories are based on one particular aspect, like either medicine or food or community. They haven't taken into consideration all of the aspects altogether. Third is, because of the insufficient time and resources, I probably couldn't take all of the repositories from Asia and Africa, so I would take that in mind for my recent research. And last is, there has not been any research, not any, but not many research done in this particular field, which made me stumble a lot at first in the research. Suggestions I felt while doing the research is that repositories should make their database downloadable in order to access them properly. They should have their own classification scheme, such as TKRC that we found in case of TKDL. And lastly, as you can see, that TKDL, particularly as an Indian citizen, had to mention that we not only India being a very diversified country, we do not only have like age-old practices, we also have many communities, such as I mentioned, Zarawas and Northeast India, they have many practices which we do not know of. So if they could include those things in that particular repository, then would have been way better as to like other people from other countries, they can come and like look the practices we follow, the communities we have. It would have been a better thing to look after. And to conclude, since IK is not very well known, it is often being very well neglected and very it has gone through many ill treatment. So I feel like if the repositories are maintaining their database correctly, a lot of people will get to know like what is their culture, and they can include this culture into their modern innovations. So that is all for my presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Deepanjali Chakravarti, for your nice presentation. Any question or clearance from audience? So she has presented this presentation, which is very informative, because as you know that it is the duty of the library to archive our particularly the cultural heritage and mostly the endangered, particularly the information or knowledge. You need the indigenous knowledge is endangered, and it needs to be preserved and conserved. And the librarians need to play a great role on this endanger. My just suggestion to Deepanjali,
Yes, sir.
Whether you have covered in the future your patenting PIS, patenting, that need to be very much important. Patenting.
Biopiracy that I mentioned in TKDL?
TKDL, not TKDL. Suppose the indigenous knowledge are submitted by the different authors.
Yes.
And those resources they have put in the repository, whether those resources are patented by them or not. That is very important.
Okay. I'll
so
keep
that
in mind,
feature
sir.
you need to cover
Okay,
it.
sir, definitely.
Because very recently when you have submitted one paper on this indigenous knowledge, that is called consumer of rice beer prepared by the Manipuri tribes, Tangkhul tribes.
Yes.
So the author, the publisher asked about whether the resources you have collected, which has been patented by the community or not, that they have asked. So that need to be covered up.
Okay, sir,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for participating in this presentation. Thank you so much for the institution that given me an opportunity to chair the session. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for graciously accept our request to chair this session. Now I request our convener to conclude this seminar.
A very good afternoon to you all. We have already reached the valedictory session, formally we have reached here. And 2 days, 2 days long going on national level seminar is yet to be ended, no? We are waiting. So I am try to represent the brief of the 2 days seminar, it is nothing but the Rapporteur General report, like a Rapporteur General report. Our inaugural speech was delivered by Swami Kamalasthananda Maharaj. He discussed mainly on e-resources, its various types, how it works, facility of e-resources, and different e-resource sources in the domain of social sciences, is it? And next we got the speaker, Dr. Narayan Chandra Ghosh, librarian of IIM Calcutta. He discussed in academic integrity and plagiarism. He mainly pointed out scholarly communications and different publication channels. Then Dr. Shiv Shankar Jana, Associate Professor of University of Kalyani, presented the literature review and referencing, clearly discussed different types of literature review. He also discussed different citation styles, and in detail he showed the Mendeley
is it? It's the Mandeli, na? And now, and then the last guest speaker of yesterday, invited speaker, Dr. Bulu Maharana of Sambalpur University, Professor, Sambalpur University, Odisha. He discussed open access scholarly communication, different types of open access, impact of open access in research, and clearly, highly enlightened us on the 3 pillars of open access. You imagine the picture was there, the 3 pillars. Today we started with Mr. Arup Roy Chaudhary of ISI Calcutta. He discussed OpenAI, and now the buzzword, the ChatGPT. He discussed also the ChatGPT, how it will work as an e-resource, and he showed us the difference between Google search engine and ChatGPT. Then Dr. Udayan Bhattacharya, professor of Jadavpur University, discussed fake news, post-truth era, difference between fake news and misinformation. And we got Dr. R.K. Mohapatra sir of the Central University of Tripura, professor. He discussed in detail library profession in knowledge society, library science as a profession, 5 laws of library science and its transition. He clearly enlightened the 9 C's, very interesting, 9 C's of library profession. He also pointed out the challenges of library profession. Within 2 days, we got 16 papers. We selected 16 abstract for presentation. And yesterday, 4 papers were presented, and today, 7 papers were presented. Total, 11 papers were presented on different research subject, and 5 presenters, due to local train massacre, could not arrive here. Okay, so we decided that if that 5 persons submit their full articles in time, then we will consider this that 5 articles also. And the 11 presenters, you have also to submit your full articles within 30th of April. Okay. So now up to this, then thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Okay.
Now I would like to ask you participants to share your experience. Anyone, please share. Yeah, feedback. Ma'am.
Overall, it is a nice, refreshing, and informative experience. And the thanks goes with the RKM Vivekananda Center.